shadows of the void where darkness reigns stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains, with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire
Good for you.
and smoke, they
Mobile
press
infantry made me the
on,
man I am
facing
today.
that Xenos horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Modern Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a beef stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. Ah! How are we all doing today, guys? You know what? I'm just going to say it. I think there's too much beef. Like, honestly, can we just go, like, one day? I don't want to beef. I don't want the salt. I just want to talk about nice things. I just want to talk about good things. But every god goddamn day, there's something else. Every goddamn day. You just started your channel Mordian Discourse. Bro, it's getting to the point where the Warhammer scandal just got worse. Isn't even ironic. It's not even like... It's not even a meme anymore. You're doing the thumbnail pose. 1 minute. Is that... The Warhammer scandal just got worse. There you go. I like... The thing is, though, I'm not even doing it as like as a pose. I'm literally just like... Well, I massively need a haircut. So I'm sort of just can't help but like do that with my hair sometimes. And then secondly, like...
Infantry, sir. Good for you.
Secondly...
Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
It just feels like that meme. That meme where the guy's like tapping his fingers on the desk like... Oh, there's been another fuck up. Do you know? There's been another fuck up. Oh my god. So I have like 4 but seriously, I mean, 1 minute. I gotta actually check how many I got here. I've got 1 more. I've got like 4 bits of beef. I've like in the last couple of days, there's been like 4 bits of beef which have turned up. And like I say, you know, we love a good meme, and we love a good bit of beef, but like serious moment, and I know it's a bit early to be getting serious, but it does feel like there's too much. It feels like I don't know. I feel like there's too much beef. I don't know if I can take much more. I don't know if I can take much more. I think the Rage Bait Industrial Complex plays this stuff up. Matthew Sinclair, I agree with you in many ways. Like, drama sells, of course. But, like, some of this is like, even if you just talked about it objectively. Do you know what I mean? Like, even if you were, like, just super objectively, like, God damn it, man. Matthew Sinclair, right? Here's my evidence, right? Motherfucking Auspex Tactics is now covering this shit. And like, here's the thing. We all know that Auspex is like, he's the guy, right? He's legit. He's just the servitor that just covers information. All right. And he doesn't do rage bait or anything like that. He just makes normal fucking 40k content covering a wide breadth of information, right? A wide breadth. So when you've got when the goddamn servitors are picking up on the beef, like at some point, like do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like, we're not even looking for it anymore. The thing is, right, we're not even looking for it. We're not even trying to find it. We're not even like having to like dig down and, turn like one tiny like crumb of desiccated, like dehydrated beef ration from like the Boer War. And I watched Steve MRE recently, and turn that into like, blow it out of proportion. This is just like, it's like tumbleweeds of beef just coalescing and rolling down the street. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. So yeah, so there's just been like multiple beef horizons, We've had GW issue a product recall on a Battle Force. We've had another content creator, Tactical Tortoise, who is, in my opinion, very, very well respected, and I think a lot of people would say is very respected, basically come out and say exactly what I've been saying, that 40k is basically completely solved and the game's got a huge problem at the moment. And we've had new Tau data sheets revealed, which are just like gigafucked. And we've had new combat patrols come out, which are just full of fucking filler. Like literally, like GW is taking fucking beastmen and putting them into like the combat patrol for like a brand new like faction that they've been hyping up for like for like a month at this point. Like, some beef is bigger than others, but the point is like, this is just like stuff that's just idly floating around. Yeah. It's I'm just saying, like, I'm just, guys, I don't know, man. I'll be honest. I'm always honest with you guys. I feel like I'm getting full. I feel like maybe I've had one too many beefsteaks. You know? Maybe we need like, but then I can't decide if this is like I can't decide if it's just the algorithm is now like locked in on me beefing and it's like more beef, or if there's actually this much beef. Maybe we need to like find some good stuff. Maybe we need to make some anti-beef. I don't know. Matthew Sinclair says there's some anti-beef going on with Cathay. Maybe that's worth having a look at. Oh my God. So long story short, guys, there seems to be a lot of beef going on at the moment. And even my even I'm getting too much of it. For anyone that calls me a slop tuber, for anyone that calls me a salt tuber, just you know what, like, whatever you might say, I actually don't like. I actually am getting sick of all this fucking beef. Like, hand on heart, I don't know if my heart can take it, boys. I don't know if the old ticker can take much more. So we're gonna get into it. Anyway, it's a Morning Glory stream, so we'll talk about anything and everything. I'm looking for some good news, but I've got lots of bad news for you guys. But of course, we could talk about Old World and Bolt Action and Conflict 47 and 40k, Army List, competitive play, all that kind of stuff. So we'll talk about anything and everything. But we'll talk about anything and everything. But yeah, we've definitely got a little bit of beef to cover today. All right. In fact, I'm going to do a poll. I'm going to do a poll and see what the feedback is. Okay. Are you is there too much Warhammer drama these days? Let's let this run throughout the stream. Yes, it's all too salty. No, I love the beef. No, there you are. There you are. Let's see what the people say. It's an anonymous poll, so vote with your heart. Be truthful. You know, let's have a look. It's so funny if it just comes back and it's like 60+% people are like, no, I like drama. The more drama, the better. It's like, oh God. All right. So with that said, now let's get into the stream, guys. You know what time it is. It's time for our traditions. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Let's have a look. We have got a Gaming Stuka, Simple Logic, Patrick 8, Cosmic Drew, Grease Fan, Airborne, McCon, Go Record Band, Patrick. We've also got, 1 minute, pardon me, Isaiah's Experiment, Butterpunk, we've got Nick Snow, Sarah Wilson, Godlike Poet, Chicken Detonator, Stabby Muck Stab, Cyrillic Dude, Lower Decks. We've got Patrick H, Zello, Woo Teal Day, Swampy Turtle. And 1 second. Wow, it's popping off tonight, boys. Give me a second. Mark Core, Chicken Detonator, Santa Thematic, John Shepherd, Andrew T, Wargame for Fun, Gore Bladier, Mango Jabronsky, Florida Eccentric, Russell W, Mostly Harmless, Jordan Hooper, Spaghettius, ML, High Marshal Bungle, Florida Eccentric, Nuno, It's Me, Rev, Antonio Sanchez, Santa Thematic, Pigeon Tony, Aspiring Tryhard, Eternal Rhombus, The Whispering Monk, Butterpunk, Bob's Your Uncle, Ozroth, Patrick McCarty, we've got Sonsu, Cromwell, Diamond Legion, Ed Scar, Mike P, Gaz, Atomic Tyranny, Ben Hall, Seth Key, That Right Bastard. We got Flea Boy, Carl05, Venga 10, Long Username 00, Jared Man, Mr. Lackey, Proxart, D. Bartage Orc, Zetro, and Jordan Hooper, and IRL, Nick Salamander, John Sellers, Storehouse 805. We've got Mia Feline, Prisatrusus, and Kilak Nelak, and Butt Mounted, and Bowler, and Blako, and Sigma, and Diamond Bastard! Hey! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful, crazy bastards. Thank you for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. Hope you guys are excited for some of the beef. Don't forget to go ahead and, like the stream if you've not done so already. Subscribe to the channel, all that kind of good shit. I mean, come on. You guys know the drill at this point. I'm more set out of habit than anything else at this point. But thank you all for joining, liking, subscribing, all that good shit, boys. And also a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby! We've got lots and lots of super chats and stuff coming in here. The stream has absolutely been popping off. So let's blast through these, say our thank yous, and see what beef we can get into. So starting off, we've got Russell W! Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir! Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Pigeon Tony! Pigeon Tony coming in with a gifted membership, also doing his part. Thank you for the extra conscript, sir. We've got the Whispering Monk, our spiritual liege, the man who keeps our souls pure and our ears clean. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you so much, Whispering Monk. We've also got Chicken Detonator, Deus Clock. Thank you so much, Chicken Detonator, for the gifted membership, for the extra Warrior Monk, for the Cloister of the Chicken. Thank you, Chicken Detonator. We've got Mould. Mould, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for support. Thank you for the extra Ursus Warrior to smash. The Ursus Warrior to bash the fash. We've got the Lower Decks. Thank you, Super Chat, man. Sir, we saved what turrets we could. The casualties, though, we're nearly total. We'll have to shut the mine down for at least a month or more. Lower Decks, at this point, I don't know if you're talking about a real mine or a fantasy mine or a mine of the mind. I don't know. But you better not have lost all the turnips, whatever the case is. The Whispering Monk, thank you for Super Chat, man. Discussion topic in Discord, posted about an hour ago. I mean, I won't play it. Battletech and that. Who needs 40k for Russ and the Allfather? Wait, we got more. Who needs 40k? Wait, what beef is this? Is this another layer of beef? Or is it the StarCraft miniatures game? Yes. I will absolutely put a little linky. Let me get these. Hi
players.
Let me get these sort of loaded up, as it were, and then we can have a little look at that when we come round to it. All right. Got it in the pipe, sir. We'll circle back round to it, but I've got it locked in. It's in the pipes. We'll come back to it. All right. We've got Cool German Dude. Thank you for the super chat, man. The men, they yearn for the Carpathians. Yes, it's time for the Winter Offensive, I believe. My first game of 40k in stream discussion. Oh, please can we have some good news for 40k? I'm begging you. I'm begging. Let's have a look here. Big Daddy Hotzendorf. I have brought victory to the guard, and the Carpathian Sturmjägers have finally seen action. This is my opponent's second game and my first. We forgot some rules, such as re-rolling ones, but the game was better and a lot more fun for it. I had lots of fun, but it was a bit of a seal club because my friend didn't have enough AP and didn't balance his anti-infantry with his OC. That side, the best parts were us doing things that seemed fun and fluffy, even if there wasn't a rule for it, such as when I failed hazard check with my plasma sponsors, I could re-roll it but forgot, and decided to half my attacks as a result. Also, what's good for a 1,000-point list for NIDS? Hey, I love the color scheme, man. That's cool. And also, victory is assured. Let's have a look. I mean, I guess it's just a case of that. Were you guys playing at 1,000 points? Yeah, you were, because I remember you did a Dawn, 2 Russes, and 60 infantry. And look at that list. 3 blocks of infantry and 3 tanks, and it's 1,000 points. The thing is, the guard just plays really, really, really fucking well at low points values. It just does. Yeah. Really, really, like, look at the difference. Bro's got more men in one squad. Bro's got more men in one squad than the Black Templar guy's got as his whole army. Oh, man. Amazing, bro. Like, what? Like, Black Templars shouldn't have brought piss to a shit fight. That's what I say. Oh, my God. Like, it's actually hilarious. Well, it's actually brilliant, man. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, fantastic. I love the Rogel Dawn Stug. Yeah, the Stugel Dawn. That's so good. The Strumel Dawn, almost, I suppose. So yeah, almost. I love it, man. Love the color scheme. Love the vibe. Generally, I would say probably like the best thing to do is to try and play at like 2,000 points, I guess, which is, not, it's a bit annoying because obviously you want to play at a smaller points level if that's the most you got, but 1K felt great. Yeah, it does for the guard, man. It does for the guard. It's one of those where, like, it's just because, other armies are, armies are just designed around 2K these days, but for some reason the guard just doesn't, the guard's just built different, bro. I didn't do a single unit. I know. I'm not. Oh, man. 1,000-point NID list. I don't know, to be honest. I don't play a lot of NIDs. The only way I play NIDs is Unending Swarm. If I was to build a 1,000-point NID list, I'd basically take this guard list and then replicate it in NIDs. That's probably what I would do. Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably be like 60 bugs. 60 little bugs, 3 big bugs. And then see where I could go from there. Like, I'd probably go like a couple of Exocrines and a Tyrannofex, and then everything else on little bugs. Maybe some sort of Synapse bastard knocking about. Yeah. Something like that. But cool, dude. I mean, don't worry about it too much. It's honestly, don't worry about it too much, even slightly. About playing at 1,000 points at 2K. Just play at the level that everyone's happy with and everyone's comfortable with, and don't feel the pressure to get up to 2K or anything like that. Like, my advice, honestly, is just play at the level that you guys are happy with. Fuck it. Dude, it's literally the end of the edition. Just enjoy yourselves, play what you can, and just get a few reps in before we get up to 11th. Yeah. There you go, man. There you go. Looks good, bro. And well done on your victory. Looks awesome. What do we got next? We've got Florida Eccentric. Thanks to Jetman. Possible Adepticon list in stream discussion. Okay. Let's have a look. Oh, thank God. Guys, it's a K47 list. It's all right. There's no beef here. We've got an Assault Platoon, Style Trooper and Commander with 2 extra bozos, everyone with LMGs, and we've got a Guts Point. 3 Shrek Wolfen, 3 Shrek Wolfen, 3 Shrek Wolfen, 3 Shrek Wolfen. I said there was no beef. Motherfuckers out here Shrek Wolfen spamming. You Shrek Wolfen spamming piece of shit. I actually don't know if that'll be very good, you know. I actually almost think you're better off doing 2 squads of 6. Because a single Shrek Wolfen isn't that much to worry about. You know, if you lose a couple. Another assault platoon with an officer with a boat. Officer with a couple of bozos pointing at Gertz. Fallschirmjäger squad with 5 Panzerfaust. Falco squad with 5 Panzerfausts. And then you've got armored walk platoon with Hauptmann Heinrich Gross. Panzer IV Walker with Schwerwald. And that's it. Yeah, it's pretty... Wait, is it just Gross on his own? Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. So... I guess it keeps him cheap, but... He's probably just going to be there, like, firing the...
Infantry, sir. Good for you.
The Panzer a
Full
few
infantry
times.
made me the man I am today.
But then the Panzer... So, the Panzer mech is only good when... Well, it's not only good, but it's best when it's got... It's best when it's got an active rift dice, and you might struggle with that. You might struggle with it having an active rift dice. I would probably try and find the points to make the Walker a veteran Walker, because then you can give it Schwerveld Mastery, so it can start with the Surging Rift dice. And then what you can do is you can activate it and then turn the Surging Rift dice just down 1 level to active. And then you could use Gross to activate again and then turn it from active down to exhausted. And that way you're getting a good combo from Gross and the Panzer mech together. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. Other than that, I don't think it's a bad list at all. I think it's pretty powerful. I'm a little worried that the smaller Shrek Wolfen units might be a little fragile, just because you'll be fine if you're like running around battering people, but it's kind of like what you're gonna do if you come across someone who's got like just like a bigger squad than you. Like if you've got someone who's got like if the enemy's got a squad of 6 Shrek Wolfen and and you've just got a squad of like 3, the issue is that you'll charge in and then you'll lose that combat, and then I feel like a 1 bigger squad gives you more. Even if you took one of the squads and made it, I would have 2 3-man squads and 1 6-man squad. That's probably what I would do. That gives you the flexibility. Other than that, I think the list, and like I said, try to get the Panzer mech up to veteran, and then once that's done, I think you're in a good place. Yeah, that's my opinion, but I don't know for sure, because obviously I don't know that much. Conflict 47 is very early days, so who knows what's good or bad or whatever. But yeah, it looks like an interesting list for sure. What do we got next? John Shepard, thank you for super chat, man. Pictures and stream discussion of the finished 10mm Burgundians. Dude, this is amazing, man. Look at, guys, to all the 40k players out here, look at this and consider it is a full army. These are like, how big did you say they were, John? These are 10mm models, so they're absolutely tiny, right? Like, this is like a paintbrush up here. And this is the whole army. It's like probably the size of, it's probably like less than the size of a squad of intercessors. Like, overall. It's absolutely mental. It's absolutely mental. And it's just crazy. Yeah, I'm not saying it's better than 40k. Don't get me wrong. Don't think I'm like, oh, fuck 40k. No. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's better than 40k. What I'm saying is it's just wild. If you've only played 40k or you're only used to 40k, it's kind of wild just seeing some of the other games that's out there and like how different they can be. How varied they can be. Yeah. John, they look absolutely great, man. Yeah, they look really cool. 10mm Burgundians, 2 units of knights, 3 units of dismounted knights, 2 units of pikes, 2 units of longbows, 1 unit of crossbows, 1 unit of skirmish troops, and 1 artillery. Nice. That's cool, man. Cool. Cool indeed. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. This is salty slop content pass for the next month too. For the next mouth too? Wait, Cosmic, are we passing this? Wait, Cosmic. Are we passing the salty slop from one mouth to the next? Because that has really different implications to next month. Like, Cosmic, there might be a letter missing there, or a letter wrong, and it might make all the difference. Simple Logic, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for your support. We've got Mr. Lackey. Mr. Lackey, thank you so much for the... thank you so much for super chat, man. Progress on my armor in stream discussion. Ooh, here we go. Look at this. We got the Stug. I didn't pick the Stuglife. Stuglife picked me. Got the Hanomag. The Vogelspinner. And we've got the Stug from another angle. And, I guess it's each one from a different angle. Nice. I like the leg lifted up. That's kind of cool, man. I love the camo pattern you've gone for. The green, the brown, the tan looks very, very nice. It's come out especially well on the gun shield. Yeah. Cool. Very well done, sir. Very well done indeed. What do we got next? We have got Cosmic Drew. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, bro. When is the next K47 unit review? Fireflies, baby. Next K7 unit review is tomorrow. I've got 2 videos going out for Warlord Wednesday tomorrow. I've got the stream highlight covering the web bundles. And I've got the unit review of the Puma X, because basically the Puma X is an absolute auto-include. And I just thought it was cool to cover a unit. I just thought it'd be cool to cover a unit like that. So, yeah. I think it's the first conflict vehicle I've covered, dedicated. So, yeah, there we are. We've got Comwell. Thank you for super chat, man. Interested in K47 and bot action. Struggling with figuring out what bot action kits to grab. Wanting Germans for both games. Recommendations. Okay, easy peasy. Okay. No worries whatsoever, man. I can help you. Right, so. Warlord games, bolt action. Obviously go to Germany. So basically, it comes down to a couple of choices. So I would recommend a starter army. Okay, so you've got a lot of different choices here for your starter armies, but I would recommend a starter army. Basically, what this will get you, so you see this is £104. It's about the price of a combat patrol, right? This will get you a full army. So bolt action is played at 1,250 points. That's the equivalent size to 40k. And 40k is 2,000 points, is 1,250 points in bolt action. That's the standard game size it's played at. And any of these starter armies will be 1,250 points at least. Okay? So what you've got here is so if you know you're going to start with a starter army, or if we presume you're going to start with a starter army, then the question then comes down to what starter army do you want? So you've got the Rattenkrieg starter army. This is basically your sort of Stalingrad style one. So it's a mid-war. Like, bolt action is kind of broken up into early, late, and mid-war, but anyone can play everyone. It's just more of a theming thing than anything else. It's not I can't bring my early war against late war stuff. It's purely a theming thing. You can have early war French taking on late war Germans, and it'll be totally fine. And it'll probably be balanced as well, roughly balanced as well. Bolt action is a game that doesn't concern itself as much with balance because there's a certain level of community policing and discipline that goes on. But basically, Rattenkrieg, it's mid-war, which means you just don't get assault rifles because Germans got the STG-44 assault rifle in the late war. But that's the only thing you're missing out on. You get all your SMGs and everything. And if you have a look at this, you'll see you get 36 plastic infantry. You get 4 characters. You get 2 medium machine gun teams and a medium mortar team. You get an armored car and you get a medium tank. So this is a perfectly good starter army, and if you wanted to, you could get it bundled. There's no discount, but you get it bundled with your codex, your armies of book, and that comes with a free mini as well. Comes with a sniper, so you could do that. If you wanted to, though, I would recommend maybe the Fallschirmjäger starter army. Obviously, it's winter themed. The winter Fallschirmjäger, it's winter themed, so you might not like the look of some of the winter uniforms. Like, I quite like the poofy pants, but a lot of people are like, I don't want the big poofy pants. So that's fair enough. But the reason I recommend this one is because it's late war, so you get your assault rifles as an option. And you also get a bit more in it. Warlord Games kind of knows that people are less hot on winter stuff, so they tend to sweeten the deal a little bit. So you get everything that you got in the last box, but you also get a sniper team and a Panzerschreck team and a big anti-tank gun. So you basically get 2 extra weapon teams and a big artillery piece. So you just get, and it's the same price, and you get a tank and an armored car. So if you're okay with winter stuff, then this is the one I'd recommend. If you don't want mid-war and you don't want winter, then the other one that I would recommend is probably the Grenadier Starter Army. These models are a little older. Not that much older, but, the Rassenkrieg and Winter Fallschirmjäger came out in the last couple of years, whereas this starter army's been around for about, I think, 5 or 6 years at this point. So the models are a little older. They're still perfectly fine, though. And this one comes with a Stug, a Tiger. We get 1 medium machine gun team, 1 medium mortar team, 1 big anti-tank gun, and you get 36 infantry. So it gives you a list of what you can get here. So this is kind of like your normal German army, not winter, not mid-war. This is just nice and normal. Yeah, there you go. But you can get any of them. Like, a lot of people end up, even though it might seem a little controversial, especially if you're coming from Warhammer over to historicals, there's always going to be a little bit of a moment potentially with this. But it's just a game at the end of the day. Again, it's just a game, and you shouldn't let it worry you. A lot of people do end up going for the SS starter box, not because all historical players are Nazis, despite what the people in the middle of winter want you to believe, but because it comes with an incredible points to pound ratio. So because this comes with a heavy tank and a medium tank, and because all the infantry in this box set can be like veteran soldiers, they're like dead hard veteran SS soldiers, you get about 1,700 points in this box set. I actually worked it out the other day. So every other box is coming in at about 1,250, maybe 1,500. This one you get about 1,700 points in because of the heavy tank. So obviously you've got, let's not beat around the bush. Some people are going to be uncomfortable with the SS. Of course, that makes sense, especially if you're coming from Warhammer, especially if it's you're dipping your first toe in, you might think that's a little specialist for you. Totally get it. If that's the case, I'd recommend probably going for the German Grenadiers or going for the Winter Fallschirmjäger or the Rassenkrieg. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. But again, I think Warlord Games is fairly self-aware. They know that some people are going to be potentially a little uncomfortable with something like the SS, so they try and offset that by making it quite a good deal with the Tiger in there. Yeah, and at the end of the day, by the way, the only thing that makes these models like SS models is the camo scheme you paint on them. Basically, the SS were defined by, well, not defined by, they were, sort of uniform-wise. What differentiated them is they had something called oak leaf camo and P-dot camo. Now, if you just don't paint your guys in oak leaf camo or P-dot camo, they will just, and you just paint them in if you painted them in the normal German army colors, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Literally, that's literally the only difference between them. Yeah. All right, so that's what I would recommend if you start with bolt action. Going over to Conflict 47. Let me have a look here. What kits to start with Conflict 47? So, truth be told, mate, truth be told, if I was to recommend starting Conflict 47, again, I'd probably go down. I'd be seriously tempted to go down one of the bigger bundles. I'd be seriously tempted to go down either the Toten Rotter starter army, if you want to go for lots of zombies, a really zombie undead themed force, or that's a full army, by the way. That's a full 1500 point. Because K47 is played at 1500 points because the units tend to be a little bit more expensive. So that's a full 1500 point army. You get 45 zombies, 2 mechs, and you get 3 commanders in there. Or I'd recommend you go the Axis Defenders of Stuttgart bundle. This one has got 1 tank, 3 light mechs. That's the Vogel spinners. And then you get a squad of shock troops, and you get 3 squads of style trooper, and they're like your Terminators. So these guys here are basically Terminators. And the Rail Panther. All of this is plastic. The hull is plastic, the turret is resin, and the shock troops are metal. Or potentially you could just conflict up your bolt action set by going for the Monstrous Horde Platoon if you wanted to. Yeah, but either one of those 3 boxes is what I'd recommend. If you got Axis Defenders of Stuttgart or a Totem Rotter starter army, and then got one of those bolt action starter armies, so that's basically 2 bundles, you'd be looking at under 300 quid. Either however you slice it. That'd be 214 quid. That would be 264 quid, and you would have 2 full armies, and there'd be quite a decent amount of cross compatibility between the 2 boxes, because anything in bolt action can be used in K47. And also it's important to note that the Rail Panther is the plastic Panther kit, plus it comes with the resin turret. So this would actually get you a Panther for your bolt action force as well. So this could come back, because it comes with 2 turrets, right? So this can come back to bolt action, and then everything from bolt action could come forward into K47. Yeah. So that's what I'd recommend. So I would go Defenders of Stuttgart, and I mean I'd be seriously tempted to go Defenders of Stuttgart, and then maybe the which of the 3 starter armies would go well with it? In terms of, I mean, I'd be tempted to go Defenders of Stuttgart and Rattenkrieg. I think those 2 would go very nicely together. Oh, no, honestly, Defenders of Stuttgart, and I'm thinking Defenders of Stuttgart and maybe the Grenadier starter army. That feels probably like the best combo. Yeah. Because you don't really need a Tiger and a Panther, because they're both heavy tanks. So you'd have an armored car from your Puma, then you'd have a medium tank with a Stug, and then you'd have a heavy tank with the Puma, with the Panther. Yeah, so I think the Grenadier starter army plus Defender Stuttgart is where I would go. Yeah, that's probably where I would go. Or, if you wanted to, like I said, you could go for the SS one, but I don't think you'd need the Tiger and the Panther. I don't think you would. Yeah. I think that would be probably just a bit too heavy. If you turned up with a Tiger and a Panther in a bolt action game, I mean, you could turn up with a Tiger and a Panther in a K47 game, and you know what? If you turned up with a Tiger tank and a Panther with a rail cannon in K47, it would be about 650 points, and you'd still have like 850 points left over for the rest of your army. So it depends on which one you think you're going to play more. If you think you're going to end up playing K47 more, I'd go for SS plus Defenders of Stuttgart. If you think you're going to play bot action more, I'd probably go Grenadiers and Defenders of Stuttgart. Something like that. Yeah. That's probably where I'd go. Yeah. So there you are. That's my recommendations, man. Hope that helps. What have we got next? We've got Coordinate Gains. Thank you for Super Chat, man. New combat patrols are a joke. Yeah, I haven't looked at them myself yet, but I got told to look at them and to see if they were terrible. So, well, I think some of them are bad, some of them are good. But truthfully, I'm not sure. I think, I mean, we'll go through them and we'll give some hot takes, I think. Yeah. So we'll catch all Super Chats and we'll go through them and give some hot takes. Then we'll get to the beef. Coordinate Gains, thank you, Super Chat, man, again. Conflict 47 is anti-beef. That is true. It is very anti-beef. I think it's anti-beef just because it's... I mean, one of the things that's going on with 40k these days is it's just got so much going on. Like, there's 26 factions, man. I mean, when you got 26 factions versus 5 in conflict, of course you're going to have more mental shit going on in one than the other. I always try and be super reasonable to 40k, but they make it hard. Cosmic Dream, thank you for Super Chat, man. Get it over with fast and move on to the K47 stuff. I'm trying, man. We just had a big K47 bit, Cosmic. J-Seth Key, thank you for 17 months, man. X-Force, baby. Blood Bowl has never been better. Picture in Discord. Let's have a look. So, best game in Geo's catalog right now, Chief. No sort of beef on the pitch. Let's have a look. Hey, they look good, man. They look really good. Is that like a Wood Elf team or something? That looks great, man. So it's really what's really interesting is I keep hearing different stories from the Blood Bowl community. Like, I hear some people say that, like, Blood Bowl is in a bit of a weird place now because GW, if you were like an existing player, GW, you know, basically was like, you can only take stuff that comes in the box. The teams became like really set. And so a lot of people lost like a lot of extra models and positions. And then I've heard some people say that the new edition of Blood Bowl is like great and all that. So I honestly don't know what to believe. Like, is it, maybe there's an element of truth in both, but yeah, maybe there's an element of truth in both. Maybe they did constrict the teams a little bit, but that has made it easier to get into the game. So yeah, I'd love some honestly, man, I'd love some information from the Blood Bowl community, because I'd love to be able, genuinely, I'd love to be able to do a video being like, hey, look, we finally found something that from GW that isn't beef. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Almost seems to be the difference between newer versus returning players. Yeah, exactly. So it's one of those where maybe Blood Bowl's good for the newer players, but it's not as good for the returning ones. Yeah, like I can't quite get a beat in it. Every day I get a different feedback on that game. Blako, thank you so much for the 42 months, man. X-Force, baby. When a hobby stream, I want to send you K-pop. A hobby stream will be tomorrow and maybe Thursday. So I may not be streaming Thursday, Friday. Well, it'll be, I've got a dentist appointment, and I'm going to be having some general anesthetic. So, not general, local anesthetic. So it might be that, depending on, you know, how uncomfortable I am afterwards, whether I'm streaming or not. So definitely Wednesday, maybe Thursday. Yeah. Stream the dentist chair. I don't think there'd be much. Well, I don't think the dentist would be okay with it. Yeah. That bastard, a friend at work who no lives Blood Bowl, is pissed with the way it's gone. Him and his mates haven't adopted the new rules. Yeah, like, that's kind of the, I keep hearing that. Like, I keep hearing rumblings and grumblings from the Blood Bowl community. Like, if you got in with the new season, then it's great. If you were an existing player, you're really annoyed. So, I mean, I guess, I'm not going to deep dive it because I don't know, but my impression is that maybe GW has corpoed. GW is corpo Blood Bowl. Because, I mean, how long? I mean, I guess the big question to have is, how long did it take for the new season to come around? Was it 3 years? Right. That's question number one. And question number two, and if that is the case, then my assumption is that it looks like GW's bloody corpoed it again, where they've applied the. I feel like GW has applied the dreaded policy to all their games now. Like, I think it's everyone's on a 3-year cycle, and everything is going to be you only get what's in the box. Yeah. That's what I think is going to happen. I think it's going to happen to literally every single game. I think it's going to happen to Necromunda. I think it's going to happen to Old World. It's going to happen to everyone. Yeah. Yeah. That Macon, I think they did the dreaded policy with the Blood Bowl teams. Yeah. Yeah. What do we got next? Ben Hall, thank you, Super Man. Did you ever look at Dust Tactics? I never looked. I mean, okay, I looked into it in passing, and it did look really cool, like a proto Conflict 47 almost. And I know a lot of people who had some Dust Tactics stuff, which I don't know them personally, but I've seen them like online and in my community who have gone, hey, I had this from Dust Tactics, I'm going to bring it to K47, and it comes over really nicely. So, yeah. Ryan Master, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for the extra squad to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Yes! Oh, well, for the extra 10 blood claws to break the line. There you are. We've got Macon. Thank you, Super Chat, man. Is the product recall Horse Heresy 3? Chance to be a fine thing. No, it's Dark Elves. Dark Elves, fucking hell. Dark Elder Drukhari. Next, we've got Princess Drusus. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. And we've got Archon Hank. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you so much for joining his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. There we are. 2 new members. Amazing. We've got Monley. Monley, thank you so much for the member flex, man. Bro and I are starting K47. First Warlord Order in stream discussion. Yes. The revolution spreads. The fire rises, brother. Yes. Order right there. Let's go, baby. I got the starter army in the mech bundle. What would you recommend to get next? Also sent you something on DMs. Nice. Oh, cool. You got the sniper guy as well. That's nice, man. So, British Commonwealth starter army, and then a lot of mechs. What would I recommend you get next? Okay, honestly, my recommendation would be that you build and paint what you've got and see how long that takes you. And if you, because we know that I was going to recommend you get some plastic robots. Well, I was going to recommend you get some more robots. But the thing is, like, they're not out in plastic yet, but they are coming out in plastic, like, I think it's end of Q2. So it is like 4 months away. So depending on how quick you are building and painting, I would say, I'd recommend you get robots one way or another. But if it takes you a few months to get all this built up and painted, which I don't think it will do, to be honest. I don't think it depends how quick you are. I'd recommend getting some plastic robots. If you get all this built and painted and smashed out like super quick, I would still recommend picking up even if it's just a single box of the resin Mark 1s. Yeah. Brits are all about the robots, and the robots are really good and really fun. So I would I would recommend more robots in the future. Whether you end up getting the Siocast ones, the Warlord Resin ones now, or you end up holding off until the plastic ones come out. But even if you got resin ones now, I still think I know what's coming with the plastic ones. I can't say too much, but I know what's coming with them. And I think even if you got some robots now, you would get more later. You would definitely get some later. Got like, Poet, I'm holding out for plastic Mark 1s HMGs. I mean, you can hold out, bro. Hold out, but I have 20 robots. 20 Mark 1s. Even with that, I will be getting a box of the plastics. because I know what's coming. I know what's coming. You know, there's going to be no such thing as too many robots. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look. So that's great, man. So I would recommend more robots, and depending on how much you like. Oh, okay. I'll tell you what. No, being serious, more robots, another Guardian, another Hornet. That's what I would recommend. Double Hornet is really, really cheesy. It's really powerful. So your double Hornet would be if you ended up going to like some like friendly local tournaments, or if you and your brother wanted to start like spicing it up a little bit. But I wouldn't probably use double Hornet against it. I wouldn't use double Hornet in a friendly game. Definitely not. But double Hornet's when you need to bust out the big guns. Yeah. And then then Guardian, but a Hornet and 2 Guardian Light Walkers is really, really nice. And then, yeah, backing that up with a buttload of robots is the way to go. Yeah, that's what I think anyway. Yeah. So that would be my recommendation, man. But dude, you're off to an absolute flying start. You've basically got all the armor that you need. What you probably need is some more infantry, and I'd recommend robots. And then after that, it's just go where you want. Get more mechs, get whatever you want. Yeah. Morning Glory, pretty sure I know who the Commonwealth hero is going to be, and I cannot wait. I mean, I know who the new hero is going to be. He might. I mean, I don't know if I can say this. Oh. I did promise Cosmics a little conflict sneak preview. Who do you think it is? Who do you think it is? Cyrillic dude. Who do you think it is? So it's a he. Interesting. I mean, it's hard to say, right? I mean, do machines have genders? There you go. There you are. I can't say. I've said too much. There you are. I'll tell you this. I don't think you're gonna have to wait till Q2 to find out more about him. I'm on the line, Warlord. I've not got over it. I'm on the line. I'm on the line. There you are. All right. Where are we up to? Chris K, thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Ben Hall. Ben Hall, you did a super chat, but then you retracted your message. Ben Hall, still thank you for the support. And if you have a message for me, please let me know, and I'll be happy to read it out. Mr. Rogers, thank you so much for renewing your channel membership. Thank you for continuing to support the channel, man. And we've also got Sky Ranger. Thank you very much for the 90-month Flex Xbox, baby. There we are. I put something in stream discussion. This really is the male. This really the male fantasy? Okay. Let's have a look. I don't really use Twitter all that much. I've had to make. I want you all to know. I've had to make a Twitter account or X account or whatever the fuck it's called, just because people have been sending me links to videos on X. But if any of you tweet me or X me, I don't even know what the right terminology is, know that I never, ever, ever check it, and I never, ever use it. It is purely so I can actually watch the videos that people send me on X for streams and stuff like that. Because we've had like 2 or 3 of them where I've not been able to watch, so I've just fucking made it now. Let's have a look.
What is the ultimate male fantasy?
Company, on my order. Company. Charge! Go on! Advance! They're doing it. God knows they're doing it. Look at that.
What is the ult?
Yeah, that's about right. That sounds about right. Yeah, yeah. There we go. I will say this. My favorite one, my favorite hold-fast clip is this one. Oh shit, 1 minute. There you go. This is my favorite hold-fast clip. This is the clip that made me buy the game, and I actually have played a bit of hold-fast, and I really, really enjoy it.
We fucking did it, boys! The forces! The forces! We did it, lads! We fucking won! Oh, fuck, wait! Hey, wait, they're coming! Lads, they're coming! There's a fucking galore of them! Fucking give them steel, guys! Give them steel! Fucking come and get it, man! Come on, you want it steel, come on! Frederick's gone in here next, you can!
It is like Frederick's gone and you're next, you cunt. Yeah, amazing. All right. Yeah, that's probably my favorite. Yeah, average. Yeah, literally the average Scot. Yeah. There you go. Give him steel, lads! Give him steel! Isn't the Screaming Scotsman? You knew straight away. So much like you knew straight away. Holdfast is such a good game. If there was anything that would make me do like MG gaming streams again, it would be like Holdfast content. Yeah. It would be Holdfast content. Like no doubt. No, just the regular Holdfast. Literally regular Holdfast stream or something. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look. Holdfast server, just MG community. Come on, let's do it. I mean, well, I'll think about it. I'm not committing to shit. I'm just saying I like the idea of it. You see, I don't really gel with Hell Let Loose. I've tried it a lot. I bought it like literally like the day it came out when it was in like early access and everything, and it's decent. But the only time I ever seem to be able to kill anyone in Hell Let Loose is in a tank. Like in infantry combat, it just seems that like I'll be like walking around and then I'll just go and I'll just die. I'm like, oh. The only other time I've ever really felt like I've really done anything is as an infantry person is if I play as like a machine gun guy and I'm just there like basically trying to like suppress people. But then I'll be suppressed, you know, like, and I had me and a mate called Connor, and we did that like quite a lot. Yeah. Yeah, when I feel that, it just takes some time. You really need to move as a squad and coordinate. Patrick H, I absolutely believe you, but the thing is, I'm a very, very casual video gamer. Like, I'm not casual in terms of like, I'm sitting there playing like Stardew Valley or anything like that. I'm casual in terms of like, I'll play like, yeah, I'll play like gritty games and everything. I've no issue with playing any kind of like nitty gritty game. It's just like I only play a little bit. I very rarely play video games. I used to play them all the time, and I think I maybe play video games a couple of hours a month now. Like literally, and I just because I tend to find it comes down to like, oh, I could play a video game or I could get some painting done. And I tend to look back, you know, if I spend like if I've got like an afternoon free, I'll be like, well, I should get some painting done because not only do I enjoy painting, but also, not only do I enjoy painting, but also then I can look down on it and be like, sick, I've got something ready for like a battle report, or sick, I've got something ready for a game. Yeah. So it's one of those where I just don't really, basically I don't really play video games because I like to. With video games I struggle because I have this like I have a sense. It sounds kind of crazy, but I kind of have a bit of a sense of guilt when I play video games, because I will, if I sit down and play video games all day, which happens very, very rarely, but if I do, then I'll look back and be like, I've wasted my day. And I know that's not fair, because a lot of people are like, but having fun, it's not wasted. Yeah, no, and it's a me thing. It's not. I'm not saying video games are a waste of time. Don't want anyone getting it twisted. I'm not saying video games are a waste of time. I'm saying I look back on my day and feel like I have wasted my day. Whereas if I spend a whole day painting, I look down and go, sick, look at what I have achieved. I can pick it up and literally hold it and be like, yes, this is a physical thing that I've achieved, and I can feel a sense of achievement. Yeah. So yeah, and it's not like, but don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-video game. I just only play like a few hours here and there. Yeah. Video games are 100% a waste of time, but it's okay to waste a bit of time, I guess. Yeah. Like I still play a couple. Like, I still play. Like I enjoy. One of the things I enjoy Helldivers so much is that I tend to log on to Helldivers when like it's a big like narrative moment, like defending Super Earth, defending Calypso, Malevolent Creek, attacking Cyberstan, all that kind of stuff. Like, because then I can say, oh, I was there for that moment, and it's like a good moment. You can like chat to other people about it. Yeah. Yeah. All right, what have we got next? We got 2 more super chats. So we need to get some beef, right? You guys want the beef? We'll get to the beef. So we've got Starbucks Meg. Thank you for super chat, bro. After previously saying I was leaning towards Brits for K47, I'm curious about the Japanese. If infantry heavy, what do you recommend from bot action? Okay, Starbucks Meg. I'm going to be totally real with you and everyone else in the chat right now who's interested in Conflict 47. Japan is not in a great place right now. It's probably the weakest faction in the game. And a huge part of that is it's just got a really high skill. It's got a really high skill ceiling. Now, I suspect that Japan is like playing like old school Dark Elder. Like if you make every move perfectly, you will be an unstoppable force of death. But if you make a single mistake, you might lose the entire game. That's the thing with the Japanese right now. They're a little overcosted. They're a little underpowered. But they have some really, really unique tricks. But getting the most out of those tricks is you're gonna have to take a lot of beatings. Like you might lose your first 10 or 20 games. It sounds crazy, but you're gonna have to take a lot of beatings. I know that Warlord is looking for the next balance patch because they're updating the game every 3 months. It's not quite I don't think there's going to be any patented triple nerfs like we've seen with like Warhammer. I think it's much more softly. But I think that the focus, my understanding is the focus for the next balance patch is going to be basic infantry buffs and Japanese buffs. Now, I think the first pass for the Japanese will be points. I don't know for sure. But I don't think anything in the core rulebook is going to get changed. I think all the changes will take place inside their army list, and I think it's going to be points. So I suspect they're going to get some points breaks in the first pass. But I suspect Japan will need 2 passes. I think they'll need a points pass, and then they'll need a rules pass. So right now, what I would recommend when it comes to the Japanese is if you are patient, I would wait until that balance patch comes out, which should be in the next month or so. If you are not patient, then I would recommend probably just buying some of the core units, things like Ghost Warriors and some of like the Assault Frame guys and stuff like that, because those are probably going to they're like the main poster boys of the faction at the moment. Oh, I suspect the compression cannons are going to get a lot cheaper. I mean, I have no idea, but I think the compression cannons are going to get a lot cheaper. So, yeah, I mean, probably what you see in the starter box would be a good place to go. That's where I suspect the focus would be. This is no hints, by the way. I'm just going off. I've had some very much passing conversations, but not anything in detail from Warlord, to be clear. So either just be patient and wait for the balance patch, or just start with the starter army, because that's probably where the focus of any buffs are going to come from. Yeah. I am not patient, and I recommend lots of assault frames on trucks with some Chiha, Kai Shintos, and Hargo tanks from bot action. Nice. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you can make Japan work. Japan can win games. You just need to be prepared for some. You need to be prepared that you're going to lose, but then you will win. But you'll lose first, win second. Yeah. What do we got next? We've got Debata Jork. Hey, man, thank you so much for the Beam Blade. Yes. Thank you so much, man, for the very generous support, bro. You're the reason I got balls deep into Conflict 47 bot action. Yes. No regrets. I own 5 different armies for both systems. Wow. I would love starting a China army for bot action, but can't find rules for them. Do you think they get their own Army of China book? So, I think they will eventually. So, I have no idea, by the way, but it's strange they don't have free PDF rules. Now, unless Warlord Games is taking some, like, anti-China stance for some reason. Games Workshop out there trying to, like, put Cathay into China. I don't think Warlord Games is like that. I just don't think they think like that. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. They've had Chinese rules in the past. I suspect they probably will come, but I suspect it won't be this year. It'll be if it happens, it will be next year or later. And the reason I say that is because we've had the roadmap for this year, and China wasn't shown on that roadmap. So I don't think it'll be this year. If it happens, it'll be next year or it'll be after next year. Now, I do know that last open day, a Warlord Games fan wrote a fan-made codex, fan-made army books, printed them out, ring-binded them, very nice, and he printed them out for the nationalist forces and for the communist Chinese forces, and he printed them out and he handed them to Alessio on the day, and he was like, "These are my ideas. I've put a lot of thought into them. I've played them a lot. Please do with this whatever you want. If you don't use any of it, that's fine. But if some of this ends up being used for a potential Armies of China book, then that's totally okay. Like I'm giving you these just to show, like, I would love this army to become a main nation, become a playable nation in Bolt Action version 3. So clearly there's a lot of passion from the community for it. So I have no idea if that would influence anything, but Alessio was there flicking through them and he had a look of like, on his face. So yeah, there you go. So I don't know if China, it's not going to be for a year or so, if at all. I think it'll happen, but it's not going to be, you're going to have to be patient. Yeah. But Debata Jork, I'm glad you're enjoying the game systems, man. And if they do a China army, I'd love to get one. And dude, thank you for the support, bro. Amazing. What have we got next? We've got Jenny Bratz. Jenny Bratz, thank you for super chat. Bar report in stream discussion. Okay, let's see if we can blast through the super chats before we get to the beef. Mr. Bratz had a game against my friend Sarah. On turn 1, Sarah rushed her mech up to then have it crush cannoned. Turn 2, Sarah tried to push back but only managed to visual damage. The Japanese pushed back by sniping the British HQ. Turn 3, the Japanese mech crushed the Hambug and shot up most of the fleshy units. We called it there. 2 British to 4 Japanese. Last pick is some goodies I got at the game store. Oh my god, it's never been done. Have we just witnessed a Japanese victory? Banzai! This looks really cool, man. Yes. My god, it's never been done. Japanese death. Oh my god, the Japanese death ball. There we are. It looks like a really cool game, actually. Humber trying to take on the Scorpion. Oh, the Scorpion just absolutely wrecked that Humber. Hey, nice. So Schwerveld counts as Heavy to the LMGs. Nice. Wow, lots of LMGs. And then some Nactal Ben. Yes. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Absolutely love that. Love that to bits. Jenny, looks like a great game. Lots of fun. And looks like the Japanese actually managed to pull out a win, which is fucking crazy. Amazing. We've got John Shepard. Picture discussion of an AT-43 which could be used in K-47. Is this from Dust Tactics, is it? Or another game? Let's have a look. AT-43 is a game like Dust/K-47, released in 2006. It was by a French company, Rackham. They were pretty painted plastics. I've got a canny bit of it, which I could move over to Conflict. Nice. Yeah, I mean, that definitely looks like you could use it. I mean, at the end of the day, mechs and World War II looking infantry, yeah, you can bring that over for sure. That's cool, man. Love that. And we've got Talzun. Thank you for Super Chat, bro. Today I learned the UK, Italy, and Japan developing a new Gen 6 fighter designed to fly with AI wingman drones to be ready by 2035. Thoughts on AI overlords? I don't talk about AI and shit like that. Truth be told, people on the internet get really, really sensitive around the topic of AI, and I personally do not feel that I am educated or informed on it. My only interaction is with some of the AI music that the community has made on this channel, which I've enjoyed it because it was made by the community and not necessarily because it was AI. So yeah, that's it, man. I don't really have a comment on it. You know, if the AI is gonna take over, just plug me into the Matrix or wipe my brain. I don't want to remember nothing. There we are. All right. Is it time? Is it time? It might be time. One minute. Here we go. 1 minute. I think it's, gentlemen, I think it is time. 4. Beef! Beef! Oh. I think it is time for... Oh, sorry, I got to stretch. Oh. For the beef. Okay. So, we've got a few... I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's super chatted up until this point. Really appreciate all of the... Really appreciate all of the support, guys, and thank you for all the super chats and all of the great comments and pictures and everything, guys. Amazing. So Spriggs, stop, Spriggs, I'm timing you out. That's it. Get out of here. He's only got to literally turns up and gets timed out in 10 seconds. Right. I'll tell you what. I'm only got a little bit of drink left. Let me grab a drink and then we'll get into the beef. I'll literally be. Don't go anywhere. I'll literally be 30 seconds.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
Right, I'm back. I told you it'd be very quick. A mild spam in the civic. I was only doing it as a bit of a meme. Okay, so let me quickly orientate here. Oh, okay. One quick super chat and then beef. Chris K, thank you for super chat, man. Hey, Mordian, hobby update in stream discussion. Still painting the crew for the M8, but behold, artillery. Nice. You've got the Scot and the Priest. You see, I do have a severe lack of artillery in my bolt action collection. I really do. They look great, man. One thing I've become very enamored with about the Americans in bolt action is that there is literally a 50 cal strapped to every vehicle. Yeah. Literally every vehicle you get has just got a 50 cal strapped to it. Chris, they look great, man. Love the drab, love the transfers, man. Looking forward to seeing the crew in the Scot done. Nice. Okay, so gentlemen, we have some beef. Beef! We have quite a lot of beef, but our first bit of beef is to do with Warhammer 40k and the fact that Games Workshop has issued a product recall. Now, they have done product recalls in the past. In fact, they did a product recall a few years ago at Christmas time because they released like this squig plushie. And then I think they ended up having to do like a product recall because I think like it had like the eyes for it were like at risk of like dropping off and people were worried it was like a choking hazard or something like that. I have no idea if that is, but I know the squig plushie did get a recall, which is a shame because it was quite cool. But this, I think, is the first time that I can remember, and if there's any other examples, I'd love for people to shout them out. But they actually did a product recall on a Warhammer 40k box set. And the box set in question, I'll see if I can find it for you guys now. But it was the new Dark Elder like Battle Force. So Drukhari, I think it's Drukhari Maelstrom Battalion. Yeah, that was it. So I'll show you which one it is so you guys can see it. So it's this one, the Warhammer 40k Battalion Drukhari, the Maelstrom. So in it was 21 Citadel miniatures / figurines. I don't know what's the difference. I guess maybe some of them are like little tokens, but whatever. So you got 3 bikes, 5 Helens, 2 squads of witches, and it looked like I think you got a succubus and a couple of venoms, and maybe there's another character here. That 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's one of the witches. So yeah, 2 squads of 5 witches, 3 bikes, 5 Helens, succubus, and a couple of venoms. So this product has been recalled, and there's been a lot of people talking about this on the internet. In fact, Auspex Tactics actually covered it, and I think Chapter Master Virak covered it as well. And then obviously those are 2 very big channels, so the moment that those guys started talking about it, everyone started like hearing about it and talking about it and all this kind of stuff. So the big question I imagine a lot of you have is like what did GW say as part of the product recall, and what was the reason for it? So interestingly, Games Workshop didn't ask the trade partners, so the third-party sellers, to like return the boxes. Instead, they told the third-party sellers to destroy the boxes, destroy the box sets, and they would issue them a refund, which is kind of interesting because you'd think that they would actually like recall the product, but the reason why they did that is because I personally think the reason why they didn't ask them to be like sent back is it like legit? There's like a logistics thing there. They'd have to like pay for that postage and everything, which could add a lot of cost on top of it. And B, this I do not believe this was a health and safety issue. Because it wasn't a health and safety issue, it was basically that a sprue was missing. And my understanding is that the sprue that was missing was for the Helens. Now, I don't know if it was like the whole Hellion squad was missing and they just not sent it out. Just not sent out the Hellions in. Or if one sprue from the Hellion kit wasn't available. So, like, you got half of the kit, but not all of it. But basically, one sprue wasn't packaged in these boxes. And by the time that they found out, it was too late. Too many of these had gone out. So they were just like, okay, just destroy them. Now I'm going to be... now, someone's picked up... Ed Scar's picked up straight away. Destroy them. Damn mods are so fucking cheap that it's really proving how much they overcharge. So sure, just shows the product's so cheap to produce that it's cheap for them to destroy it. Yes. Like, this is what's kind of interesting is... There's been a few people who are like ex-GW staff who have like talked about this, but I don't think the community's really believed them. A great example I would shout out shows the contents of the box. I showed you the contents of the box, Javo. There you go. It's like, don't need all oh wait, no, Javo. I bet that's the cover story. Show us the box contents. Yeah, maybe it's something else. Maybe it is a cover story. I thought you were being like just dropping into stream and just being like all caps. You know. Anyway, people from show us the missing Hellions. I don't collect that gun. I don't have this box. So people from like Northern Exile actually, a lot of people said they didn't believe him when he said this, but I think this kind of actually validates his point. He should be feeling a bit vindicated right now, because he said when he was at Games Workshop, he was told that it costs more to produce the boxes than like it does to produce the plastic. And that basically like when in terms of like insuring stuff, they insure like the boxes. They don't insure the contents of the boxes because the contents are so cheap. So now when I first heard that, I'll admit I was like, that sounds almost too wild to be believable. But actually, looking at the fact that Games Workshop was like, just destroy the boxes, just destroy the whole thing, and we'll just refund you, kind of shows like, if this plastic was so expensive to produce, you'd think that they would be like, no, send it back. Don't waste any of that. Send it back. So obviously when you think about it, Games Workshop must have done an analysis here, because that they will have done a cost-benefit analysis. And they would have worked out the cost of paying for all of these boxes to be shipped back versus the cost of ship back, repackaging, opening them up, repackaging them with the right contents and sending them out again. They will have done that cost versus just, what if we just gave a refund for these boxes? And the conclusion they've come to is that it is cheaper for them to just refund all the boxes and to destroy, and basically tell people to go and destroy them. So that's the first thing. Now, what's kind of interesting, Games Workshop's loss in many ways is our gain. Our gain, sorry. Because as Anonymous just, not Anonymous, as Wubwub just said, going to be a lot of Drukhari on eBay. Yeah, so officially, the third-party sellers who have received these boxes have destroyed them and can't sell the sprues separately. But I guarantee you the vast majority of third-party sellers are going to go, yeah, we totally destroyed it. We totally destroyed it. And then what they actually did is set up an eBay page and just put all of this stuff on eBay as separate sprues. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you see Venoms going for 50% off on eBay, Witches going, 10 quid for 5 Witches, all this kind of stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if eBay is about to be flooded with new on sprue, but no box, Dark Elder. Yeah. I think that's what's going to happen. So that's going to be out. So I think there's going to be a lot of spare. I think there's going to be a lot of spare Drakari going, and I'm not even sure how much GW would care about that. To be honest, I mean, if they cared about that, they probably would have factored that into their cost benefit analysis of, okay, even if we give a refund for this, some of it's going to end up on secondhand market. Do we care? Yeah, so I think that's what they're going to do. Yeah, McCon, snaps picture box of dumpster. Yep, all destroy W. Now, Jimmy, get all that back out the bin and get it listed. Exactly. How can people how can you prove it's been destroyed? So really interesting. Do you want a little bit of Mordian deep lore here? I actually used to work for it was a renewable energy basically like a renewable energy standards company. So the idea was that we had to basically make sure that solar panels that were being put on people's roofs and heat pumps and stuff, if you were getting it put into your home, that were being done correctly, and they weren't being done by cowboys and whatnot. And I worked there for several years, and every single time a new executive or new manager would come in, they would say it's too expensive to have these people going out and actually doing inspections and making sure they're done properly. We need to do I've come up with a great idea for saving money on this. Instead of sending people out, just have people take pictures and upload them to our database, and then we can basically check it and approve it remotely rather than having to go out and actually check them on site. And it got to the point where the guy running the enforcement team, a guy called Ben, who I have an infinite amount of respect for, really, really down-to-earth guy, really, really fucking knew his stuff, had the same, email/presentation ready to show to the next executive, to the next upper manager that had come in, to basically show why that was a waste of time. Because someone could send a picture in of a system and it looks like it's perfectly done, and then you can literally take the picture from the next angle and it's all, the wiring's all fucked, it's all shoddily put in, the clips, the things that the mounting points are all fucked, but from this angle it looks perfect, but from this angle it looks fucked. And he was like, this is why we can't do it remotely, because people will just upload pictures which look good. Even if we geolocate them and fuck around with all that kind of stuff, even if we geolocate them and all that kind of stuff, we can't rely on the people who are sending us the pictures to be sending us accurate pictures. We have to go and see it. Literally, this was like 6 months, like clockwork, this conversation basically happened. So GW can ask for pictures of this and ask third-party people to prove they've destroyed it, but it would be a complete waste of time, and there's basically no way that they can actually realistically enforce making sure any third-party sellers do actually dispose of this. They're going to have to accept that it's all going to be sold on eBay. And if you're a third-party seller that's worried, and you're like, oh, I don't want to send that to GW, then they've got to you. You've fallen for the psyop. Right? So that's basically the product recall. That's basically the beef, right? Now, it is interesting seeing how Games Workshop has handled this, because you would have thought they just send out the sprue. You would have thought they just send out the missing sprue. So to me, this kind of shows that maybe it's not just one sprue that is missing, but there must be some sort of packaging problem that has gone. It mustn't just be, if it was just the same sprue every single time that was missing, they just send out the replacement parts. Because think about it. It would be cheaper to just send out a sprue than it would be to just issue a refund. Because the refund's going to be like, 80. I don't know how much these boxes are. That's probably like £180 box, isn't it? Right? So they must, because it's a battalion. It's not a start collecting. So I don't know how much. I don't know how much it is. Tariffs. Ooh, that's a good point. I wonder how tariffs would affect it. Yeah. Yeah. I suppose. But the thing is, and Warlord Games sends out spare parts for free. So, people often see me as a bit of a Warlord ball washer, and I won't deny it, I am. But I actually treat every company pretty equally. Like, if GW messes up, I lambast them. If Warlord messes up, I lambast them. If GW does something right, I praise them. If Warlord does something right, I praise them. That's just the way it should be. Credit where credit's due, right? And I know that Warlord Games, with how much Conflict 47 has blown up, definitely more than they expected it to, they have had a couple of quality control issues. And, like, for example, we've had people who've been getting, like, Guardian mechs with, like, 2 left legs rather than, like, a left and a right leg. And Warlord Games, if you contact Warlord Games and show them this, they'll just send you out the spare part. Just free of charge. We'll send this out. Very sorry for the inconvenience. And they'll do that to people in America as well. So, I'm surprised. And I know Games Workshop, Syriade. Yeah, Syriade. Games Workshop is very well known for their customer service. So, it's kind of interesting. Like, they wouldn't just be like, let's send out a sprue. So, and you got to think about it. If Games Workshop, if someone in America opens up a box now and they have a missing sprue, what would Games Workshop do? They'd probably send them out either a spare kit or send them out, if they contact customer service. I believe that the standard procedure is to send them out just another kit. Or to send them out the missing part, depending on what it is. So I wonder, so my thinking is here, like, I do wonder why, I don't know the answer. I do wonder what the final decision was for Games Workshop to go, it's better to just do a full refund on this. Yeah. I do wonder. It must have just come up as they've done the cost benefit analysis, and the number droids have spit out the numbers, and they've said, this is the thing that will cost you the least money. Yeah. Nobody makes you take it back to the purchase location, then that location has to deal with it now. Ah, interesting. Once the bomb is in the customer's hands, it's a different equation. The cost of alien to the customer is big. When it's still on the shelf, you don't have that cost. Yeah. So, it's interesting. Now, one of the things I was going to... So, the product recall itself is a little bit of beef. It's a little bit of beef. But I want to actually take the beef to the next level. Okay, I want to take, that's the surface level beef. This is where I'm going to take the beef down to level 2. All right. This, in my opinion, is the second, possibly third, but definitely second in a month that we have seen GW quality control fail. Unequivocally, undeniably, unless you are the most unless you are the most indoctrinated of GW simps who will literally come up with excuses for everything. This is the second undeniable big quality control fuck up that they've had in a month. The first big quality control fuck up was the Titus sprue mold lines, and that was a big fuck up because that was a premiere kit. That was a very high-level kit, tied into things like 500 Worlds campaign and Space Marine 2 and all this kind of stuff. And that had horrific mold lines. So much so that, no one really minds a little bit of mold lines. Like I've had, we've all had a few over many kits from different companies. Mold lines are mold lines, right? But these things were so bad they were actually model ruining. Even if you scrape them away, you would end up scarring the model. They were model ruining. Yeah. So, and it wasn't like every Titus kit had this, but enough people were reporting that they had terrible mold lines on their Titus kits that it blew up into a bit of a story. People started talking about it, and it became, people were saying this shouldn't, especially on Space Marines, this shouldn't be happening. This is these are the poster boys. They've got a quality control issue. And then, now that happened in the last month, but then going back further, we had the issue with people saying heavy intercessors have got also horrific mold lines. Again, not every kit, but kits are going out with mold lines. There's no quality control there. And then we had, if you go back a bit further again, you've got the Saturnine stuff, where a lot of people, receive their Saturnine boxes with badly damaged parts because the way Games Workshop had packaged that box. And it was causing all sorts of bits to get scraped off and stuff. So we're seeing Games Workshop quality control, over the last sort of 6 months or so has had been a bit of an issue. And then over the last month, this is the second big QC fuck up in a month. And I think this is, I think it's getting a little undeniable now that Games Workshop is definitely skimping out on quality control. And I think I think there's an element of the more they grow, the more these things are going to pop up. Of course, individual things will pop up always, but these are not one person complaining about it. These are a lot of people who are saying, "Hey, this is a problem. This has popped up," and now this is one that's come from Games Workshop themselves. So they've definitely got some quality control issues, but I think Games Workshop is kind of entering that sort of late stage, corpo evolution. They're not on evolution level 3. If they're a Pokemon, not evolution 3. They're on evolution level 4, if that's even a thing now. Because it's interesting, even though they're making more money than ever before, according to their financial reports, we've actually seen them doing a number of money-saving maneuvers. So, obviously, they're saving money on quality control. There's no doubt about that. Because we've seen the quality control degrade over the last 6 to 12 months, right? We've multiple stories of this happening now. So they're saving money there. They've done some number crunching, they've done some bean counting, and they've gone, we can miss out on quality control because this will, that's costing us this much. But if we let some shitty kits go out, that'll cost us this much. So it's best for us not to do that. Okay, so they've done that. Second thing is, remember they actually laid off a bunch of, they made redundant, laid off, fired, whatever you want to call it, a bunch of staff last year. Some high profile ones as well, like the editor of White Dwarf. So we've seen them making staff cuts, not willy-nilly everywhere, but we've seen that, and these are jobs which are being lost but not replaced. So we've seen that. And then if you remember at the end of last year, Games Workshop didn't do the Christmas bonus. So the last couple of years, they've done Christmas bonuses. Like not, last year and not last year, but the year before and the year before that. They did the big Christmas bonus thing, right? Didn't they? And this year, even though the quarterly report was saying they've made more money than ever before, they didn't do the big staff bonus. Either I don't think I just don't think they got them. Or if they did get them, it was really, really significantly reduced from like the previous year. Like the first time they did it, I think it was like every employee got like over £1,000. Second year, I think every employee got about £2,000. Like this year, I just don't think they got one. And that, even though they've made more money than ever before, they can see the numbers there. They just didn't do it. So when I say they're entering their like next evolution of like corpo evolution, they've gone from just making lots of money, and now they're like, not only are we going to make lots of money, but we're also going to try and save money at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. So it's they lost the designer of Spearhead. That's true. They lost the designer of Spearhead. But to be fair, that was nothing to do with... he actually suffered from success. He was actually rewarded for doing so well on Spearhead, given a big promotion. Big pay increase. And then he realized that actually he just wished he'd stayed on the front lines of game design. He didn't like being a manager. He liked being on the front lines of game design. So basically he left because he was like, this is not the job for me anymore. Yeah. So... which is actually a really good example of how sometimes, sometimes you get the promotion, you realize you were just so focused on getting the promotion, you weren't thinking on what that would mean. But that's more from like a personal thing. I've been there myself as well. Yeah. So GW is definitely, and my beef here is that like, this is the latest in a series of quality control issues which have been plaguing GW, and they seemed a bit like Pacific Rim. They seem to be increasing in frequency. Because literally a month ago we had the Titus mold line bollocks, and then now we've got this Drukhari bollocks, which is not. Well, you might say, oh, it's good GW. Two ways of looking at this: like glass half full, glass half empty. Glass half empty is they fucked up again. Glass half full is, well, at least they tried to correct the issue. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but the quality control should have stopped it from happening. So, But the, one of the other big bits of beef with this, so we've talked about the product recall, and we've talked about the fact that they've had another quality control issue here. But one of the big things with this, I'm going to take it to a third level of beef now. The third level of beef here. Because it would be quite, for me, or for you guys actually, it would be very easy for you guys to criticize me and say that I'm holding a double standard here. Because let us look at this issue next to the Warlord Games Soviet starter set issue. For those that don't know, when Conflict 47 launched, there was a starter set available for each army. British, Americans, Axis, Japanese, and the Soviets. And the Soviet starter, they all went on pre-order. And the Soviet one, the pre-order ended up getting delayed, and then Warlord ended up having to cancel it. And they were like, we just can't. Basically, the models were designed for plastic. We haven't got the plastic available yet. We were going to make them in resin. Don't worry, they were advertised as being in resin. There wasn't any like swapping material around. They were designed for plastic in the long term. We wanted to get the starter set out now, so we were going to make them in like Warlord resin, but the Warlord resin couldn't handle it, so we're going to have to do a refund, basically. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, but Morden, you're not raking Warlord over the coals, so why are you doing that to Games Workshop? Now, there's a couple of things that differentiate. There's a couple of things that differentiate the situation here, in my mind. Firstly, Warlord Games the issue was caused by them trying to stretch themselves. The original goal was they were only going to have 2 armies available for on launch, and they decided to try and go for all 5. So they basically aimed for 5 and ended up just overstretching themselves. Like, it wasn't a fuck up from like a quality control issue. It was more of a they reached for the stars and kind of burnt their fingers on the sun a little bit. So that was a bit of an issue. That's one of the differences. And secondly, you know, Warlord Games basically were like, anyone who's pre-ordered it, we're going to honor those pre-orders, but you can refund it if you want, but if you don't want to refund it, then we'll honor the pre-orders and we'll have it to be sending things out as 3D printed stuff. If you don't like 3D printed stuff, then please, you know, cancel your pre-order, that kind of thing. But the third thing I think really comes down. The third thing I think, those 2 are just like little tidbits. Those are just little tidbits. The main thing comes down to like the companies themselves. Games Workshop, and I said this on the Titus video, and I want to reiterate it here. They have backed themselves into a corner, and now they are open to nitpicking and endless complaining and scrutiny of what they do. Because not only does Games Workshop engage in a bunch of... Because Games Workshop basically has no community goodwill. They're constantly engaging in FOMO practices. They're constantly filling out boxes with shitty filler units. And on top of that, they're constantly putting the prices up and they demand a huge price tag for the models that they are giving you. That's the big thing. They are demanding a premium price tag. And if you have a premium price tag, you have to deliver a premium product. The reason why Warlord Games gets a less hard time from the community is because Warlord Games takes the time to engage with their community. They have the open day where you can meet all the game designers and all the staff and all the painters and all that kind of stuff. They completely open with that. They're human. They have this very human aspect to them. And then also, they're not... Games Workshop charges you £105 for a combat patrol. That's about 300 points, 400 points. Warlord Games will charge you £104 for a full army. So there's just a bit... People are just like, oh, it's just a manufacturing default. Oh, okay, Warlord, not ideal, but if you can fix it, you can fix it. Great. Otherwise, I'll just get my refund. But with GW, the moment they fuck up, because they're asking for so much money for stuff, because they're always going around swinging their dicks around saying, we're the premium product, we make the best thing, and that's how we can justify charging you fuckers so much. The moment that they fuck up, they haven't got a leg to stand on. They haven't got a leg to stand on. So that, for me, that's the main beef. Games Workshop is a £7 billion company. They are full corpo, and when you go full corpo, you're going to be treated like a fucking corpo. It's that simple. I often relate things that happen in wargaming to things that are happening in video games, but how many indie games or how many non-AAA games get a pass because the company making them or the person making them isn't full corpo, and people can see, even if it's a rough product, the soul of the product shining through, and because they don't feel like they're getting scammed fucking constantly, they're willing to give the benefit of the doubt. A great example of this is Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2, when it launched, blew up so far beyond the company's expectations that no one could get in. Like they couldn't get enough server capacity. And even if you did join, there was getting disconnected and it was buggy. It was a buggy mess. But because the soul of the game passed the vibe check, And because Arrowhead were really open, you had the CEO of Arrowhead like doing like Reddit posts and everything, and was really, really engaged with the community because people saw that they were like, okay, Arrowhead, we know this is a bit of a manky, we know this is a manky product. We know that you're working on it. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And that's a difference. But then what happens when Ubisoft, who I keep using as an example because they are the most obvious company that's crashing and burning at the moment in the gaming industry. Ubisoft fucks up. Nobody gives them an inch. Because they're demanding so much money that people are expecting so much of a product. And then if it doesn't pass the vibe check, or it doesn't feel like you're getting your money's worth, people rightly got very, very upset. This is what GW is beginning to learn. One of the and I've been saying this for a little while now, the most valuable thing any games, because remember, you're an entertainment company. You're not selling people things that they need to survive. You're selling them things that they are going to spend their hard-earned hobby cash on, or spare time cash on. Your most valuable commodity is not something that you can put on a spreadsheet. Your most valuable commodity as an entertainment company is your reputation and your community goodwill. That's not going to appear in a quarterly earnings report. But amazingly, it's if you fuck it up, it's a thing that'll end you or cause you more problems, way more problems than any amount of cash flow and cost savings and all that kind of stuff ever could. Yeah. Just go. When Warlord could have just let customers eat the tariffs, instead they took the time to put out a program which both softened them and rewarded customer loyalty. That is class. Exactly. Look at what did Warlord Games do when tariffs were announced. They said, we will apply the tariffs, but give you a voucher back, and it'll go onto give you the credit back onto your account. So if you make a Warlord Games account, buy it through us. When you buy it, you'll get a 10% credit to your account. So if you come back, you get 10% for your next order. So basically, you never actually end up paying the tariffs until your last ever purchase with us, kind of thing. Games Workshop went 4% price rise and everything for everyone across the world. McCom, also when GW screws up in people's advantage, the customers are quick to take advantage of it. They prey on us all the time. We take advantage of our chance to prey on them. Exactly. So, look. GW's done a product recall. It's quite interesting the way they've gone about it. This is the second big quality control issue they've had. It's clear at this point that they've entered the late stage of, it's not about making money, it's about it's not about making money by selling stuff, it's now about making money by spending less money. And it's getting to the point now where, like, increasingly, the moment GW, I said this at the beginning of the stream, it feels like there's so much beef and drama going on with 40k all the time now that all of the negativity is drowning out the positivity. I'm sure there's been some, think about it. Every single time GW puts a release out, and there's loads that I don't even cover. Loads and loads and loads and loads. Everyone is just eager to shit on it. When the new Defiler came out, so many people were saying it looked like shit. I actually was one of the few people that said I thought it looked good. I thought it looked good. Yeah, it's getting to the point where, like, I don't think you can say everything is end of edition fatigue. It's getting to the point where I said at the beginning of the stream, it's getting to the point where I am getting almost fucking sick of the beef. Like, I just want there to be a release. I just want there to be I actually, it sounds crazy because people think I hate GW, and I don't hate GW. I say it again and again and again. Nothing would make me happier than having every single day new, positive, exciting things to say. Nothing would make me happier. But it just seems like every fucking day there's been another fuck up, and it's like I'm actually, like, it's making me miserable. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. It's like, I just don't, GW, just give me anything where I can just be like, they've done a good job. Look, they released a box and it was good. Like, that's all I want. Like, genuinely, I want to talk about 40k as positively as I talk about Conflict 47. That's all I want. New guard vehicle rumors per Scamac hype. I have talked about those, to be fair. Yeah. I definitely want to talk. So there is some. Here's the thing. There are positive things to talk about, but it just seems that positivity is very quickly drowned out by negativity. It definitely, and it feels like that's happening. It doesn't just feel like it's happening in my space. I lurk at a lot of different communities online, and it just feels like, you know, every time you go on a YouTube video, the top comment is someone shitting on GW. Every time you go into a Reddit post, the top comment is someone shitting on GW. Yeah. It's crazy, man. I literally just want GW. I want, you know, imagine if Games Workshop came out with a box set, 150 quid, and it was, you know, if Games Workshop just came up with a Combat Patrol for the Guard tomorrow, and it was a Lehman Russ, 2 boxes of Cadians, and I mean, how much are 2 boxes of Cadians in a command squad now? 33 quid, like 28 quid. So we'll just say like 30 quid a pop. That's 90 quid there. And then they stuck a Lehman Russ on top of that, and they went, that's your Combat Patrol. Platoon of Cadians. A platoon of Cadians and a Lehman Russ. I would be like, holy shit. Amazing box set. GW's fucking done it. Do you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Like, and it's actually, do you want me to show you something? Do you know what's actually really annoying? To me personally, do you want to know what is the most annoying part of this? Them fucking up this box set. It's actually a good box set. Like, I kid you not, I actually saw this on the GW website when it was available, and I was like, holy fuck, that's actually better than the Combat Patrol. I was like, look at that, it's a cohesive box set. 2 squads, this is the kind of Combat Patrol that I'm talking about. You know, like, this is awesome. Like, this is the first time that GW released like an absolute solid box set, and then they just fucked it. Yeah. They just fucked it. So it's really annoying because I actually wanted to talk positively about this box. Yeah. So I guess, like, my number one beef with this whole thing is I actually don't want to beef on GW. I'm getting full of beef. Guys, I'm getting salty. I'm getting full of salt. I'm getting full of beef. I just want there to be no more beef and no more salt. But unfortunately, this is only beef topic number 1 of 4 that we have to cover today. God damn it. God fucking damn it. We're literally only just starting on the beef. God, I'm getting hot. Ugh. I'm getting hot and sweaty. Games Workshop is coming in with a steel chair and battering itself. Yeah. Oh, man. You see, do you know what it was? I used to be able to ignore the beef really easily. It's really easy to ignore the beef when you're like enjoying the game, but when I think this is the problem that Games Workshop has, which is no matter where you go, there's beef in their ecosystem. Like, if the game was a bit shit and unbalanced, and they were having these QC problems, but it was cheap or cheaper, not cheap, but like cheaper, then I wouldn't care about it. I'd be like, fuck it, you know. I can get a box of Guardsmen for like, I get 20 Guardsmen for 30 quid. Fuck it. Yeah, no problems. If it was like expensive and they were having quality control issues, but the game was like amazing, I'd be like, I don't really give a shit. I don't give a shit, man. I just play the game. Do you know what I mean? If the quality was perfect, but if the sprues were perfectly laid out, the quality was perfect. I'm literally asking for one of three things to be good. I want the game to be good, or the quality control to be good, including, when I say quality control, I mean like quality in general, like sprue ergonomics and all that kind of stuff to be good. Or I want the price to be good. But at the moment, like, there's none of that. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, man. So there's just a lot of beef going on. There's a lot of beef. So we've got more beef, though. So we've got, I can't actually believe it. We've got 847 people in the stream right now. Hello to all of you beautiful, magnificent bastards. We're going to catch up on a few super chats, and then we are going to get into more beef. Because we got beefs. We got beefs for days. So what do we got next? We've got some super chats coming in here. We have got Fun Jacob. Thank you for super chat, bro. Spicy meme in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. I saw this. I don't know. This might be too spicy for a YouTube stream. If I was on Kick or Rumble, I could probably get away with this one. I don't know. It might be too spicy. Oh, it's all right. We're not on Twitch. We should be okay with it. Going to a team event, what is your recommendation for a dedicated Monster Hunter Catan killer list? It must include double shadow sword. You know how large my collection is. Take double shadow sword and then just take infantry to screen the shadow sword. I actually have a... Let me have a look here. I actually have a video for you. I did it recently. Or was it double Baneblade that I took? I took double Baneblade, but you could do this with double shadow sword and save points. Here you go.
Hello again, man.
No, I'm hearing myself. This is the list that I recommend. So this is the list that I recommend. Roughly, I would drop the 2 Baneblades down to double shadow sword, and then after that, I would if you don't want the indirect fire, you could drop the mortars. Now, dropping the Baneblades down to shadow sword thing is going to save you 50 points a pop. So that's 100 points saved there. So you could literally take the points saved here and just put it into making the mortars better. And I did run this in Recon Company, by the way. So you would probably want to run it in Grizzled Company. You could do that, or you could save 100 points here and save your points here. And that would get you an extra, like... I mean, how many orders? 1 minute. Let me work this out, right? So... he would have 2 orders. He'd have 3 orders. He'd have 4 orders. Bang, 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 bang. So you don't even need Creed in here. Okay, so take this list here. Drop Creed. Drop a command squad. I think. Or just drop Creed. Take this list here. Drop Creed. Drop the mortar. Ooh, do you even drop the mortars? That's 4 orders there. It's just too many. Yeah, I don't need as many orders. Okay, basically what I would do is take this list, drop this down the shadow swords, drop it down so you only have as many orders as you need. Get a 5th, possibly 6th blob of Cadians in there. 120 Cadians, double shadow sword, and enough orders to order them all around, and a couple of tech priests. That's what you want to aim for. That's what you want to aim for. Okay, that's my recommendation. Now, as for your inappropriate meme, I don't think it's a problem with me showing it off, just because I made a similar meme via shorts to do with Conflict 47 the other day, so I think it'll be okay to show it off. So it's the Catan hiding under the floorboards, the shadow sword. You're sheltering as a state, aren't you? And it's Matt Ward. I've not seen Matt Ward in a long fucking time, man. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit. That's crazy, man. Matt Ward with the in grey knight armor. Fucking hell. All right. Fucking hell. There you go. What have we got next? Yeah, I did one the other day with Conflict 47. Yeah, it's like a GW guy going into the friendly local game store's shop and being like, you are sheltering enemies of GW, are you not? What have we got next? We've got Cool German Dude. Not Cool German. Chicken Detonator. The recruitment of Cool German Dude in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. 07 Sir, the rapid expansion of the force of the cloister. New instructors are needed to bring the initiates up to a passable standard. To these ends, we have recruited Cool German Dude for the city-states of Telia to attend to this task. Below is his appointment, letter, and an image of him leading fresh troops, and a painting of him training the faithful. Nice. I do love that, man. That's cool. Is he got the German flag for his banner? That would be amazing, man. Let's have a look. Brilliant. I love that. That's well done, man. Yeah. That's really good. I love the German flag with a little chicken on the side of it. Yeah. Hey, they look all right, man. They look all right. I'm loving these minis. Are these also the Baron's War minis, are they? The foot sergeants. Hey, they look all right. They've come out all right, they have. Yeah. Yeah, they're all right. Let me have a look at his letter of what do you call it? Induction. Here we go. For those that don't know, Chicken Detonator is building up an old world army, and he's each character in his army is a member of the community, and each time he makes a new unit and makes a character for them to lead it, he does this like a letter of induction to the regiment. So it's kind of cool. So, Chicken Detonator, first apostle of Saint Chicken, warden of the cloister and bearer of the crimson sign, from the merchant council of Telia, speaking with one voice from the counting houses, the keys, and the sealed halls of coin. Be it known that the council of Telia extends its formal thanks and measured gratitude to the cloister of Saint Chicken. Your dispatch of armed pilgrims and sworn blades came at a moment of dire necessity. The scourge of high elves that harried our caravans, levied unlawful tolls upon the Silk Road, and disrupted the flow of lawful trade has been broken, driven back, or scattered by your timely intervention. For this, our ledgers record a debt mark not in coin alone, but in favour. We have also taken heed of your earlier petition, wherein you sought a drill master of proven severity and experience to shape fresh initiates of the cloister into disciplined ranks. After due deliberation, inquiry, and no small expense, the council is satisfied that we have found a man singularly suited to this task. The mercenary known as Cool German Dude, long in our employ and longer in reputation, is hereby seconded to the cloister of Saint Chicken. He comes with our sanction and expectation to assume the dual offices of Drill Master of the Comb Initiates and Duelist of the Crimson Spur. His record speaks of unyielding discipline, mastery of arms, and unsentimental devotion to the craft of war, qualities we deem essential for those who march upon perilous quests. He departs Telia under formal contract, his wages and obligations satisfied to date, and passes henceforth into your authority for the duration of his service. We trust that the cloister will make full and demanding use of his talents. May this exchange stand as further proof that faith and commerce, when properly aligned, may yet prosper together. Written and sealed on the marks of the Merchant Council of Telia, by ink, coin, and common cause. The Merchant Council of Telia, guardians of the road, stewards of the ports, and keepers of the balanced ledger. Nice! I love that, man. A little bit of the old Telia mercenaries. That's cool, bro. That's very, very cool. Deus Cluck! Deus Cluck! Yeah, that's some Still Mania shit right there. Exactly, Judge Cohen. Exactly. All right, what have we got next? Ishmael, my boy! Ishmael, thank you for super chat, man. Getting tested by my company to fill in for a higher position temporarily before they send me to a big money site. I will succeed or burn down trying. $70 an hour, why not? Yeah, I wouldn't complain for $70 an hour either. Holy fuck, I wouldn't complain at all. Yeah, man. Amazing. Dude, I hope it goes well. And, yeah, I hope you absolutely smash it, bro. There you go. Ed Bailey, thank you for the support, man. Oh, Lord Timmy is stripping. Now he's going to rattle the tin cup, and we will like it. I'm not rattling the tin cup. I'm not very good at rattling the tin cup, but I always find it awkward being like, use my affiliate links and like and subscribe and all that kind of stuff. So, look, if people do it, they do it. Do you know what I mean? If people do it, they do it. Bailey, I thank you for the support. And I don't think I'm going to strip any lower. I think I'm probably going to end up adding a a layer back on. But I was getting a bit warm during the beef, so there we are. Let's have a look here. We've got the Talzun. Thank you for super chat, man. I am 2 years into 40k, and I am 100% certain if there was no GW beef, the community would reject it like the first vision of the Matrix. The first edition was a paradise. It was a disaster. Entire gaming clubs were lost. People kept trying to move on to other games. You know what, man? I don't agree. I think a lot of people, I think the vast majority of people just wish that they could. I think the vast majority of people either wish they could just avoid the beef or wish there just wasn't any beef in general. Yeah. I think the big thing is, well, we'll get to this with the combat patrols. I think for a lot of people, see, the thing is, Games Workshop does do some good shit, and I do cover a lot of their good shit. Like, so for example, you know when that Terminator box set came out, and it was like, just like 15 Terminators and all those Terminator characters, I was like, yep, that's amazing. And I think there's like a Dreadnought or two thrown in there as well. I was like, that's amazing. And that box going away, and a lot of the Space Marine combat patrols going away, was actually one of the things that sort of made me start becoming more beefy and salty towards GW. Because I was like, why? I wonder if I can show you which box it was, right? I think it was the Crux Terminatus. Yeah, it was. It was. Where's this? Let me get see what it's got. Yeah. It was this motherfucker. So it was this motherfucker here. It was the Crux Terminatus. It came with 15 Space Marines and 3 Space Marine characters. And I actually saw that and was like, that's an amazing box set. Is it 15 or is it 20? It must be 15 and then the characters. You got 3. 1 minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so it's 15. Oh, it's the little fucking teleport armors which they count as miniatures. Oh lol. Yeah. So I saw this box and I was like, this is a great box. Every Space Marine player should pick one of these up. It's just all killer, no filler. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. It's just a really cool, badass box. And the best bit is, like, they've not put like 5 of the new Terminators in and then like 10 of the old ones in. They've actually put the majority of the new Assault Terminators in, which is great. And, you know, Tactical Terminators are still a good unit. People, you know, I think I just been to like my Firstborn tournament with some Tactical Terminators and been like, that was great. So I really like this box. And then what really annoyed me was this box, they made it FOMO. And I was like, fucking hell, GW, why did you make it FOMO? Like, if you left it on permanent sale, you would have just kept selling them an infinite amount. Do you know what I mean? Like, you would have just kept selling them. And then they did that with, like, the Double Dawn box set and the Krieg Artillery Platoon and all this kind of stuff. And, like, yeah, so I do try and give GW, like, I do try and give like GW like the benefit of the doubt. I do try and cover when they do something good. I do try and cover it and everything. But it does feel like a lot of the time like Games Workshop is making beef where no beef needs to exist. Like Battle Forces are always FOMO. Well, Serie, they're always FOMO now, but they didn't used to be. I mean, it's low hanging fruit and I use it all the time. But fuck it, I'm just going to... It's still a relevant example. Even if I've used it many times, it's still a relevant example. How many people... If raise your chat, we've got 870 odd people in the stream right now. if you're an Imperial Guard player, raise your hand, make an emoji in chat, show some kind of, ascension, as it were, in chat. If the Double Dawn 20 Cadians and Acadian Command Squad box was still available, you would buy it. You would have bought at least one. Like, just would you have bought it? I think the answer is everyone would have done. Literally, everyone would have done. If you're someone that, only got into 40, yeah, I didn't even know it existed. Like, I can literally show, like, I'll show you it. So, because obviously some people are like visual, right? So, Astra Militarum Christmas box, right? It's this one right here, guys. Like, this was the box set. So, oh, fucking hell, it's a tiny picture. 1 minute, let me get you a proper sized one, lads. It's not, for some reason, it's being a bit funny, but it should be good enough, right? So it's this one. So you get 2 Dawns, 20 Cadians, and a Acadian Command Squad. It's literally like what I said. This box was available, and I think GW sold it for about £160, I think. Maybe not even quite that much. It was less than, it wasn't, I don't know how much they charged for. It was less than what they charged for the Christmas box this year, right? Like, it's such a good box. Now, imagine if the Terminator one was still available. Imagine if this one was still available. Games Workshop, I'm sure they sold plenty of them over the Christmas period when they announced it, but I think they would have sold a lot more if they just kept it around. Yeah. It's such a good box set. It's all killer, no filler. And remember, this box came out, I think, before we had our codex, so we didn't even know we were getting Dawn Commanders. Now imagine if this box set came out, or still existed, when our codex dropped, and everyone realized that 3 Dawns wasn't the maximum anymore, that actually you could get up to 6 Dawns in an army. I mean, it would have legitimately been a great way of getting into the guard. Just buy 3 of these fucking things. 75 guardsmen, 6 Dawns, boom. Boom. Like, do you know what I mean? Amazing. Amazing. Yeah. And there was the old, I mean, some people won't be aware of this, but there was the old combat patrol as well. I'm not going to keep hammering on about this because I have talked about it before. You had the old combat patrol as well. And then you had the old start collecting. I know. I'm just gonna do it quickly. Now look at this, right? Right. Imagine if right now, available on, just this last thing I'm going to, don't worry, I'm moving on. Imagine right now, available on the internet, available on Games Workshop's website, there was these 4 box sets. Okay? The Cadian Defense Force, 2 Rogel Dawns, and 20 Cadians and a command squad. And then there was this combat patrol, which was another platoon of Cadians, a Sentinel, and a Field Arms battery. And then there was a start collecting set. Let's say you didn't get the heavy weapon team. Let's say you just got 10 of the new Cadians and a Commissar and a Lehman Russ. And then you also had this box set available. Imagine those 4 boxes were available. Like, imagine if you were getting into the guard and you were like, well, you know what? I'll start off with this. That's a really good foundation. And then I'll move on to maybe getting a couple of these so that I've got, so I've got 2 Dawns, a couple of Sentinels, a couple of artillery teams. At that point, I'm going to have like 75 guardsmen. Great. And then you know what? I could always do with some more infantry and some more Lehman Russes. Maybe I need some like 10-man ship munchers. And then you know what? I need some specialists. So why not pick a couple of these up? Or even just one of these up? You would literally just get like one or two of these, 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 or maybe you'd get two of everyone. You know, because Warhammer players don't mind spending the money, and you'd end up with loads of infantry, loads of tanks, loads of artillery, loads of characters, loads of specialists. You'd end up with everything. Yeah. Yeah, if you added all those boxes at the end of 2K, it would die. Yeah, imagine if you bought one of each. Just pretend you bought one of each and 4 boxes, and it came to a 2K army. You know, imagine if you did that. But yeah, Jeff, I would just buy 4 normal start collecting and a pair of someone's. I mean, you could do that. Of course you could. And then you'd end up with 40 infantry. I mean, would you though? Because you'd end up with like 4 commissars. You might not want to do that. But yeah. I suppose you could convert the commissars into like Castellans and stuff. Yeah. But the point is, like, you could buy them in whatever order you wanted and whatever quantities you wanted. But it'd just be, you know, it'd be great. But all of those went away. And that's what this is what I'm saying about like Talzun. I'm 240k and I'm 100% certain if there was no GW beef, the community would reject it like the first version of the Matrix. Do you know what, man? The whole point of that little tirade that went off on one there, the whole point of it is to prove, like, no. Warhammer players actually just like being happy about Warhammer. Like, the number one thing, like, when I've been doing a lot of like beefy, insulty videos, and the number one feedback that I get is like, I just wish you'd stop. Like, they don't say you're wrong. The number one feedback I get, the number one criticism. If I get a criticism, I actually get a lot of people agreeing, but if I get I do get a fair share amount of criticism, and that's fair. Like, if I'm putting my opinion out there, it should be criticized. But the number one criticism I get is like, oh God, I just like, I wish you just wouldn't complain, or like, just, you know, stop saying this. But they don't ever say you're wrong. They never say you're wrong. They never say you're a liar. They never say you're mistaken. They just say, I just wish you just, like, be more positive about it. And it's like, dude, me too. Yeah, me too. So it's like people at this point basically just bury their head. Like, in many ways, people just bury their heads in the sand. Because people do want to be happy. Especially with their hobbies. People do want to be happy. Of course they do. Yeah. That's why, like, when there is, like, a crumb of positivity, I do try and focus on it. Like that Crux Terminatus thing, great. New Defiler, great. All that kind of stuff. Yeah. We got what we got next. Sindarius, thank you for super chat, man. List review and thoughts in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Okay, so my list so far is 1,365 points. Think of doing full infantry. First version of the list had 30 Kazakin with the Castellan with the Quill and Eye, and 30 Ratling. Just trying to get a list together that is cohesive with the models I have. That I have currently, that I can have tabletop ready by the 21st of March. Had the idea of doing a fleet of Tauroxes to have some jump out and shoot shenanigans with Ratlings. Thoughts? If you're going to take Tauroxes, you put your Scions, not your Scions, your Kazakin in there. Yeah, Ratlings jumping out and sniping and jump back in is cute, but it's not what you want. If you're going to take Tauroxes for anything, it's for Kazakin. So you've currently got a Caden Castellan, a Commissar, 2 Krieg Command Squads, 120 Death Corps Krieg, 2 Artillery Teams, and a Caden Heavy Weapon Squad. I mean, if you're going pure infantry, is that 1,365 points? Okay, I'll just tell you right now. Take 2 squads of Bulgrin and a Commissar. You've already got the Commissar. Take 2 squads of Bulgrin and an Ab-Human Detail for the Commissar. And then take 2 squads of Kazakin. So that'll be 600 points to the Kazakin and 600 points. Yeah, 600 points to the Kazakin and the Bulgrin. 620. You need to find 5 points. Fuck. Just drop the Caden heavy weapon squad down to a Scout Sentinel. I don't have Bulgrin, unfortunately. Well, get some then. You said... If you're gonna run a pure infantry army, you wanna have some Bulgrin. I don't know. So Darius, if Bulgrin aren't on the table, then it depends. Well, like, what do you have? Because obviously I could say take this and you say I don't have it. Take this, I don't have it. Take this, I have it. I wouldn't take 30 ratlings. I would take, if you don't have ball grid and getting them isn't an option, which is valid, then I would take 30 Kazakin, and that will leave you with 300 points left over. And then for that 300 points, what would I get in a pure infantry list? So the 2 Kree command squads. What if you don't? I suppose the Commissar's doing like secondary game, but I don't think you really need it with the list that you're going to have. I mean, he's all right though. No, so the Kree command squad's got some upgrade on it. I don't know what is it. Is it Spec Ops? Fuck Spec Ops off. You don't need that. Okay. Take 3 Krieg command squads and 6 squads of Death Corps of Krieg. Take 3 artillery teams and Acadian Castellan. Take Acadian Castellan with Loudhailer and 3 squads of Kazakin. And whatever points you have left over at that point, put in, if you're not taking Bulgrins, put into a combination of Ratlings and Rough Riders with Melter Lances. There you go. That's my advice. All right. Hope that helps, mate. And good luck, whatever happens. I want to say a big thank you to Sir Newbie. Sir Newbie, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the 50 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for the support. Everyone in stream right now, spam 07 down in the chat. Let's show some gratitude, some love, some appreciation, because I think we can all agree that 50 memberships, not 15, 50 memberships is a pretty fucking big deal. Woo! Holy shit, man. Oh my God. 50 gifted memberships, you absolute giga chad, sir. I raise my glass to you, man. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman and a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir. Newbies, we need a... Oh, actually, so newbie, I have news. I have news. I was going to say I need to name a model after you, but I already have the flag bearer, right? Your model is going to feature in a battle report this weekend. This weekend on Saturday, I am going to. I have already recorded it. It's going to be released. Is a 4th edition battle report, Imperial Guard versus Necrons, and you are in the command squad. You're in the command squad that's leading my entire force. And I don't mean to alarm you, but there's an epic finish with the command squad leading a desperate final charge under the banner. So you're right there. You're literally there in the culmination of the epic battle report. So there you go. So dude, thank you so much for your incredible support. You're an absolute fucking giga chad. I hope you're looking forward to the battle report and just 07, you magnificent bastard. Oh my God. Dude, amazing, man. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'm actually looking forward to watching that battle report myself, and I fucking made it. And I fucking recorded it, you know? Oh, man. And then we've got Anthony Williams. Thank you, Super Chat, bro. Round the Cup, Warlord is awesome. Also, Mecha Winston Churchill forever. Download his mind into a mech. I think Churchill is mentioned in the new Festung Europa book, but I think he's still normal, or I think he's still Meatbag Churchill. Yeah, I don't think he's Mecha Churchill. Anthony Williams, thank you for the support, man. Peter Butchins, thank you so much for 27 months, man. X-Force, baby. The old Apocalypse / Spearhead box greater than the Double Dawn box. I mean, wasn't the old Apocalypse box 10 Lehman Russes? I think it was. It was a long time ago, though. Oh, no, it was a little different. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know when this one... Look at the size of this fucking thing, boys. I don't know when this one came out, actually. But this was one of the old Apocalypse boxes, and it came with a heavy weapon team and a command squad. So the command squad went to the Chimera, and then you got 3 Lehman Russes. It was a perfectly okay box set. I have no idea how much GW charged for it, though. I feel like it was probably £100, which is pretty good by today's standards, but I think at the time it was kind of expensive. Yeah. But that is not the true Apocalypse one. This is the true Apocalypse one. Emperor's Fist Tank Company, where you could buy 10 Lehman Russes in one box. This is how thick the box is. Now, the thing is, they are all of the old Lehman Russes. So they only came with battle cannon, las cannon, and double heavy bolters. But they did also all come with the upgrade sprues. So you could give every single one of them like heavy stubbers and stuff like that. Yeah. How much this box? I have no idea. I mean, it was over probably over £100. I have no idea how much it was when it first came out. AI is saying it was $200 in 2007. But it's a bit, it doesn't know. It's like $200 or £200. So I suspect it was £200, $300. It's still a pretty good deal. Yeah. But someone on Reddit is saying that they got it for $200. So maybe it was I think it was from 4th edition or something crazy. Maybe 5th edition. Must have been 4th because it was the old Lehman Russes. So yeah, I'm guessing it was it must have been between $200 and $300. Yeah. Yeah. So there we go. Okay. What we got next? Axmonger, thank you for Super Chat, man. Have you heard about 40k Reforged? I'm curious what you think about fans making their own version of 40k. I have heard about it. I'm keeping an eye on it. The guy did a video recently about how he was like doing the how he's going to do like the suppression system in the game, and I thought it was quite clever how like you you could basically stop certain models in the enemy unit shooting if you suppress them. So yes, I thought it was very good. I'm very much keeping one eye on it. What my thoughts on fans making their own version of 40k? Generally, I'm obviously like very open to it, of course. I was there 3,000 years ago when the Warhammer 40k community basically fucked off GW and made ITC. So this was back in 8th edition. 8th edition launched. Everyone was happy that the game had been saved because 7th edition had almost killed it. And then everyone started getting more into like tournaments and stuff. And at first people were just playing like tournaments as they always had done. And GW had tried to give some guidance on the tournament scene and everything. But everyone basically ignored them because the better way of playing was actually 8th edition ITC. Now, it's obviously changed a lot now. But yeah, 8th edition ITC, where basically, I mean, it's kind of interesting looking at it, back at it now. 8th edition ITC was, it was basically like a complete homebrew of 40k. They changed a lot of stuff in the game. Like, they changed the way missions work. They changed the way terrain worked. They changed the way... primary, secondaries, and all this kind of stuff. It was really, really interesting. And so, yeah, that was the way that it was actually becoming the most popular way to play. And then Games Workshop saw this and they actually bought it. They bought up the ITC essentially. And obviously that's why we have the game. And the game design we have now is kind of an evolution of it. Which, like, in some ways is like, I think the issue is that they've changed it too much. 8th edition ITC was in many ways superior to what we have now in 9th edition. Because there was more there was a little bit more variety in the way things were done. Yeah, but also there was the choice. Like, you had the choice of IT. I think it was better coming from the community. So you could choose if you wanted to play ITC style, if you wanted to play like traditional style. Yeah. The only issue I have with, and it's only it's not really an issue. Like, it's not really an issue at all. The only issue I have is that there's loads of people that are saying they're going to work on various different homebrew editions of 40k, and I wish the best to all of them. But the thing is, like, it's definitely like there's a bit of a split going on. You know, there's like, it's lots of little communities that are building up around these homebrew things, which is great, but not any of them have actually like burned through the entire community, as it were. Like, you know, when like the only time I can think of of that happening in 10th edition is when people were playing hero mode from Warhammer. That was an and I think that was a really, really good example of people would absolutely play a homebrew version of 40k that came from the community if it was good enough. Yeah. If it was good enough. But at the moment, I think I don't think any one of them has quite got enough traction. But that's not to say any of them are bad. I think it'll just take one to get the traction, and then I think people would coalesce around it. Yeah. Yeah. What do we got next? Sir Newbie, thank you for 7 months, man. I shall lead the charge. Send in the next wave. Sir Newbie, what are you doing? Oh my god, Sir Newbie, he's got ape. Oh my days. Okay, Sir Newbie, thank you so much for the 7 months, man. You're a good lad. Okay, so I do have some potentially more beef. I mean, I just want to say we've got over 1,000 people in the stream now, which is absolutely insane. And welcome to all of you guys. Yeah, fucking hell, so Newbie's coming with another 50 memberships. I will have to wank him off in a moment. So we've had I've got some more beef for you guys. This isn't actually, the next one isn't actually really beef. It's actually more of a vindication moment for me. Okay? It's a little bit more of a vindication moment for me. It's a little bit, you know, me wanking myself off a little bit. But it's also a bit of a shout out to a fellow content creator as well. So there we are. Oh my god, it's popping off in chat right now. Let me do the super chats, and then we'll these two big ones that come in, and then we'll get into it. But yeah, actually, some beef that's come from Tactical Tortoise. If you know about that content, he's a good lad. He's very up and coming. Well, I say up and coming. He's blasting, and doing really, really well, growing really, really big. But he actually pointed something out the other day. He actually pointed out twice in 2 separate streams, and I think it's worthy highlighting it because it goes to show that, you know, I really like it because sometimes I feel like I'm an old man shouting at a cloud, and seeing some other people sort of highlighting some of the same issues that I've been raging about it's good. You know, it makes me feel a little bit less mental. So there we are. But before we get there, I want to say a massive bunker busting, giga chadding, motherfucking thank you to Sir Newbie. He's only gone and done it again. He's only gone and done it again. He's coming with not 1, not 2, but 50 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Sir Nuvi, he's gifted 100 gifted memberships so far on today's stream. And I say so far because this motherfucker's crazy. This motherfucker's crazy, man. Sir Nuvi, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. You're an absolute fucking hero. You're an absolute fucking giga chat. You're an absolute fucking big dick swinging motherfucker. Thank you so much for the 50 memberships. Oh my god, he said another wave. We're going in with the second wave. Don't ask what happened to the first wave. Means more folks for us to kill. You smashed the entire area. You got more than 2 legs. You get me? We get you, sir. Oh, Sir Nuvi, holy shit, man. Holy shit, bro. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and an absolute fucking hero. There we go. Oh, sorry about that. I just fucking scraped the microphone. Holy shit, man. Sir Nuvi, you're gonna be crazy? You're damn right. I'm a madman. The fact there's a oh, fucking hell. He's done it again. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Ah, Sir Nuvi coming in. That wasn't a repeat, boys. Not an accidental repeat. That wasn't an echo. That was another 50 gifted memberships. 50 more. We're up to 150 now. Come on, boys. Let's spam some 07s. By the way, if you those of you who wonder what the 07 is, it's a salute emoji. It's nothing dodgy. So go and spam 07s down in chat. Go and, if you're a channel member, spam your favorite emojis, whatever it may be, because we've got a whole bunch of custom ones for being a member. Just show some appreciation and some respect to Sir Nuvi for coming in with 150 gifted memberships. Fucking hell. From the tip of my toes, man, to the end of my big rubbery nose. You're an absolute fucking hero, man. Absolutely huge. I totally agree, Trey. Absolutely huge. Thank you, 1,000 times thank you from the bottom of my heart. Sir Nuvi. He is definitely a sir. He's been knighted. After this, he's been knighted. He's a knight of the guard. There we go. Dude, thank you so much, man. I thank you. I say it a lot, but I mean it every single time, bro. Thank you, bro. Holy shit, man. Holy fuck. He's an absolute fucking degenerate. Oh, bro. And then we've got some more memberships coming in here. A big shout out to Jenny, who came in with 15. 1-5. Thank you so much, Jenny, for the 15 gifted memberships. The 15 extra totem core to rise again. Yes. There we go. Thank you so much for your support. And I appreciate, really fucking appreciate it, Jenny. 07, you magnificent bastard. There we are. There we are. Big shout out to Sir Nuvi. Big shout out to Jenny for conscripting every motherfucker in the room. There we are. All right. Someone said that Scary won a tournament with Guard. So I'm going to make a note of that because maybe that'll be some anti-beef for us to enjoy. Also, it will be a little bit of a vindication moment for me as well because I said super heavy meta incoming. I can literally go and find the video. I keep making these calls, boys. I keep being right. When will people learn? When will people learn to put their faith in me? We'll see. I keep saying, you know what? Not to wank myself off. But at this point, you're gonna need an armada of black ships to send me to fit my ego on there. Oh my god, there we go. Did Morty and Post be finished? I didn't, man. Yeah. Okay, so it's time for some beefs. Give me a second. I'm gonna get up the beefs now. Because I know we've got 1,000 people. I think this might actually be a record for the stream, which is kind of cool. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it's very cool to see this many people in stream. Yeah. Where is the video? Oh, it was a live stream. That was it. He did this twice. Yeah. I thought so. Okay, so here we go. Gentlemen. At Morning Glory, when is the next catch on workout stream? I mean, I meant to be working out every stream and I've just completely failed. So I need to just start basically doing them again. Yeah. So gentlemen, it's time. Beef! Beef! It's time for the beef. So, send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. For once again, I have been vindicated. Once again, I have been proven correct. And you know what? I got a lot of pushback on this one. I got a lot of pushback on this point. And now, do you know what? I was told to wait and see. Wait and see. Wait and see. Oh, we don't know yet. It's too early to say. Wait and see. Well, you know what? Every single time that I have been told to wait and see, what do you think's happened? I've been proven right. I was proven right about the Death Watch situation. I've been proven right about many GW beefs. And you know what? This is the point today. I said at the end of last year, I said in 2025, I said the big problem, this was before we got all the new detachments, but to be fair, we'll get to it. Before we got the new detachments, I said the big problem that Games Workshop has, that Warhammer 40k has right now, from a gameplay point of view, is not even the terrain or anything like that. Because people see L-shaped ruins, but that's like a symptom. That's not the main problem. The big problem is the game is too solvable. The game is way too solvable. It's too easy. There's just to look down at the codex and go, that's the right choice, that's the wrong choice. It's way too solvable. Oh, you always take melter guns and plasma guns on your guardsmen. Always take these units. Never take Dreer. And this kind of thing just extends across the entire game. It's just too solvable. 40k 10th edition is completed. Complete it, mate. People are like, oh, why are you so down on 40k these days? And I'm just like, because it's fucking complete. I go into every game and the same thing happens in every single fucking game. It's too solvable. The missions are a big problem because every mission is the same. Doesn't look the same, but every mission is basically the same. And because of the way units are built and designed and internally balanced, it's just solved. You can literally go onto any sort of, you can go to like Warhammer competitive Reddit to any specialist Warhammer channel. This is an Imperial Guard one. You'll find like Orc one stuff and so on, and just say, oh, what's a good list? And so on will tell you these units are the best ones. Take those. Don't worry about anything else. And I said this, and then the new detachments came out. And everyone's like, see, look, Mordian, the game isn't solved. And I was like, maybe. But then I was like, everyone's just going to jump on Grizzle Company, for example. I was like, no, these detachments aren't just going to fix everything. Like, I'm happy for Grizzled and stuff, but it's not going to fix everything. Well, look. It turns out the game is solved. Because not only have I said it now, but another content creator has come out and basically said exactly the same thing. Bruce Oakman, the players have optimized the game to the point where there is an optimal choice to make 100%. 40k 10th edition has been optimized to death. 100%. It's been optimized. It's been solved. There's no There is no like mystery to it. And even when something new drops, it is basically solved for 24 to 48 hours, and then the game goes back to the way it was. It's even when something new drops, it doesn't shake things up for longer than a heartbeat. So big shout out to Tactical Tortoise. So I really like Tactical Tortoise's channel. I think he is a really good content creator. He does a lot of really good competitive content for Warhammer 40k. And personally, I find him very watchable, and I find him very sensible and on the level, but also very fun to watch. I literally don't have a bad word to say about this guy. Personally subscribe to him, personally watch his content, personally enjoy it, right? Now, he does mostly focus on competitive content, so that might not be what you're interested in. But personally, I found this guy to be solid. Now, he did a stream a couple of weeks ago, and I meant to cover it a couple of weeks ago, but I'm kind of glad that it's come around again, where he said 40k teams is a problem right now, and if you kind of look at the stream, you can see he covers lots of new things. He's going through it, but one of the bits he talks about here is the meta is not good for teams right now, and basically what he says in this bit is that when you look at a team's tournament. And I'll link both the videos I'm going to show off today down below. Don't worry. When you look at a team, when he was looking at team tournaments, he was like, "There's like 100 lists for me to go through today, guys. But it's actually quicker for me to go through the unique ones than quicker for me to go through the lists that are different, because basically out of all of these lists, if it's Eldar, it's running exactly what you think it is across every player. Every player is basically running a copy and paste." And if it's guard, it's the same thing. So what I'm going to do is actually go through the handful of lists which are surprising and not what you expect and did well. So I'm not just going to go through Johnny Rambo list that went 0 and 5. I'm going to go through surprising lists that did well. And there was like 3 or 4 to go through. There wasn't that many. So he did that. And this is something that I've been saying for a long time. Like, I've been saying this for a little. I've been saying this since last year. Like, if I play into orcs, I know exactly what the list is going to be. I actually, I told a story like last year where I was like, I went up, I played against orcs in a tournament, and the guy said, "Do you want me to go through my list?" And I went, "No, it's okay, mate." He was like, "Are you sure?" And I went, "Is it this?" And he went, "How did you know exactly what I was going to run?" And I went, "It's the same orc list." I just said, "It's the same orc list. Like, everyone runs competitively." And he went, "Yeah, fair enough," kind of thing. But literally, I got his list down to the unit. This was last year. And this was last year. I was calling this last year. See, the thing is, I feel like that guy in The Big Short, the guy that the cat that Christian Bale plays, it's Christian Bale plays. The guy who's in charge of like Scion Capital or whatever, who's like, "I'm not wrong, I was just early." I wasn't last year I wasn't wrong. I was just early. I was just the first to see through the lies of the Jedi. I was the first to wake up from my Matrix pod and look around and see everyone else still plugged into the meta. I warned everyone. I literally warned everyone. And I was lambasted. I was maligned. I was. Siriade. You've jumped the gun, sir. But don't worry. You'll see. I called this. I said everyone's lists. I said everyone is net listing. And I said it's not even the fault of the net listers. See, people like this is the thing that people like to do. They like to like pour all the blame onto competitive play. Like, competitive play is ruining the soul of the game. Well, it didn't ruin the soul of the game in 9th, didn't ruin the soul of the game in 8th, so why is it ruining the soul of the game in 10th? You know, competitive play has always been a part of it. And how come when we go to like other game systems, it's not like, do you think people only play Warhammer competitively? Warhammer 40k competitively? It's not like you can't just blame competitive play. You can't just lay all the faults down there. You can't even blame the players, the competitive players, net listing. You can't even blame them because like these are just symptoms of the problem of game design. One of the great things about competitive play is that competitive players will almost in many ways show the game in its truest form. People don't like to admit that. Not necessarily in its best form, not in its best light, but competitive players will obviously optimize things. That's what they're going to do. And so you can obviously, there can be a little bit of blame laid at the community's feet. Like, why do you all have to optimize all of the time? But anyway, the point is that, like, if you look at a competitive list in almost any game system, what it's going to show you is almost the problems with that game's design. Like, you know, I will even throw some beef at one of my most beloved games, Bot Action. You guys know I love Bot Action, right? But in the competitive tournament, someone's going to turn up. If you go to a competitive event, someone's going to turn up, maybe not so much anymore, but at the beginning of the edition, is going to turn up with 5 Nebelwerfers. And what that does is it exposes a problem with the game design around that unit. That's what competitive play does. It basically lays bare the problems with game design because people will essentially optimize and they will take advantage of what they can take advantage of to try and achieve victory in the game, right? So the problem that's happening, so you can lay all this blame down, but actually all competitive play really does is just lay it bare. Now I said literally a year ago, I was like, this is coming. This is happening. As we get closer and closer towards the end of the edition is becoming really, really too easy to solve. Like, you just look at a codex and within 24 hours, you know the best loadout. And it's too obvious, right? And a lot of people said that's not true. And I had all these people saying like, oh, well, this never happens in my club. Down in my club, we're all doing like Pilates and it's all rainbow rhythms and all this kind of bollocks. And it's like, I was like, all right. I said, all right. Okay. You'll see. I'll wait and see. You'll see. Well, Willie Wellington. Here we are today. Because I've been saying for a long time, you need to have the guardrails. You can't just let people, you need to have granular points. There needs to be, like, there's no discussion around Warhammer 40k anymore. Right? Remember how I used to say, like, there used to be discussions where someone would say, oh, well, I always take flamers because they're, like, the cheaper option. And someone would say, well, I always take plasma guns because they're more expensive, but they do more damage. None of that discussion exists anymore. Okay? The game is just not that complicated at the moment. The rules aren't complicated, it's just convoluted. The games aren't complicated, the factions aren't complicated. It's just not a... 40k is so shallow, yet so convoluted. People say, oh, it's a really complex game. It's not a complex game, it's a convoluted game. There's a big difference. Now, anyway, like I said, Tactical Tours did that one video, but he's done another one. He did another one. Here. And let me find it for you guys. So he did another video here. And he said, 40k's biggest weekend proves it's not in a good place right now. And this was basically where he, so last time he said, like, this one doesn't have timestamps, unfortunately. I might fuck around and try and find the bit that he said. But basically, it might be at the very beginning, actually. So we'll have a little listen. But basically, he's like, the problem is that everyone is just running the same list all the time. So I think he actually says it at the very beginning. So let's give it a little listen and see if we can find it. All right. But now he's saying this isn't just a problem in teams events. It's now a problem everywhere.
Was I excited for this weekend's results? I was like, this is crazy. There's so many GTs. There's like 100 GTs. Fully 800 people
Amazing.
I guess 700 people participated in the 2 largest events of the weekend alone. This is crazy. How could it go wrong? What could possibly have happened here? I was like, we're going to get new results from Chaos Space Marines. We're going to get maybe some answers to our Catan overlords and perhaps an ousting of Ultramarines as the only Space Marines you're allowed to play. We got, that's what we got. It was just more of the same, to be perfectly honest with you. I was trolling through our X and ones from these events, and so many of them are just normal stuff. Now, there is, I will mention, a breadth of results, which is inspiring. Look at all of these different factions.
That's fair.
Eldar, Orcs, Necrons, Tyranids, more Necrons, more Space Marines, more Space Marines. It's fairly well represented at the top tables. However,
That's good.
98% of these lists are just identical. It seems like in most cases, the internal balance of every faction is largely fucked.
I forgot he said that. I did pre-watch this. I gotta listen to that again.
Internal. It seems like in most cases, the internal balance of every faction is largely fucked.
Oh my god. And there you, like, literally, there it is. Like, people, I think because often I'm a little bit like, blah, 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 a little like wacky warehouse over here, that people like, obviously don't take me seriously. And that's fair enough because I'm a little bit, I don't take myself that seriously, to be honest. But now you're hearing it from a much more sensible person than I am. Yeah. Now you're hearing this from a much more sensible person. So hopefully, maybe now you'll start believing me. I mean, guys, I'm not trying to wank myself off too much, but it's starting to get a little uncanny. It's starting to get a little uncanny that I was making all these predictions. And I think I can't actually think of a time when I made a call and it didn't come true at this point. And that sounds super arrogant, and I really don't mean it in that way. But fucking hell. I mean, I make a lot of like jokey calls as well, but yeah. So yeah, this has always been a team tournament problem, but this isn't a team tournament, Serie A. This was singles. The Manchester GT is a super major singles event. Yeah. K47, you blew me off for 2 years. Yeah, Tiki, because the old edition was wank and the new edition is good. I'm being a bit harsh. I'm being very, very harsh. But I believed you. The moment I looked at K47 and what was coming up for it, I believed you. That's the difference. I think this was a tournament. So there was 2 videos. The first one was a team tournament. This is the one that you put out much more recently, which was a singles one. Yeah. 2-year cycle and 4 turns incoming. Yeah. Probably. So to be, yep, I've not even played a game of 10th yet, and I can see it. Take these, they're good, not these, they're shit. But I like those models and units. Doesn't matter, they're shit, you'd lose. Yeah. Exactly. When an American says it, I understand it and believe it. You know what, Bobby 3000? It's a little racist, but you know what? It's okay. Because because of whatever it takes for people to start believing me. I will be subject of this anti-British racism. There you go. I'll accept it. I'll deal with it. As long as it means that people start seeing through the lies of the Jedi, you know. There you go. Was playing what was fun, but literally couldn't win games. Swapped to slightly more meta, and win rate became very positive. Exactly, man. There you go. So, well, anyway, we'll keep listening. I'll say some other bits here. But yeah, it was mostly just that little bit there. Like I said, I'll link to both videos. You guys can watch it.
That sucks. On a level, that's not very interesting. So, basically...
Hear it again, boys. Hear it again.
Every faction is largely fucked. And That sucks. I'm gonna level. That's not very interesting. So
It's not very interesting. This... People call me a warlord ball washer and a warlord shill. I'm not. I'm just a wargamer. I'm just a wargamer that somehow lucked into having just a really nice, like, generous community and somehow fell back asswards into being able to do this gig full time. That's all I am. It's all I've ever claimed to be. I'm not very good at making content or anything like that. I'm just a wargamer. And as a wargamer, I just play games which I find interesting. That's all it comes down to. Why am I riding the dick of conflict so hard? Because it's just fucking interesting. That's it. Why was I getting so rock hard for Horus Heresy 2.0 before they killed it with 3.0? Because I saw the Imperialis Militia book for Horus Heresy 3.0 and I went, this is fucking interesting. I'm like a moth to a flame, boys. I'm like a moth to the flame. I just go where it's interesting. If 40k was more interesting, I'd just talk about 40k. I'm not a shill or a ball washer for any game or any company. I have no issue with championing any game or any company as long as it's good and as long as it's interesting. That's it. That's it. I just go where the good games are. And I've said this forever. A good game is a good game. That's all that matters. A good game is a good game. That's all that matters. So the problem, honestly, the reason I've been getting drawn away from 40k so much recently, the reason why I've been like beefing on 40k, the reason why is because that's it's just not as interesting as it used to be. And it used to be really interesting.
basically, most of these factions, like, you could essentially guess right off the top of your head what 90% of them are playing, just like the faction name. And
that's what I said about orcs, didn't I? I said this last year. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. I said this last year. I said I literally called an orc guys list out. I mean, not just an orc guys. I will go to a tournament now, and I will be able to look down at my opponent's list and just go, look down at my opponent, look at what my opponent is running, and go, that's what he's got. If I go to a GT, maybe 1 out of 5 games, someone will be running something I wasn't expecting.
And that is most of the case gonna be the same. So I think in my results over the course of the weekend, we had just massive numbers of people going undefeated with deck rounds with Ultramarines, a couple of people with Tau, some other factions. Most of those lists.
Tau are really, really fucking good. And do you know what's interesting? I called Tau being really good. Again, send me to the black ships. You guys, I put my money where my mouth was. I fucking proved it last year. And despite that, everyone kept saying Tau was shit. Well, do you know what rumors, do you know what rumblings you're hearing on the fucking, do you know what the scuttlebutt is now? The word on the street? Tau are good. Tau are good. And you're starting to see Tau do really well. And I guarantee you guys, unless something goes wacky with the next balance patch, you're going to see more and more people saying, oh, Tau are great, Tau are great. You're going to see it.
At the very least, came from the same detachments. If not, we're just identical lists from each other. It's
boring. Identical.
It's boring and sad. Now,
identical lists. Like, identical.
I've done a couple of people with Tau, some other factions. Most of those lists, at the very least, came from the same detachments. If not, we're just identical lists from each other. It's boring. It's boring and sad. Now, I've done...
It's boring. You know what, guys? I'm just going to say it. 40k is boring. No one wants to hear it. And here's the thing, there's so many people in the community who just don't want to like say the quiet part out loud. Okay, they don't. But that doesn't do us any favors. Things don't get better if we don't just like bring it out of the darkness into the light so we can have a good fucking look at it and go, right, how do we fucking deal with this? It doesn't get better. I want 40k to be as good as it could be. I want every game to be banging. I want to have stories. I don't have any stories from 10th edition. Actually, that's not true. No. Ever since they got rid of Strachan, I haven't got any interesting stories from 10th edition. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't want 40k to be boring. I want 40k to be exciting. But the truth of the matter is, the truth of the matter is, 40k, if you just play, it's like, I think 40k is getting to like Skyrim, where at this point you just need to mod it for it to be exciting. Drew, I have tons of stories. You just suck, Timmy. I just play competitively. The thing is, 40k competitively is boring now, and the competitive scene has consumed the casual scene, and the game only really rewards you for playing in a competitive manner. Cosmic, I love the fact that you still play. I love the fact that you still play narratively, and honestly, the whole Vong campaign that you did is just amazing. Yeah, I loved it. That's it. It's just the 40k. 40k. It's been boring for about 18 months now, but I think it's just taken a little while for everyone to start. I think it's taken I think 40k has been quite solvable for a little while now, but I think I obviously play a lot of it, so I sort of got to the end quicker. It's like if you speedrun a game, right? You get to the end of the game quicker. I think it's just, I'm not saying like I'm some savant or anything like that. I'm not. I think it's obvious. I think everyone can see it now. It's just taken longer for people to get there because there's probably been some people that have just been playing games at like a slower rate. At one point I was playing an average of 2 tournaments a week because I'd play at a weekend and play a midweek. 3 tournaments every 2 weeks. And that would be, I'd play 2 RTTs and a GT every 2 weeks. Because I'd go RTT at the weekend, midweek RTT, then a GT. I'm just doing that. I played like halfway through 10th edition, I'd played 100 competitive games. That's not including practice. That's just 100 competitive games. Like, so the thing is, like, the moment my Guard Codex came out, basically, because the Guard Codex didn't really do anything that new, and it actually got rid of a lot of stuff, because the internal balance wasn't that amazing. Basically, I played with my new codex for 3 months, basically tested out all the best options for it, and then went, okay, it's solved now. Yeah.
My due diligence to go through and to find some interesting lists to talk about and some stuff that I have not yet talked about up until this point. However, I think it's worth pointing out that this is just, this is the Sata stuff. We're playing Blade of Ultramar. We're playing like Awakened Dynasty Necrons or Star Shadow Arsenal. And that's what's going on. That's just what's happening. So there it is. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. I don't think that the game is in a particularly strong place right now. I do think the faction representation, as I said before, is nice to see. However, at the top end of the competitive metagame, it is boiled down to a very few archetypes that are very viable. Yeah, I think that's just how it is. It's an interesting state to be in because...
No, it's the opposite of interesting, but I know it's just a turn of phrase.
I think that we ended up with sort of a predetermined metagame this season because we all knew Ultramarines were gonna be stupid going into it.
No, man, Victrix gotta find
right? we were like, man, these Victrix Honor Guards sure are something. And they did get nerfed, in fairness, which was great. However, then immediately we got Wardens of Ultramar. Okay, cool. And then Blade of Ultramar. All right, guys, you can calm down now. It's okay. We can stop with Ultramarine stuff. And then immediately...
I love how Games Workshop said we won't be doing 2 Space Marine codexes this edition, and then they basically did 2 Space Marine codexes just without the codex part.
Boom, like a meteorite sent from the skies above. We got the Catan update, and Necrons were everywhere as well. So it feels, I think, like we have been sitting in this metagame for longer than we actually have, right?
That's such a good point. Okay, so the reason why it feels like we've been sitting in the metagame longer than we actually have is because people are able to... because 40k is very obvious, okay? Because it's very solvable very quickly. Because there's less of this experimental phase. Basically, something comes out and let's say something drops on the Monday. That weekend's tournaments, people will they'll be like, okay, we'll allow people to take the new stuff. That weekend's tournaments, by the time it comes along, people have already basically optimized 80% of it, 90% of it. So you're not getting a new drop and then, hey, over like 2 or 3 months, everyone will figure everything out, what the best options are. You're getting a drop, and basically within 24 to 48 hours, it's solved, and that weekend, it's proven. Like that's so because the dissemination of information is so quick and so easy, and it's so easy to get to that information. Like when I say dissemination, I don't mean like the internet. I mean like being able to just look at it and go, that's the best option. Right? It's just obvious, right? Because of that, it feels like basically you're just in this meta for so much longer than you are, because there's no actual experimental phase. There's just instantly know what the best stuff is, play it, go.
The Catan charts have only been this way for going on 2 months, I guess. Just about. Ultramarines a little bit longer than that. However, given the fact that we basically knew what things were going to look like going into it, and we're still experiencing the same stuff, it does feel, I think, a little bit worse than otherwise it would. So I don't know. I think that just compounds the fact that a lot of other things in the game are sort of getting amalgamated, emulsified into single builds, like mono list archetypes and stuff like that in a lot of other factions, just because people are fighting these just powerhouse factions, and they have to be able to build around that, and so you have to be playing certain things.
It's kind of like whenever Imperial Knights are dominant, did you bring enough anti-tank to kill one Imperial Knight a turn? If you did, great. If you didn't, go back.
Yeah, I don't know. I am coming, I think, from a little bit of a place of petulism, I guess. I like it when factions and other like weird sub factions and stuff are a little bit more interesting and dynamic, and I think it's a little bit of a symptom of 10th edition that we're kind of at this point where like 80% of armies are the same as each other. So
80% of armies are the same as each other. Whoa. Yeah, people have been saying that every army basically like feels the same now, and I again, send me to the black ships, blah blah blah. I'm getting bored of saying it myself now. I said this, we're in this elite infantry meta. Every army does the same thing. Couple of ship munchers, and then everything else, a couple of ship munchers, a couple of fast support units, then everything else is just melee, and then every game they stage, and then they go. Doesn't matter what faction you play, same shit. Like I genuinely don't even need to see what my opponent's lists are anymore to just be like, I know, I can look at that. I know what it's going to do. Yeah.
It's just awkward and weird. However,
it is.
We're not going to talk so much about that right now. We're going to talk about any of the people who are playing other and interesting things, because that's what's fun and cool about 40k is you can play a lot of different stuff, and that's what we're going to be focusing on.
There we go. So, well, I'll link both of those videos down in the chat so you guys can have a look. So this is the one that we were just looking at, and then this is the one from a couple of weeks ago. So basically, like he said the same thing a couple of weeks ago, but it's just so you guys can see the timeline. So, like I said, got a lot of time and respect for Tactical Tortoise, and if you're not subscribed to his channel and you're interested in competitive stuff, you should do, because he does a much better breakdown and analysis of these things than me. So the thing is, like, to be clear, the thing is, the game 40k right now as a game in some ways has achieved miracles. This is the weird thing. This is why but two things could be right at the same time. You can have a really decent spread of factions, and you can have all the factions between 60 and 40%. And so the people who want to champion 40k and sort of go, look at how good it is, will point to these things and go, look, every faction's in, is as close as it ever has been for win rates, and look at the top of the look at the spread of factions that are winning or doing well at events. It's great, right? And that's true. That can be true. But next to it, at the same time, the game can be fucking solved and boring. Both things are right at the same time. So if someone says to you, oh, 40k, it seems like the most balanced there has been. They're not technically wrong. I mean, I've gone off about 40k balance before. I won't go to it here. But they're not technically wrong. But the issue is, like, that can be true, but that also cannot actually be the main problem. And the problem can overshadow the main, can overshadow the positives. And like I said, the number one problem with 40k is it's just too easy to optimize. It's too like fucking anyone could do it, man. And also, it's not that anyone could do it; it's that everyone also basically gets told to do it. So if you go online, if you're a new player and you're like, you know what, I want to find out what's the best way of playing Imperial Guard. You go online, you say, hey guys, what's the best way of playing Imperial Guard? And people will tell you, take this. And you go, oh, okay. And you say, oh, but I was really interested in those Death Riders. And people say, they're not very good. You can take them, take what you want, but they're not very good. So, and you'll just know, like, it's just, and so not only, so the information is known, and then it basically, the moment you enter the 40k bubble, you get essentially told the right stuff. And the thing is, that's actually very good. It might be like, oh, but the people are just telling. That's actually very good because 40k is very expensive. And thing is, I think one of the reasons why we're seeing the game get optimized so much is because if you buy a wrong unit, it's $100 down the shitter. Like if guardsmen were pound per model, crazy pie in the sky, but if guardsmen were pound per model, a lot more people would be like, fuck it, I'll try a horde. But when collecting an army, new in box from Games Workshop, costs you £1,000 for a 2,000 point list, maybe with a little bit of wiggle room, maybe 2,200 points. And if you play in America, you're looking at $1,500 for a 2,000 point list. Like, you ain't got the fucking time to. You don't have the luxury of being able to just pick a unit because you think it's good, because it's just a waste of fucking money. Pick a unit because you think it's cool, because it's a waste of fucking money. Yeah. That's one of the big things. Like, of course we have to optimize. Of course we do. It's fucking expensive. It's fucking expensive not to. Yeah. Yeah, that's why, 3D printing and everything. Bruce Oakman, question then at Modern Glory, how do you solve it? Old school Force Org, because you pay your tax and then take the good stuff away? Bruce Oakman, honestly, it's just such a big question. There's a thousand different things that need to be done. And there is no one magic bullet. There's genuinely no one magic bullet. It's funny because a lot of people say, I wish the game wouldn't change all the time. And a lot of people initially were like, oh, I'm really glad that 11th edition is going to be like 10.5 edition. And I think the closer this is what people were saying like 6 months ago, when the rumors of 11th being basically being a continuation edition, 10.5 edition started coming out. And what's kind of funny is the longer that time goes on, more and more people start saying, I really hope it's not a 10.5 edition. Fuck. I really hope it's not a 10.5 edition. Because if it's just a 10.5 edition, we just roll from one edition to the next. It's it's going to be another 3 years of the game being fucking solved. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Jamie Taylor, I can imagine that this conversation will be taking place a year ahead from today about 11th edition. Yeah. People are like, oh, I really hope 11th edition doesn't become a 2-year edition. I fucking hope it does. As crazy as that sounds, I fucking hope it does. We need a big fucking reset, like, now, not in 2 years, not 2.5 years' time. Yeah. Yeah. But no, my big hope with 11th edition is that it does reset the meta massively. Massively. I think I want it to reset the meta because otherwise it'll just be solved. Like literally 11th edition will be fucking solved in like 6 months. It took 18 months to solve 10th. I think it'll take 6 to solve 11th unless there are some significant shakeups going forward. It could be shakeups on the edition, like the core rules. It could be shakeups in terms of codexes. Do you know what I mean? Like, as long as something is shaking it up. Yeah. If it's not 10.5, it'll be Heresy's 3rd edition. Keep that in mind. No. Wait. Oh my god, how has it become down to that choice? I know, I'm joking. I think it will. No. I don't believe that will be the case. But just to lead into the joke. Fucking hell. Is it the choice between 10.5 and Heresy 3.0 treatment? Honestly, give me the gun. I'll do it myself. I'll avoid the red tape. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh. Yeah. Fuck it hell. Oh my god. Yeah, fuck it. That is Jason Wayland. That is an immortal comment. That is absolutely immortal comment. Someone mark that down. Yeah. Someone mark that fucking down. So yeah, like but we're sort of at the crux of the thing right now. But yeah, long story short, I was right. Long story short, I said about a year ago. No, not a year. No, not a year. 8 months. Not even 8. 6 months ago. About August. I said, I feel like 10th edition is completed. I feel like the game's way too solvable. I feel like the moment that a codex drops, it's dissected in 24 hours. I feel like the choices are too obvious. And I feel like this is just going to lead to basic. And I said, I'm already seeing every time I encounter a faction, it's the same thing. I said this 6 months or so. I think 6 months ago, realistic. Sorry, 12 months is actually when the guard codex came out. My bad. I think I exaggerated slightly before. I didn't mean to. It's been a long 6 months, boys. But yeah, 6 months ago, I basically said that the game was going to end like this, and the game was going to end up like this. And here we are, 6 months later, and it turns out, yeah, it's basically solved. Like I personally don't want to wait 4 months for 10th edition to come, for 11th edition to come out. I kind of hope GW will release 11th edition like as soon as possible. Yeah. Yeah, that's my hot take. The game is solved. The game is completed. And I will say this. The last thing, I'll tell you what, I'll add one more tidbit on. One little tidbit. This end of an edition right here is way more solved than the end of 9th and the end of 8th. Because that's the big thing, right? Because people will say, oh, this is just the end of edition drought. the end of edition drop off. Guys, I played 8th edition all the way to the end, never looking at another game. I played 9th edition right to the end, never looking at another game. But the occasional bot action because, you know, because Alex wanted to play it, like that was it kind of thing. I loved it. Don't get me wrong, I loved it, but I was pretty much, you know, 40k all the way. And then at the end of 10th edition, this is the most solved I have ever seen it. This is, and I'm not saying that could be partly the game design of 10th edition, could be partly that the community is so much bigger now, so many more brains crunching the numbers. I don't know what it is, but the game is way too shallow, way too solvable. And the number one thing that 10th edition, 11th edition, Warhammer 40k needs right now is depth. We just need it to be deep. That's what we need. Yeah. To be fair, 9th edition, the game was less than 6 months to solve the guard because the go out was so late. That's true, Joe. That's fair. That's very fair. But then to be fair, man, we did get lots of like Psychic Awakening, and we got Octarius and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely need the game to become deeper again. Is it a balance problem or a mission problem? Both. Yeah. Yeah. There's no, this may sound very dramatic, but there is no single aspect of the game that I don't think needs an overhaul to make it more interesting. Like it functionally it works, right? Functionally the machine works, but from a how do we make the game more interesting point of view, I don't think I do not think there is a single aspect of the game. You could name an aspect in chat and I would say how I would change it, improve it to make it more interesting. Yeah. From the terrain, to the missions, to the armies, to the force structure, to the size of the boards, to everything. To the way units move, to the way units fight, to the way units shoot. I think at every single point, it needs either a small or a large injection of something to make it more interesting. Yeah. Cards have to go. Yeah, missions have to be done massively. Yeah, redone. Maelstrom should exist as an option, not as a go-to way to play. You should have Maelstrom tournaments, and you should have tactical tournaments, and there should just be games with, you know, there should be we need a variety of missions for sure. And you could even have it where you have some missions which are no secondaries, and it's just like primary, and there's like objectives around the board you have to go and capture. And there's some missions where there's only secondaries, and then there's missions where there's both. And so you have to be able to build an army that can do a bit of everything. Or you have dedicated tournaments, different plays for different types of mission if you wanted to. But yeah. Detachments need to be redone. Force structure and organization needs to be redone. Yeah. I would absolutely bring back kill points as the type of mission, but the way I would do it is I would do it as not you get 1 point for killing a unit. I would do it as you get you get that unit's points value. So if you build a 500 point unit and someone kills it, they get 500 points. And you could have like if you reduce it by like half, you get half its points. If you reduce it by 75%, you get 75% of its points and stuff like that. Yeah. I would have units that are degraded, being unable to hold objectives, like 2 guardsmen. I know Dawn of War 1 says 2 guardsmen can hold an objective, but I'd have 2 guardsmen. I would say, you know, if you're below a certain unit strength, you can't score it. Yeah. I'm not saying play fourth. I'm saying elements. We can't look to the past and just say play old editions. See, when you talk about this, people often just go, well, we should go back to play X edition. I think we need to incorporate things from old editions and then bring new things in that have never been done before. Like I've said this in an earlier stream. I think we should have weapon skill versus weapon skill should come back. So people say the problem is that the game is a D6 system. Well, isn't it fucking weird how Conflict is a D6 system? No issues with D6s. Bolt Action, Old World. Isn't it funny how I play all sorts of different games which use D6s and they're totally fine? The problem isn't the D6 system. The problem is the fix to hit system. You know, a Space Marine should not always hit on a 3. A Space Marine should find it easier to hit a Guardsman than a Custodes. A Custodes should find it easier to hit a Space Marine and even easier to hit a Guardsman. We need weapon skill versus weapon skill, and we need ballistic skill versus initiative. And then we need initiative to determine your ability to dodge, or how hard you are to hit, and initiative to determine how fast you are in melee.
Fighting crime, there's only
Yeah.
one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
We need to just bring some fucking nuance and bring some fucking depth back into the game, because like, I'm not trying to be an elitist dickhead here, but if you can't work out that 7 is a higher number than 6, then maybe war games aren't for you. If you can't work out that initiative 7 goes before initiative 6, that the bigger number goes first, maybe you're not trying to be a knobhead, but maybe this isn't for you. If you can't figure out that, oh, do you have higher weapon skill than me? Okay, well then you hit on a 3 and I hit you on like a 4 or a 5. If you can't figure that out, like, people can figure out that if the strength is higher than the toughness, that it's easier to wound. I think they can figure out if the weapon skill is higher than the weapon skill, then it's easier to hit. Like, yeah. It's not, yeah, like, it's not hard. Like, it just isn't hard. Yeah. It's like, I do sometimes find that people say these same statements in 40k and they're just repeating some bullshit they've heard. They've never actually thought about it for more than 3 seconds. Like, people are like, oh yeah, the game needed to come down from a 6x4 to the smaller table size because that's the size of a kitchen table. And it's like, who's playing on kitchen tables? Like, not trying to be a dickhead here, but like, you've said it's to make the game size more accessible, and then everyone's playing at tournaments now. Like, what? And also, what is the average size of a table? There's no industry standard for kitchen tables. Why do people say that? Oh, it's too hard for initiative had to go away. It's too hard for people to figure, to work that out. What, the bigger number goes first? Obviously, that's not too hard. Or we needed fixed to hit values so that people would find it easier to know what to hit on. I've been playing this game since I was 5. I never had an issue as a fucking 5-year-old looking down at a table that went, this says 3, this says 4, so that means I hit you on a 4. Like, people say I've been playing this game since I was literally 4 or 5 years old. I never had an issue with working out how to hit each other, how to wound each other. If you can't read 2 lines on a table, again, not trying to be elitist dickhead here, but maybe it's not for you. Like, if you can't go, then what the fuck, man? Tim, I can't read. Should I go now? Cosmic, if you can't read, bro, you have bigger problems than not being able to play Warhammer. I'm just going to be real with you. Like, you should be solving that before worrying about if Warhammer's going to be good or not. Because, I like, a game for everyone, like, how dare you write rules that the illiterate can't read? Like, again, if you can't read and you can't do numbers, then those are things that, you need, you've got bigger problems than Warhammer in your life. And that's not me lambasting you. That's like me actually being sympathetic to you. Yeah. I work in the medical field, on the book field. Cosmic, if you can't read and you work in the medical field, then we're fucked. All right, bro? I'm going to be real with you. Like, not only do you have bigger problems, but medicine has bigger problems. Can we just make it more deep? Yeah. Yeah. Again, I'm talking about let me make something clear here. I'm talking about a game which is easy to learn, but is a pleasure to master. Let me ask you this. Is 40k easy to learn and play now? Can you learn 40k in a turn? In one game? Can you learn it? No. No. Like, no one can. 40k is like really complex and convoluted. But it's the most beginner-friendly edition it ever has been. Boys, it's so much easier to learn like 4th edition than it is to learn 10th. And no one I only learned this recently. Jackal, nope, I played like 10 games and still don't know 7% of how it works. I wish I wouldn't even know where to start. Not with every data sheet having its own ability. Yeah. It's because the rules are not logical? Exactly, yeah. Shit, I've been playing 10th the whole time and I still don't know how to play it. McCon, as someone who just started reading forcing rules last night, hard agree. Yeah. What I am proposing is you make a game that's not convoluted. You make a game which is deep. You're not making a game which is complex. You're not making a game which is convoluted. You're not making a game which is hard to learn. You're not making you're making a game which has depth to it. It is very, and people act like this is an impossible job. They act like this is some like pie in the sky that can never happen. Do you know who thinks that? People who only play Warhammer. Specifically Warhammer 40k. The only people that think it's impossible to make a game that's easy to fucking learn and play are people that only play Warhammer. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it. It's the moment you step out and you start looking at other games, it's like, wow, I actually kind of know what I'm doing after this, after a couple of turns. Yeah. I actually know what the fuck I'm doing. Yeah. That's the thing. I'm asking to make the game like it. Anyway, we're going around in circles now. That was a big bit of beef. That was a big bit of beef. It was a big beefy beef, boys. Now I've got a lot of super chats to catch up on. Fucking hell. Let's go through them. Let's have a look what people are saying. Let's have a look. Ishmael Thompson. Flyer meta humor in stream discussion. Let's have a look. To honor the flying meta aircraft nerd stuff, but entertaining. Let me have a look.
This F-16 shoots my...
1 minute. I've got to... there's like 3 videos here. Let's have a quick look. We're going to do this, and then I might have some more... I might have some other bits to talk about.
My 30mm round...
But I have a lot of other bits to talk about, but I mean, after Super Chats, we've got some other topics to get into that I think you guys will like. Let's have a look here, man. Alright. Let me get this on. So this is flying meta humor. I don't do flying stuff, so let's have a look.
This F-16 shoots my missile out of the sky. All I saw was an explosion and the F-16 flies straight through it. I take him one circle and nearly get to use the gun. He extends away thinking he can outrun my AIM-9M, but it easily climbs up to meet him.
Hello there.
Just as I down the F-16, a MiG-29 captures me off guard and sends 3 heat seekers at my A-10. The volume of my screaming was drowned out by the volume of flares that my A-10 can throw out, as all 3 missiles go for my panic-induced reduced flare spam. I then have to take my A10 vertical at only 200 knots to send out a missile of my own. It also goes for flares, and my A10 is rapidly losing speed. I still have just enough control to send out another AIM-9 that takes out the MiG, but I get an update saying that
There is, like, okay, I'm not a flying guy, but I am 99.99% certain there's no way, except in some extremely crazy situations, that an A10 would be able to dogfight an F-16 and then a MiG-29. What fucking propaganda A10 game is this?
4 MiG-29s are approaching, and that was my last missile. My best chance now is staying close to this friendly linebacker that has 4 Stinger missiles. These aren't exactly powerful, but are enough to scare off one of the MiGs. The other one hasn't seen me yet, but one thing that has seen me is this fully armed Ka-50 attack helicopter. It's packing 4 Igla missiles, and despite this direct hit, I receive no obvious damage. My linebacker fires at the next MiG and also scores a direct hit, but doesn't scare him off like last time. I struggle to catch the MiG, and my A10 eats a second Igla. I actually had no idea what was hitting me, and the third Igla definitely hurt. Both of my engines are now struggling, I'm leaking fuel, and the MiG has just spotted me. My A10 currently has a lot of problems, but this MiG is about to experience 3,900 problems per minute. I somehow fly away from this game of aerial chicken, and the MiG spears in. The Ka-50 sends out its last Igla and finally puts my engines out of action. I have to eject and watch my A10 slide over the sand. This F-16 shoots my missile out of the sky. All I saw was an
That is, that looks quite interesting.
This F4 tanks my surprise attack. I send out another missile, but the F4 makes my Su-25 look like this. Its engines are unaffected, although it's leaking fuel and having flight control issues. He cleverly flies in front of the sun and deploys flares. My R60 falls short, and he keeps his speed up while flying towards another F4 coming in to help him. My remaining missiles are for ground targets and are only weighing me down. I have to stop chasing the leaking F4 and focus on the new one. This gives them both a chance to launch AIM-9Ls at me. The new F4's missile doesn't track, but in a stroke of unbelievable luck, right as I merge with the new F4, the leaking F4 sends out an AIM-9 and it locks onto his friend instead of me. I barely miss my chance as he rips past at the speed of sound. His missile tracks down his friend and brings the fight back to a 1v1, but he still has loads of missiles left and I have just used all of my flares. He climbs steadily, presents a thin profile when I take these long-range shots, and is hoping I run out of energy. I recognize this plan and stop climbing to regain speed for when he dives back down. I spray rounds out of desperation, landing 2 hits, making his issues worse. But thanks to this AIM-9, my left engine is now on fire. He manages to eject, but my problems mean I get to evaporate. This F4.
I get to evaporate.
My 30mm round does nothing except make this A10 angry and start leaking fuel. I don't want to lose a dogfight to a fully loaded A10. He presents a thin profile so I can't line up a shot and can still turn tighter than me. And now my best option is going up, where my Su-25
just like
he begins diving back down to regain
absolutely
speed, and the only
sweating.
way I'm going to turn tight enough to get behind him is to deploy landing.
Just absolutely sweating.
And I take the bait, hoping to land one final shot. I take out one of his engines, but he simply ignores physics and pulls off some kind of ace combat move to get revenge.
Ignores physics.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Fucking what the fuck is this?
My 30mm round does nothing.
Just gets fucking wrecked. Alright, that was quite good. I have to admit, I wasn't expecting that to be as good as it was, but that was alright actually. Yeah. Just pulls off some A10. That was quite good. What have we got next? Tiki, thank you so much for 35-month Memoflex, man. X-Force, baby! Won an IJA victory in bolt action escalation league today. Yeah! Amazing, man. Amazing. Congratulations on the victory. And in honor of your super chat as well, thank you for the support. Banzai! 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 There we are, man. Tiki, I love it, man. Thank you for double support. Triple support. Triple support. Tiki with another super chat. 500 point in IJA Tiki Tyrers versus USSR bot action battle port in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. This day in alt history, 24 Feb 1939, Soviets aggressively engaged with the Empire of Japan in numerous border skirmishes. Rumors of small force of brave USSR patriots were smuggled onto the island of Marina to begin disruption and liberation of the locals from the Empire of Japan. The IGA were quick to institute a curfew and enact martial law to help flush out any insurgents and collaborate from the local population. A spy was found in the small town of St. Helena, a spot popular with European expats. The IGA were able to escort this treasonous spy and repel the surprisingly large amount of Soviet insurgents. Minimum losses were suffered on both sides, with only one USSR squad actually being fully killed in action. Soviets were quick to strike and quick to break contact via expert use of officers, making the Empire of Japan curious where and when in the ever-expanding empire the USSR will strike next. Let's have a look. Tiki the Hut. I love that. So we've got a couple of squads of riflemen, officer, sniper, anti-tank team. All right.
While keeping it real.
Look at that. That's a cool one. Hey, I like the cardboard buildings, man. That's kind of interesting. They remind me a little bit of like Battletech buildings. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. Looking good. Got some Soviets moving in against the Japanese. Was it top secret or something? Did you basically run in, grab the top secret, and then run out again? I like that you can have an anti-tank rifle with 3 guys now. I need to look into that. Yeah. He's got some Soviet stuff there. Very cool. Your opponent's got some... well, both armies have got some cool units involved. Nice. So basically, you ran in, got the objective, and fucked off. Brilliant. Nah, I just held those objectives. Fair enough. It looks good, though, man. It looks good. Yeah. IJA has 2 shots now, too. Wait, 2 shots on an anti-tank rifle? I need to look into this. I need some more... I've been wondering why everyone's been buying Japanese AT rifle. I see now. I see. Bruce Oakman, thank you for the super chat, bro. 40k is 100% boring right now. GW couldn't make it exciting if they tried, so they won't. They will give it Age of the Emperor instead, a new and exciting sci-fi battles game. He said the thing. He said the quiet part out loud. Yeah. I don't think... I don't think we're totally in Age of the Emperor yet. I think we're 1 foot in. I think... I said at the beginning of 10th edition that this edition was going to be GW, literally like day 1, that this was going to be the edition where GW shed the last vestiges of old GW. And this was actually New Hammer Edition 1. I still stand by that. I don't think we'll know till 12th edition if we're going to be in Age of the Emperor. I don't think we'll know until 12th edition. But I definitely think we're 1 foot in right now. I think we're 1 foot in. Not 2 feet. We're on the cusp. We're looking in. We're like, what's Age of Sigmar doing down at the bottom of that grave? What are you doing down there? What are you doing down there? 40k is just solved, man. Like the thing is, okay. 40k is just solved. How do you make 40k not solved while staying within the confines of New Hammer? You just have to basically make it so you can't just look down at something and it's just instantly solvable. That's what needs to change. You can stick with, I mean, there are better ways of doing it, but if GW wants to stick with I go, you go, which is a fine system, there are plenty of ways, I mean, plenty of games that I go, you go that work totally okay. I go, you go isn't the problem. But if 40k wants to stick with all the New Hammer bollocks, you just need to make it so the game isn't so solvable. That's why I keep saying the number one problem that 40k has is it's too solvable. It's too easy to figure out the right and wrong choices. And those right and wrong choices are... It's not that it's too easy to figure them out, because that kind of sounds like, well, it should be harder and people should make more mistakes. No. It should be like there are less obvious choices. Like there should be some like you know, that people know there's like 10 out of 10 options, but then, like, for example, Drea versus Lord Solar. Lord Solar's a 10 out of 10 option. Drea's a 9 out of 10 option. That way, people can go, I know Lord Solar's better, but Drea's good enough for me to be worth trying him out. That's what we're asking for. And that, internally with the codexes, that externally on a macro level, so we need to make factions like Emperor's Children 3 times the size. That's what we need. If we're not going to bring them all together under one book, Emperor's Children 3 times size, the datasheet bloat is a myth. It is a lie. There's no such thing as datasheet bloat. If you complain about having too many unit options, you're basically complaining about your steak being too juicy and your lobster too buttery. Because guess what? We've taken all the units out, and the internal balance hasn't got any better. So if internal balance is always going to be fucked, you know what? I'd rather have more units to pick from. Yeah. I am perfectly willing to accept 40k will never be balanced. I'm perfectly willing to accept that we should never stop trying, but it will never be perfectly balanced. But if we accept that we can try, but we know it's never going to be perfect, then what that means is we should stop fucking killing loads of things in the game on the sacrifice of the ultra balance, which is never going to happen. You need trade-offs like handguns versus crossbows, exactly. Just choices, man. Just more viable fucking choices. That's all it needs. And I said earlier that you could literally like. I said earlier that you could change. You could make every aspect of the game more interesting, and that would be my preferred choice. But I also think that you could do a lot less than that to fix 40k. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Show us a Tiki Tape, Timmy. Let the worm out. I'm not getting the worm out, and I'm not bloody showing you the Tiki Tapes because the Tiki Tapes don't exist. Minnie Dingbat, thank you 23 months, man. X-Force, baby. Lost a game today, was teaching my opponent to play. Nice, Minnie Dingbat. That's always good. It's always good. Yeah, teaching people how to play and all that kind of stuff. Like, I don't hate 40k. I don't hate 40k. I love seeing more and more people get into the game. I love seeing the game being super, super popular. Look, sometimes it's easy to hear some of the things I'm saying and then like lump me in with some other arguments that get made. But I specifically make certain arguments and I specifically don't make other ones. So like, you don't hear me talking about how like, oh, we need to gatekeep the game. I don't say anything like that because I do like the fact that 40k is big and popular. I do like that. Like, I'm not saying we need to make 40k for the grognards again. I'm not saying we need to go back to old Hammer. I'm not saying any of those things, okay? I'm saying we need to improve what we currently have. I don't hate 40k or want to see it fail. I want 40k to be the best it can possibly be. And it's easy to hear someone criticize it and think they're suddenly a GW hater or a 40k hater or anything like that, and I'm none of those things. What have we got next? Azaleus, thank you for the 31-month member flex, man. Exports, baby. How does bolt action handle terrain compared to 40k? Really well. So fundamentally, terrain and bolt action. I mean, the games are so different that it's like where to begin. But I'll give you an example. Bolt action has destructible terrain, and destroying terrain can give you tactical advantages in the game. Not all terrain is destructible, but if there's a building in the way, you can destroy that building by launching like a howitzer shell at it. And then if you destroy that building, it goes from being terrain type building to terrain type ruin. And that means like that brings with it advantages. So like if you basically like, so I actually had a This was in second edition, to be fair, but it's still kind of the same thing in third edition, bot action. I was once TOing an event for bot action, and I saw someone take a tiger. Someone was playing. There was someone who had like quite a good British army versus someone who had a bit of a meme German army. And the German player had like a Tiger 2, which is they're better now in third edition, but in second edition they were a little bit overcosted. And the British player was using this building as like a big like staging point. And what the German player did is he took his Tiger 2 and rammed it through the building, which then destroyed the building. And then he was able to not only then see the British units that were hiding on the other side with his Tiger 2 and be like, boom, point blank HE shell. But then also, because now the building was a ruin, it meant that infantry could move through it as well. So that he was able to like pour some like Volksgrenadiers through and get in amongst the British. So the British player who had planned to sit on an objective behind line of sight blocking terrain suddenly had that plan upended because the rules were deep enough that heavy tanks and super heavy tanks were able to destroy terrain. And this is something that it's not a common occurrence. It's not something that the British player was expecting to happen, and he'd played a few, of these little tournaments that I've been running. But this is the difference between like this is what depth brings you. Depth brings you more tools in the toolbox. Think about that in 40k. Right? Think about so what are your options if someone is basically hiding behind a ruin on an objective in 40k? Your options are indirect fire, but so many people have had their indirect fire nerfed that that's barely even an option on the game anymore. Or your option is basically to charge through the ruin. There's no real they're your two options. Now, you have similar options in bot action to that, but then you've also got, as we said, this option to be able to actually destroy the terrain that your opponent's hiding in. Yeah. You have the same options, and then you have more options on top of that. So, that's an example of how 40k and bot action does terrain differently. Fundamentally, bot action terrain is quite simple. You have soft cover, which gives you a 5+ cover save. You have heavy cover, which gives you, or hard cover, I should say, which gives you a 4+ cover save. And then you have dense cover, which you can't see through. And terrain can be any combination of those three. So you could have something which is dense, so you can't see through it, but if you're in it, it will give you soft cover. Well, I say everything is either soft or heavy, or as I keep saying, light and hard, but it's soft and heavy is the official terms. And then things can be dense as well. So that's fundamentally they're the three core rules of it. But then, you've got rules for water. So if there's a river, you've got rules for things like shallow water and how you can ford, different sizes of different bodies of water. You've got roads. Roads double the movement of wheeled vehicles. So, if you normally a wheeled vehicle goes 12 inches, but if it's on a road, it can go 24 inches, and the guys can get out. Or a wheeled vehicle can run and go 24 inches. On a road, it can go 48 inches, but then you can't get out because it's going so fast. You have to basically cling on if you're like a transport. There are differences between wheeled and tracked vehicles. So a wheeled vehicle can go faster on roads, but can't go over rough ground. So you can't take like a truck through like a forest or something, or over a wall. Wheeled vehicles can't go over terrain because typically wheeled vehicles are like trucks. But if you've got tracks, so you're like a tank, then you you don't go double speed on roads, but you can go through terrain. Like you can go over rough ground. That's to represent the tracks are better at going over rough ground. And then you've got half tracks, which kind of get the best of both worlds. Yeah. But half tracks are typically only for transports. The disadvantage of a lot of half tracks is they're really lightly armored, and they're just transports. There's, you know, or like an AA gun on the back of a half track or something like that. Yeah. And then in Conflict 47, you've got like walkers, and walkers, they can move 12. Walkers are kind of like the best of the movement of wheeled vehicles and the ability to traverse rough ground of tracked vehicles. So half tracks go like slower but can go through terrain, but also can benefit from roads. Whereas walkers are fast; they're as fast as a wheeled vehicle. Yeah. Well, half track's the worst platform. I might have got that wrong, Whispering Monk. Maybe they're the worst of both worlds. Maybe. But yeah, so terrain terrain at a base level is quite simple, but then you add in the fact that buildings are buildings you can actually get inside buildings. You basically like embark in them like a transport, and you can disembark from them as well. Buildings that've got rules for like house to house fighting, how many units can shoot out of a building depends on like how many windows and doorways it's got. All this kind of stuff. Assaulting a building can be quite difficult as well because it's a defended position. Yeah, there's lots of but actually terrain starts off simple and then is deep. The fundamental concepts are dense, soft, and hard. And once you understand dense, soft, and hard cover, you basically know 80% of the terrain rules, 90% of the terrain rules you're ever going to interact with. But then the last like 20% are super deep for setting up, like, do you want to set up like buildings? Do you want to set up like rivers, roads, all this kind of stuff? Yeah. So this is what I'm talking about. You have easy basic rules, and then you add the depth for the nuance, which allows players to and you allow players to interact with that depth as much or as little as they want. Yeah. War Nerd Malarkey, thank you 24 months, man. Double X Force, baby! I feel Stillmania overtaking me. It's a good pain. I mean, Stillmania is totally possible for older editions of Warhammer because they never get updated now, which is that they're like preserved. But you physically cannot Stillmania in new editions because obviously if you build a list of 2,000 points, then GW says that unit needs to go up by 10 points. Well, you have to change it. You're not allowed to play 10 points over. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. What's the best US transport for K-47? I mean, I'm a big fan of just the good old truck. The good old Studebaker truck. I think it's 27 points, bro. It's dirt cheap. It's dirt fucking cheap. Yeah. But yeah, I'd go for a Studebaker truck. I think you can. They're relatively, yeah. Studebaker filled with power armor, definitely. Yeah. So you tend to put softer infantry inside harder transports and harder infantry inside softer transports. Because when the transport dies, if there's guys inside, they're forced to disembark and they take D6 small arms hits. So D6 hits at no pen. So on average, that's going to be like 3 or 4 hits, right? Now, if you're in power armor, then they roll how many hits they get, and then they have to roll to see how many wounds they do. And obviously, in power armor, you'll be on wounding on 6s, so you'll be much less likely to die. In fact, one of the great things about Style Trooper for the Germans is that because they're damage value 7, they can't die from getting out of a transport. It's really cool. Die from being forced from a blowing up transport. You don't normally take hits from getting out of transport, just from a dying one. So yeah, you put softer infantry inside harder transports because then those softer infantry are less likely to take any damage if the transport goes up. And you take harder infantry and put them in softer transports because they're less likely to take any damage from when that transport dies to like some small arms or something. There you go. Cosmic, thank you again for the super chat, man. Tim memes and stream discussion. Let's have a look. fucking tiki tapes. The tiki tapes are real. I love it. Although that mustache will have to be glued on. There's no way I could grow a mustache that good, as we've just determined. War Nerd Malarkey, thank you for super chat, man. War Nerds fix no one asked for, bro. Dude, never say no one asked for it. Every idea is worth throwing into the ring, man. Battle line requirements. Different units can be battle line depending on detachment. Make lists armies again. I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%. Do you want to know, like, what I would... Do you want to know the fix that I would make, dude? I would bring percentage-based list building like Old World in. So you have to take 25% of your army's battle line. People would not like that. But they wouldn't like it at first, but then they would learn to like it. Apparently, Cosmic said these are the real memes. Fucking hell. What? Fuck's sake. That's the worst one. That one is actually fucking better than that one, for fuck's sake. That's my favourite one. Like, the People's Glory, I like that one. Studio built by strength. If I do a few more Giga Chats, I might end up like that. Yeah, there you go. Fucking hell. Cosmic out here, fucking putting me in a fucking Goering outfit. Jesus fucking Christ, man. All right, what do we got next? We've got Chicken Detonator. Thank you for the super chat, man. Those memes, by the way, are why your RAM costs 900 quid and your power bill's so high. Chicken Detonator, what's your favorite build for Renegade Crown Brigands and why? So I've never used them, man. I've never used Renegade Crown Brigands, so I don't really have a favorite build for them. My favorite thing about Renegade Crowns is full plate armor and halberd. That's my favorite thing about it. So yeah, Brigands. I don't even know what. If you can get blunderbusses on them, I'd give them blunderbusses. I don't know. I know that you can get Brigands for Bretonian exiles, and I don't care what is the best option. But if you can take a blunderbuss, you should take a blunderbuss because blunderbusses are cool. That's my answer, Chicken Detonator. Pure rule of cool, blunderbusses. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. MG, so Newbie has Tables on Tactics video for you. I've actually already covered it. I've already covered it in a in another stream, and I've already got a stream highlight coming out for it next week. So so Cosmic, it's already been covered. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it, but it's already been covered, man. K4, thank you for 10 months, man. I have another one of these. Well, another member flex. Thank you for the member flex, man. Thank you for continuing to support the channel, man. Amazing. We've got Fun Jacob. Thank you for the super chat, bro. 1.5k viewers like the stream, guards, but I know it. I don't know how we've got 1,500 people in here. I like genuinely, I have no idea how we've got 1,500 people in here. Like, I like maybe like welcome. Welcome. But it's Cosmic's alts, yeah, probably. Yeah. People, Super Onyx 5, people are rallying behind your message for 40k, my guy, at Morning Glory. Oh, I don't know about that, man. Hopefully. Who knows? Just bots? I mean, maybe. It could just be bots. I hope not. And I hope I don't insult anyone. You know, obviously. But, yeah. I think maybe, you fool, I have 70 alternate accounts. Yeah. But, if there are 1,500 real life organic meat bags in the stream, then you guys are fucking amazing. Yeah, great to have you all here. It's the same 20 people rambling and a poops and a lurkers. Yeah, I mean, I love lurkers, man. Some people, no, I was kidding about the bots. If we've got 1,500 people basically lurking in the stream, I love lurkers. Like, I have no issue with it. You know, I always say this. I say every internet community is built on lurkers. People go, oh, lurkers are shit. No, man. Like, you know, not everyone wants to be an active part of it. The vast majority of people that are part of any online community are lurkers and all that kind of stuff. You know, if you want to be, if you want to interact, great. If you just want to chill, have me on in the background or something, whatever. Yeah, like, that's cool. Look, I say this about all of my. I say this about my channel. Like, I don't paywall anything. Do you know what I mean? I don't paywall anything. All of the content that I make is completely free to watch. It's only monetized, obviously, from the advert point of view. And I never used to monetize any of my streams because I didn't want to inconvenience people with adverts. But then YouTube then did a policy where even if you didn't put adverts on your video, they would just put adverts and claim all the ad revenue for themselves, which they still do. So I was like, well, if at that point I might as well just have adverts on my videos. I don't obviously have them. But I don't have them in my live streams. The good thing is that there's no adverts on the live stream. So I've still done that for after 3.5 years of live, nearly 4 years actually, 3 years and 9 months. I still don't have a single ad in my live streams because if I don't have to inconvenience people with ads, I won't. Yeah. That's the way I do it. And that's what, my policy has always been. If you want to support with super chats or just by watching and, dealing with the adverts and all that kind of stuff, that's, on the normal content and everything. That's it. Yeah. Like, my policy always is I will make the content. If people like the content, then they will support it. It's that simple. I don't like paywalling anything. I don't have any channel member specific. The only thing that's paywalled in the only thing that's paywalled is the Discord, and that's only really paywalled just as a way of to kind of make sure we don't have like a bunch of like bots just go through into the Discord basically. Yeah. Necrospin, I'm literally here to avoid listening to my friends talk about politics. Thanks to no politics policy, mate. No dramas, no worries at all. I fucking hate talking about politics, man. Yeah, I've been very consistent about that. I just there's too much of it. There's too much politics talk these days. Everyone seems to fucking want to insert it into everything all the time, and I'm just like, bro, I'm just trying to like fucking watch a video here, man. Yeah, my policy has always been I make the content that I'd like to watch myself, or the kind of content that I'd like to watch. And I feel like a lot of people, I think like a lot of people are kind of sick of everything being politics 24/7. Yeah. So yeah, Necro Spoon. Yeah, that's. I appreciate you saying that, man. Yeah, I do. What have we got next? What have we got next? We've got. We have got. Oh, but before I forget, to everyone who is in the stream, to all of you, thank you so much for being here. You are all most welcome, and I hope all of you are enjoying the stream. And we do have more beef to talk about, potentially. So for those of you who are here for the spicy beef and all that kind of stuff, then stick around. We'll just catching up on a few super chats, and then we'll be getting into more of it. There we are. I like to try and do a topic and then catch up on super chats, do a topic and catch up, and that way, we can talk about the topic unbroken, and then we can, I can catch up in between, and that way that feels like a nice balance. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? Coordinate Gains, thank you for the super chat, man. My linebacker came today. Conflict 47, baby. Yes! Conflict 47, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Fucking love the linebacker, man. I'm going to build a list with 2 of them. My next American list is going to be double linebacker. Because I think a lot of people are running one linebacker, and they're like, this is nice. And I'm like, Well, if 1 is nice, 2 must be great, right? Right? Contact Games, great time in stream, man. Thank you for the support. And I think you sent a picture of it in to stream, didn't you? Yeah, there we go, man. By the way, big shout out to Cornet Games. He's a fellow YouTuber, fellow content creator, and you should definitely go and check him out and support him. He makes some really good content, and he's a pretty straight up guy. So yeah, definitely worth your time. Love that, man. I love that. That's so cool. That's so good, man. I love the look of the linebacker, man. It's a cool mech. Next, we've got Verdun. Thank you so much for becoming a channel member, mate. 07, you magnificent bastard. And welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. We've got Uncle Clumsy. Thank you for the super chat, man. Another update and a question in stream discussion. All right. Another happy addition to my Axis army. Soon I can do a legit army showcase. By the by, Mordian, hypothetically speaking, where do I dip my toes into doing a US army? Thoughts on doing an unconventional / fancy color scheme for US? I don't want to repeat my Commonwealth army and just do another real world K-47 army. Thanks in advance. Well, let's have a look at these Shrek Wolfen first. I love it, mate. That's cool, man. That's really cool. Yes. Nice, man. This one is my favorite sculpt. I love the color scheme, but this is my favorite sculpt in the box. The guy literally leaping forward with the gas mask on. It's great. Yeah, really, really cool. Look at the whole squad, man. Like I really, really like those models, and even though they're made out of metal, I do think that they hold up in terms of like how dynamic the posing is and everything. They're great. Like these are already really good, and I wonder how. Because I presume at some point Warlord is going to update them. It probably won't. I don't think it's going to be for a couple of years, though. But when it eventually comes round, I do wonder, like, if they'll just basically make the same models, but then make them in plastic, or if they'll do, like, a big refresh. Because look how much of a glow-up the Ursus got. So I'm kind of curious to see if the Ursus get a big glow-up. I'm kind of curious to see what happens with the Shrek Wolfen. Yeah. As for getting into a US army, Paragons and Fireflies are really good infantry choices. And I really like the, in terms of mechs, and then you want some mechs. I actually think the linebacker's solid, especially because it's in plastic. I think the linebacker's really solid. And I also like the Kodiak. The Kodiak with the double autocannon quad HMG. It's a good DACA platform. In terms of light mechs, I think the Jackal is phenomenal. Yeah, the Jackal with the flamethrower is a really, really good choice. Jackal and even the humble Coyote is a solid choice as well. Yeah. So all good choices, mate. There you are. So Paragons, Fireflies for your infantry. And then I would say you definitely want a Kodiak. And probably want a Kodiak, a linebacker, and a couple of light mechs for your choice. Yeah. There's probably a bundle or something on if I checked some of the web bundles that Warlord do. They've got some good web bundles at the moment. Next, we'll say a huge thank you to Azalea's Experiment. Yes, Azalea's Experiment, who's coming with 50 gifted memberships. The mad lad, the absolute mad bastard. Holy shit, man. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You carry the one and two legs. You get me. We get you, sir. We get you. Holy shit, man. Azalea's Experiment, thank you for the 50 memberships. Thank you for conscripting every motherfucker in the room. Thank you for being an absolute fucking Giga Chad. Holy shit, man. Holy shit, bro. Azalea's, thank you so much for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Thank you from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose for being an absolute fucking hero. And I raise my glass to you, sir. Can we get an 07 down in the chat? Can we spam some of our favorite emojis down in the chat and to show our appreciation for Azalea's generosity, because that's a very, very generous amount of support. I think we can all agree, 50 memberships That's 5-0. It's a big deal. And also, massive shout out to Azaleas and to everyone who does the gifted memberships, because they're a really great way of supporting the community as well as supporting the channel, because then it means people get, you know, access to the membership perks, including the Discord, and we build that up and everything. So, yeah, amazing. Azaleas, you're an absolute fucking hero, mate. Appreciate. Context in the chat, by the way. Okay, do I need to scroll back up and see? Was there like a pseudo message like attached to it? Give me a second, bro. I'll see if I can find it. Was it below? Thanks for the answer, and damn you for making me want to play another game with my pal of shame. Azaleas, it is my pleasure, man. And it's funny. It's funny because I often forget to mention like the destructible terrain aspect about action, because it doesn't come up all the time. Like, it comes up, you know, every so often kind of thing. But it's absolutely an aspect of it. And it's interesting because I remember at the beginning of 10th edition, there was this rumor that destructible terrain was going to be a thing, and then it never materialized, which is a shame. Yeah, it's but when I rumored that it was coming, it was probably the thing that people were most like potentially excited for. And I really should mention it more when it comes to like bot action, because as you know, I think it's something that people love the idea of. Yeah. So Azaleas, dude, thank you so much for the support, and I'm sorry, not sorry, that I have got you interested in another game, because bro, I'll tell you this, I'll tell you now, Conflict and bot action are games that are absolutely worth everybody's time. They're really good. They're not balanced. But they're not balanced. They don't pretend to be balanced. You know, Warlord basically nips the worst offenders in the bud. But that's about it, really. And honestly, most of the balance comes from the community policing. You know, I find, you know, the balance of these games is, well, I'm playing against my mates. So if I just smash my mate's fucking head in every fucking game, then I'm not going to be able to play against, which is one of the advantages of it. Also, you know, when you go to a tournament, you have this aspect of like, well, you know, there'll be like let's say there's like 24 people at like a bot action event. You'll have like, you know, 10% of those people, maybe like 4 or 5 people who are like battling it out for the top tables, and then everyone else is just vibes. It's like playing a tournament back in the day. You know, it wasn't where everyone was playing competitively. It's where there was a competitive aspect, but you didn't need to go to a tournament expecting to face meta. Yeah. Immortal Martyr, I've heard of Turnip 28. It's one of those things with one of the great things about there being so many new games available is there's so much to choose from. The disadvantage is that sometimes you have to say no to a game. Like, I'd love to be able to play every game, but Turnip is one of those things that like I keep an eye on, but I haven't really, I haven't really got the capacity to get into it right now. Maybe one day. I never say no to any game. I try a little bit of everything, but it's probably one I'd try. Like, same with Qua. I'm sure I'd try that out at some point. Yeah. But not in the immediate future. But I have heard Turnip is good. And it's been around for a few years now. Like, it's been out and it's been good for a while. I feel like Turnip is very slowly gaining traction, but it is gaining traction. Let's have a look here. Tim TV, thank you for the super chat. On Valentine's Day, I watched Sasha Grey. I don't know who you're talking about. If Mr. Mordian asks, I have no idea who you're talking about. Play Ark Raiders for 300 people at 10 p.m. You're crushing it, brother. Hey, imagine how many viewers I could have if I had a massive set of titties. I'm playing on fucking hard mode. Oh my god. There you go. Tim TV, absolutely based comment. Absolutely based comment. Love it. 10 out of 10. Fantastic. Why did you give Cosmic the idea? Why did you do that? Cosmic's already made AI pictures of me in a bikini, man. Like, you can't control it, man. Yeah. You can't control it. All right. But Mountain, thank you for super chat, bro. Where you get that t-shirt? Gonna play K47 at the big LGS soon, where the 40k players gather, lol. Yes! Dude, man. Dude. The best way... Firstly, good luck with the game. Firstly, good luck with the game. I hope you have a ton of fun, all that kind of stuff. Secondly, there's always going to be a bit of an element of, you know, ooh, we're going to play where the 40k players are. Don't be a dick, though, about it. If you want to get... If you're playing next to 40k players and some 40k players show interest, just don't be like, hey, come and check out this game. Just start playing, have fun, and if they get curious and come over and ask about it, then just be like, oh yeah, it's a new game with Conflict 47. Just don't like waterboard them with information. Just, you know, just give them a little bit. If they ask for more, give them a little bit, ask for more. You know the drill, right? So yeah, have fun with it. And if you turn a few heads, then great. And if you don't, then who cares? Just the main thing is that you're there to play the game. Yeah. And where did I get a t-shirt from? I made it. So part of the deep lore of the Morning Glory channels, I used to sell merch. I used to do it basically via Stream Elements, which is the streaming thing that I used to help with, like, the alerts and everything. Used to do t-shirts, and then basically they stopped doing it. So I used to sell these and a bunch of other stuff, and I haven't done so in about 2 years. But I've always meant to bring them back, but I think I've still got the designs knocking about here. But yeah, I mean, if you would be interested in some MG t-shirts, then you know, then let me know. Yeah. I've formed multiple groups in different areas around me, sir. Bullying fellow nerds has never not worked. Fair enough. Fair enough. You can't buy right now, though. This is a limited thing, I should say. It wasn't a limited thing. It accidentally became limited. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? Whispering Monk, thank you for super chat, man. Still waiting for my anti-beef solution. What did I think? Oh, there was yeah, that was I had some anti-beef with Scary doing well with the Doomhammer. Fucking out. Dark Elder must be bad if Scary's not playing Dark Elder. Yeah, fucking hell. At some point we'll get to it. Yeah, Whispering Monk. Or was it the... Oh, wait. You mean the StarCraft thing? Yeah, we can look into it. Yeah, sorry, Whispering Monk. I got mixed up a little. I've still got the videos loaded up right here. Don't worry, I've not missed them. What do we got next? Boom Boom Rizu. Thank you for becoming a channel member, man. Thank you for doing your part. And we've got Squid Fist. Aloha, sir. Update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Aloha, sir. Hobby and Allwood update. A full family and must have picked to see where my empire stands. Knights, a griffin and some arty to finish, along with a few stragglers of the infantry, and the empire shall be complete for now. Also, a few finishing touches left, but done with Castle Wizendorf for now. I'd like to add a tower, maybe a few more bits in the future, but I'm happy with my current setup. Made a few pieces of siege equipment to go along with it, some grappling hooks, siege ladders, and of course the siege tower itself. My Empire versus Vampire Counts campaign will be wrapping up in the new few games, and I can't wait to give the siege game a try. More updates to come, especially when the siege game is over. 07, sir, and thanks for the stream. Congrats on the 1k viewers. I know, man. It's still blowing my fucking nips off that we've got over 1k people in here. Holy fuck, man. Yeah. I love it, bro. I love the castle. Yes. Yeah, man. Cool. Very fucking... The siege tower! How did I miss it? The fucking siege tower! Yes. I love it, man. Crossbows, free company, handguns, halberdiers, more halberdiers, great swords, all the RT. Yes. It's looking absolutely bloody sick, mate. It's looking pretty fucking Gucci. Yeah. Cool. Very, very cool, man. Dude, thank you for the support. And yeah, I can't believe we've got 1,000 players, 1,000 people in here tonight. That's amazing. Yeah. Crazy. I'll have to get a screenshot, you know? I'll have to make a screenshot. What do we got next? Treasure on Shovel, trying to get square base. Question and stream discussion. I've been floating with the old world for about a year now. One of my hesitations has been my inability to land on a faction. I have been backing OPR's Patreon for a while, and as a result, I have the S-Tail files for basically every Lizardman, Wood Elf, and Dwarf model I could ever want. I've played a game of Old World on Warhol for each of them. They are both fine. I actually really like the Dwarves, however, I've always been a fan of the Empire. No surprise, it's a guard channel. Well, OPR is running a 70% off sale right now. I think I might actually take the plunge now and start printing an Empire army this weekend. With all that said, I'm having a hard time understanding the army. Could you provide any insight or advice on how to build a gun-heavy, non-themed list? I need to know which files I should look into. Thanks. So, Empire is great because you can play 2 armies at once. You can play Empire and you can play Renegade Crowns. Renegade Crowns basically being mercenaries. My advice to the Empire is... Well, the first thing I would say is... Old World is a game where you can just collect what's cool and you won't lose every game because most people in Old World are still collecting what's cool. There's a little bit of like fucky wucky with like Cathay and tournaments and blah, 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 blah. But I think that was all a temporary state of being. I think this year the tournament situation will sort itself out, and the fact is that most people play Old World in a closed group against a few mates. You know, yeah. So just get what you want. Now, having said that, there is actually a sub-faction in the Empire for playing Nuln. In a Nuln army, you can't take any magic. Magic isn't real. Guns are real. The only spell you cast is gun. And in the Nuln army, you have to take at least 1 squad of halberdiers, and you have to take at least 1 detachment of handgunners. Now, a themed Nuln army basically consists of halberdiers, handgunners, and cannons. Maybe some volley guns as well. Now, I actually have a themed Nuln army that is pretty tasty and could actually be a good guide for you. So give me a second here. Here you go. I think this is it. Yeah, here you go. So, I'll put the link in stream for you, bud. And that's the link to the army list video. That's the link to the after action report. And this is what it looks like. So this is the army list. It's 2 cannons, a hellblaster volley gun, 3 bricks of halberdiers. You might see some spears at the back there, just fillers. And then 3 units of handgunners, engineer, captain, general, and a steam tank. Now you could probably, if you wanted to, like, maybe if you want to, you could maybe like tone it down on maybe like get rid of 1 of these bricks and get more guns if you wanted to. But this is a nice balanced Nuln army, and the idea of Nuln is it's halberdiers, handgunners, and artillery. Yeah. And so this is the list, and then the after action report, you can see the list in action. So you can see what the army looks like when it's on the table, you know, what that vibe feels like. You know, I mean, I think that's probably my favorite picture that really hammers home. That picture right there to me really hammers home like the vibe of the army. You know, the guns on top, you know, literally rank upon rank of halberds interspersed with handgun detachments, a tank in the center. Yeah. Yeah. Val, have a finger. Outriders. Val, look. It's so funny, right? By the way, big shout out to Val. He's the co-host on the Square Base podcast, and we're actually going to be looking at the big Square Base survey later in the stream. So, if you're interested in Old World, you definitely need to check out the Square Base channel. Literally, like Val will not like me saying this, but literally the face of Old World, more so than GW itself. But anyway, he'll be like, oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. Yes, you are. You might not want to admit your mantle of responsibility, but you have it. Now, Val, it's so funny whenever I like talk to any like competitive old world player, because they'll say all these things and then I'll be like, yeah, but why don't you know, I'm just like a vibes guy. Like I've done a couple of collabs with like Ed from Close Order, and he always ends up just like shaking his head with like his head in his hands, being like, but there's a better option than modded. And I'm like, yeah, but you know, state troops are cool. He's like, but you should just be spamming Outriders. It's like, yeah, but you know. So for me, Val, like, I find with Old World and with any game that isn't 40k, you can pay attention to the meta, but all that happens is you end up getting bamboozled. My brain is so smooth that the meta just slides right off it. And I just take what I want. Yeah. And I like Old World because to a certain extent, you can still take what you want. And you may not win any games, but you'll probably still have a bit of fun losing, because the best bit is the deployment. Like, the best bit is the deployment, because you just get to set everyone up and go, ah, that looks great. It won't be there for long, but it looks great. Under 96, looking at me. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I just happen to be a childhood long passion for Outriders. See, Outriders were a little after my time, because I played Empire when there were no Demigryph Knights, there were no Outriders. The only thing that there was like state troops, knights, and cannons. Yeah, there was no rocket system, mechanical steeds, or anything like that. I just yeah, I just is it Valhalla, that smooth base perfect square base comp? Is the square based event on the 22nd of April? Do I get 2400 points of Empire? Because I might need to get a second steam tank. I might need a second steam tank, man. Because there's one thing that would make my list better. It would be 2 steam tanks. Yes, baby! Woo! All right. I've been rocking around with this full metal steam tank. This is it's not quite a first edition steam tank, but it is an old metal steam tank. I've been rocking around with this bitch fucking tearing holes in my carry case. And I'm finally going to get an excuse to get a plastic one. Oh, man. Yeah. There we go. 4th and 5th. That's fine, Val. I'm still good to go. So I've got another event on the 22nd. That's it. Sorry. Val, great to have you in the stream, man. All right, got a couple of super chats here. Amblock, thank you for 32 months. Any word on Necromunda goals? Also, stream discussion stuff. I haven't got any Necromunda, no progress on Necromunda yet. But I've got all the models and all the books. They're in the boxes, but I need to actually build them now. Yeah, but I've got the bits. I know exactly what I want to do. I literally just need to basically spend a day building the models, spend a day painting the models, and then I'm good to go. Yeah. Pick up my current Kingdom of Riders. Also planning on a Necromunda Venant's gang of the Necromunda 9th Regimental Recruitment Office with some buddies. Nice. That's cool, man. That's really cool. It's cool seeing the sort of custom Rough Riders and then seeing like the official ones. It's kind of cool seeing both of those. I have to say, I think I like your bike ones a lot more. Yeah. Hey, that's kind of cute. Floof. Big floof cat. It's a cool collection though, man. Fucking shit ton of tanks and then also a shit ton of infantry. I like the Commissar tank. Nice. Very, very cool. Very cool, man. Love it, bro. A fine collection, sir. A fine collection indeed. And then we've got Keeping the Imperial Salt. Thank you for the super chat, man. Pick a stream discussion. Plunging further into the rift. I can't see the the picture. I don't think it's loaded in yet. So I'll come back round to it, bro. Wait, no, that's something else. Yeah. I'll come back round to it. I just want to check I've not missed any. I just want to make sure I've not missed any super chats here. We've got that boom resume. Yeah, I think that was cool. Cool. Yeah, we've not missed anyone. Oh wait, no, maybe I have done. Did I miss Santa Thematic? I did. Santa Thematic, I'm sorry. Santa Thematic, thank you for the super chat, bro. Is the USMC and K47? I have a ton of USMC models from a mystery box. The US as a whole is in the game. So if you have a US themed army, you can use that in Conflict 47. That's fine. Now at the moment, each faction is just a whole. It's just the US, the Axis, the British, the Japanese, the Soviets. But in the but this Conflict 47 that we're playing now is technically second edition, but really it's a relaunch. The first edition was basically done by a different company and basically supported by Warlord. And in that first edition, there were US rules, USMC rules. So instead of fireflies, they had like dragonflies, for example. Now I have no promises here whatsoever. But I think that there will be more of these narrative books that are coming out with over the course of conflicts, over the course of the conflict. And I think that it would not surprise me if there was a Pacific themed one. What the Americans up to in the Pacific. And it wouldn't surprise me if when that came out, there would be more stuff for the USMC. Because there's already a few hints in like the main book and the US like army rules online about like, even though the Fireflies are mostly deployed in Europe at the moment, that they are like being trialed with the USMC as well. So basically, like at the moment, we've just got like the core factions, and then I think sub factions will come at some point. And we've seen an example of this with the Axis, where the Totenrotter are kind of like the first sub faction, like the Toten Core. And you guys will learn more about this when the embargo drops on Sunday. But basically, the Toten Core are not just like a unit. They're not just like they're a core. They're like almost like a branch of the military within the Axis. So that's why you've got like specific commanders for them. You've got a specific name character for them and stuff like that. So I think what we're going to see with the Toten Rotter and the Toten Core is going to be the first kind of like sub-faction. And then that'll be a bit of a hint to see, okay, we might get some other sub-factions coming along in the future as well. Yeah. So right now, they're in the game in a general sense, but they're not in the game in a specific sense, but I suspect it'll be coming. Yeah, so if you built up a USMC force based off your mystery box now, I think you would be able to play them and feel perfectly at home in K47 and in bot action. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. All right. What do we got here? So let's see if Keeper Imperial Assault's thing is loaded in now. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Bourbon, Conflict 47, and low willpower at work. MG has declared war on my bank account. Let me make sure I've not, you're not doxing yourself. Yeah, that's cool. We've got a Merlin, doggos, robots, a starter set, and some 80 mil round bases. Nice. Don't blame me. I'm just a cool little guy, just talking about combat. I'm just a cool little guy. No regrets, man. No regrets. Dude, enjoy your purchases. I'm sure you'll have a ton of fun with it, man. Yeah. Let me have a look here. Let's have a look. Yeah, I love that. The Legend, thank you, Super Chat, man. Miss most of the stream due to D&D, me and the stream discussion. Look, brother, I know it's our duty to serve this guy, this Primarch and everything, but I think this guy is a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut losses and get out of here? Is that Comrade Curse? Fucking hell. Average British male, age 18 to 25. Average British male, they turn 26. It's true. This is a scientific fact. Except for I never went through this bit. I just went through. I was basically born looking like this, and I have remained looking like this. And yeah, that's basically been me from the onset. Yeah, I never went through the emo phase. I want to say a big. Yeah, I love. Yeah, I saw this the other day. Yeah. Also, why the fuck have we got like Necron Tomb Scout? That's kind of interesting. Yeah, man. That's I called literally the day I saw that model. I was like, damn, she's got a big ass. She got a fat ass. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. All right. All right. Okay, we are pretty much caught up on all the super chats and everything, but I think it's time for a little bit more, potentially more beef. Potentially. But I'm going to grab a quick drink, and then we're going to get into it. All right. So I'll be 2 seconds. I'm literally just going to run down, grab a drink, and come back, get back up. So don't go anywhere. All right. Also, the Legend, I hope you had a good D&D session. Yeah, yeah. I hope you had a good D&D session, man. There we are. Alright, let's fucking go. The chair is right. My ex does want me to call her. Oh my god. Alright. Is it time for some more beef? We've got plenty of stuff to talk about. What's that chair? Cosmic should be king? Oh my. Let's have a look here. We got loads to talk about, man. Let's fucking get into it. It's a good stream today. Got fucking shitloads to get excited about. Do you want? Should we look at something good? I've got some.
Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune.
You know, we've had a lot of beef.
I love the Corps.
Let's talk about something. Ooh, is it? Oh, I might accidentally turn it into beef though. Ooh, that's kind of cool. That's weird. 1 minute. Okay. Okay, very quick one. I might have something that's not beefy, and I might have something which is just unequivocally, like, good. But I kind of want chat's take on it. I feel like I am a fan of the new Viper for the Eldar. What do we think? Like, I do think it's just a straight upgrade. It's only a little thing, but I always say I like to try and, well, if I see something good that GW does, I like to praise it. And overall, I think this is a good remaster. I'm not going to lie, I do still like the old one, though. I don't think the old one is necessarily bad. But I have no issue with I don't like the backwards configuration. Okay, that one is stupid. That one's stupid. I'm not interested in that one. But that one's good. Yeah, I think new Viper's sick. Like, we do love to beef a bit, but I always try, you know, even if it's just like a little bit here and there, I do like to point out when Games Workshop gets something right, and new Viper to me is good. Yeah. Yeah, the backwards bit is a bit stupid. I'll tell you what I really like, though. Big shout out to, like, GW for this bit. This is cool, man. Look at that. So they show you, like, you can just, like, pop that sucker around. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's cool. Yeah, so, yeah, overall, and it seems to come with a lot of different options. I like the fact that the guy is in, like, a little pod now. Yeah, it just feels, it feels a lot better. Overall. Hey, does it? Yeah, no, it does come with a gun. Yeah, it always did. I guess I'll be curious to see how it goes together, though. I'm not going to be salty. Look, everyone knows what my issues are with new GW kits. I mean, this one is obviously going to be more expensive. And also, it's going to probably be harder to build. Probably. But I don't think it's worth basically sullying what is a nice-looking kit with concerns which are obvious to everyone. You know, people won't need me to tell them that. You know what I mean? They'll know it themselves. So we'll see. I think it'll probably be the same. I mean, I guess I wonder how much the Viper is now, right? Let's see if we can find out. Is it not even available? Maybe it's not even available right now. Or maybe it's just out of stock. Well, it's £29.50 for a Starweave, which I imagine... Did they get rid of it? When did they Legends it? Fucking hell, I missed that one. Jesus, man. Right, well, it's going to be 30 quid then. That's your best. That's your nearest comparison there. Jesus, bro. It used to be like a big event when something went away. Now it's just a fucking day ending in Y. Fucking hell. Anyway, it's coming back though. Positive optimism, Captain. Optimism. Yeah. Did they not legend it? Did they just like squat it? So they nuked it. Oh, they just pulled the old one off the store when they announced the new one? Oh, okay. Fucking hell, they don't fuck about, do they? What? They're so weird, man. IGW is so weird. Why not just leave it on the store? Like, like some people will... Yeah, why not just leave it on and then when the new one comes out, just flip it? Just change it. They're weird, man. They're a bit of an odd one. Yeah, for sure. They're a bit of an odd one. But anyway. I did have something else I wanted to talk about, though. Oh, yeah, the new Imperial Knight. What do we think about the new Imperial Knight? Okay, I'm biased because I don't like knights. I mostly don't like them because I've been bummed by them too many times. But what do we think about the new knight? It's in between an Armiger and Questoris. Someone pointed this out that this is a really good knight for Kriegers because that looks like a shovel, and I've not been able to unsee it. And someone also ruined the model for me by pointing out that the size of, if you look, the size of the round doesn't match the size of the barrel. And ever since someone pointed that out, I've been like, fuck's sake. Yeah. But putting that to one side, I think aesthetically, I think it's a good model. And you know what? Aesthetically, I think it's my favorite looking knight. Yeah. Aesthetically, it's a shotgun, is it? Oh, okay. But that doesn't make a difference because a shotgun, right? I'm British, so I basically have never seen a gun. It's not true. I've seen plenty. But I believe the Americans could confirm that, like, the size of the shell is, it goes in the barrel. It's not like the shell goes into the barrel, then just fucking rattles around there, and the barrel needs to be way wider to accommodate the fucking buckshot coming out of it. I don't think being, I don't think that's gonna make a difference. It being a shotgun, yeah. It's a bigger version of frag cannon, yeah. Yeah, that round's going to be keyholing like mad. Yeah. True, we don't use blunderbuss anymore. I always defer to the Americans in regards of firearms because they're very knowledgeable on that thing, on that regard. Yeah. Can confirm barrel is fucked. Yeah, the breech, but the muzzle could be bigger. I mean, a little bigger, right? But that seems significantly so. Yeah. But I like the Gatling gun. If it's allowed... If Daddy GW will allow it, I would like Gatling gun and chainsaw, please. Gatling gun and chainsaw is nice. But that may not be allowed. But yeah, I overall I like it. I very much like it aesthetically. And I think the main reason I like it is because that face actually looks like a knight face. I like all the knight faces that look like knights are my favorite. All the ones that don't look like knights aren't my favorite. It's one of the reasons why I'm not actually a big fan of Chaos Knights, because they just look a bit like stompy and evil. And like, that's fine. But if I'm getting a knight, I want it to look like a knight. Yeah. Yeah, the little flag on top's cute. I like that. Yeah. I think it's good. So I think the new Knight overall I'm pretty happy about. I've got like a little nitpick around the size of the fucking round, but I don't really give a fuck. Yeah, the new Knight looks pretty decent. I like the fact it's got a lance. You know, like a Knight having a lance is kind of cool. A Knight having a sword is also kind of cool. So yeah, overall I very much like the Knight and the Viper. Okay, right. Is that enough positivity? Can we go back to the beef now? So I don't know if it will be beefy though, to be honest. I don't know if it will be. But it might be. The combat patrols, yeah. So there has been a little bit of chit and, dare I say, chat around the new combat patrols that have been announced by Games Workshop. There's 4 new combat patrols, and we'll be taking a look at each one of them and, giving them a thumbs up or a thumbs down and kind of like, kind of rating them. I think some of them are all right. I think some of them are less all right. The thing that I want to know, the number one question I want to know, dearest chat, if anyone has the answer, is are these FOMO? Because it does seem like every box Games Workshop puts out is FOMO. And last time they put out a bunch of Space Marine Combat Patrols, they were FOMO. So are we now at the place where we presume FOMO until proven otherwise? I feel like that's probably where we're at, right? So I think the Deathcore of Kree Combat Patrol still available? Let's have a look. I think it is in the UK. I don't know about the US. I looked at this a little while ago, and US viewers said it wasn't available for them still. Or is it now gone for? Is it now gone also for the guy for everyone? Ah, so it was FOMO. That's a terrible, terrible shame. So, before we even get to the fucking new combat patrols, not to lose my shit about the old combat patrols, but we have now got to a state of being where even combat patrols have become a FOMO item. Why? That's not even the main topic of the video, and that's a really big deal. Sake. I can't you have legends this? Why did you make this one FOMO, GW, you fucking bastards? And look, there's one thing you could have made FOMO, it's this piece of shit. Oh, god damn it. Oh my god. They really are addicted to FOMO a little bit, aren't they? They really are. Ah, yeah, a bit of a shame. I will. It does feel like, maybe Games Workshop is, without actually saying it, admitting that Combat Patrol has been a bit of a failure. Because remember, at the launch of 10th edition, Combat Patrol, I'll never forget that 10th edition launch stream because there's a funny moment in it. But at the launch of 10th edition, there was this big thing that GW were like, and everyone's going to get like a Combat Patrol, and this is going to be like a whole new way of like playing the game. It feels to me like if Combat Patrol was meant to be this new entry-level way of playing the game, and it had been resoundingly successful, and Combat Patrols actually had fostered a Combat Patrol community and hadn't just been what everyone fucking said they were meant to be, which is a way of starting the game, and therefore they should contain units that are good for beginners, that we would not be seeing them as FOMO boxes. But GW is now doing them as FOMO boxes because they don't see them as, hey, this should be a good way for a beginner to get into the game. They see them as, this is a way that we can basically sell like a FOMO box. Yeah. Like, it's kind of admitting that the Combat Patrol entry-level system has failed. which is kind of interesting. But anyway, that's a topic for another time. We've got 4 new combat patrols, and I don't know if they are good or they are bad, but we're going to take a look and we're going to get the lowdown from chat. So the first one is Eldari Corsairs. So this is basically the Eldar pirates, and it looks all right. What does it come with? What's 1 minute? 1 minute. Wait, what's this? You have been playing Kill Team, right? Wait, if you're anything like us, you've always had a project. Combat Patrol exactly like you. Great stuff starting units that can be played as is in a fast, balanced small game mode. Fuck off. Or use the I mean, literally a lie. Literally a lie, but anyway. Or use the foundation for larger army. With the tussle over Maelstrom reaching fever pitch and the spectre of Horror and Blackhawk looming over, 4 new combat patrols arrive to show up the region's forces. What's more, all 4 of these combat patrols come with miniatures you need to make a full kill team, so you haven't given that. So if you haven't given that game a look yet, now's the time. You have been playing Kill Team, right? This almost feels like GW admitting that the vast majority of Kill Team sales are not for Kill Team, but are actually for Warhammer 40k. And I don't know if this is like just meant to be a throwaway joke or maybe a little admission here. Because the new Kill Team game, some people, if you know live to Kill Team, you like it's a good game. Like if it's your main game, it's a good game. But the problem is it's quite a complex game now. It's not just a hey, buy 1 box and have fun with it, and you know what I mean. It's now like it's a very involved system. It's to play Kill Team is as involved as playing 40k in many ways, especially with the fact that they have basically like the trading card mechanic where things go out of season and are no longer valid for competitive play, and all that kind of stuff. So it's a very, very involved game with trading card sort of style churn and everything. But I actually haven't seen a huge amount of Kill Team like kicking off. It's like it's doing all right. It's doing as well as it's always done. Do you know what I mean? Like, but it's definitely not exploded onto the scene. I think basically everyone has. I mean, I think I've always assumed this was the way that most people just bought the Kill Team boxes if they wanted to use the unit in 40k. But that's not even really shitting on Kill Team, because again, like I'm sort of like towing the line on shitting Kill Team, but I'm not really shitting on Kill Team because like 40k is the biggest game. So of course, if they make something for Kill Team that can be used in 40k, then more people are going to buy it for 40k. So yeah, but it's kind of funny that maybe GW is like, you guys do buy the Kill Team boxes for Kill Team, right? But I'll tell you this. Whilst it's a little tongue in cheek and poking a little bit of fun, actual seriousness to once, actual serious moment. I like this. Okay, I might be going against the grain here. I might be going against the online take of these are all bullshit because they've got kill teams in them and stuff like that. But I like this. Do you know why I like it? Cross-system compatibility. I have been crying out for GW to fuck off this stupid policy of, well, we have to silo all of our games so we know which boxes are actually selling and all this kind of stupid bullshit. Nah, man. Let me play my Horus Heresy stuff in 40k. Like, if tomorrow GW went, the Malkador and the Valdor and all those crazy things in Heresy, yeah, you want to use those in 40k. Even like we'll make like a special pattern. We'll make like a special data sheet to show the different pattern from the Lehman Russ in Heresy to the Lehman Russ in 40k. I'd be like, GW, I take back all of the beef. I will become your biggest dick rider. I will become your biggest shill. Yeah. Like, I don't I want to look for good reasons to praise GW. I often shit on them, but that's because I shit on them out of necessity, not out of desire. And this I actually like. The fact that there's a kill team in here alongside 40k models, and there's no siloing here. This is just, hey, like, you cross compatibility. And kill teams always had cross compatibility, but I want to see more of that. I want to champion that. I want to scream that from the rooftop. That's a good thing. Yeah. I want to talk about that. Yeah. So this is good. The basic concept, this is good. Now, looking at this, looking at this, this contents of this Eldari Corsairs one, let's see what we've got here. We have Karseth the Void Dreamer, 10 Void Reavers, a Wave Serpent, and 5 new Corsair Sky Reavers. So this is fine. I have no idea who this bozo is. Karseth the Void Dreamer. Sounds like an absolute knobhead. But this is fine. 10 infantry. 5 Sky Reavers. And a Wave Serpent? Yeah, no, this is good. I like this. You giving me... You know, if this knobhead wasn't in it, I could buy like 3 or more of these things, depending on how big, depending if these are battle line, and depending on if these can be taken in 5 or 10 man squads. I could literally buy this combat patrol 6 times, like 10 man squads. So if these can be taken in 10 man squads, then I could buy 6 of these and end up with 30 of these, 60 of these, and 6 Wave Serpents. Bro, actual like Mekdar army. I wouldn't necessarily need to buy all 6, but I could buy 3 or 4 of them. And basically, I could sell off the spare characters or convert them into other characters. Like, you could do a head swap on this guy. If you did a head swap on this guy and change the staff up, he could probably be like an Autarch or something. Something equivalent. Yeah. So, no, this box is good. I like the cross compatibility. I like the fact it comes with the vehicle. I like the fact that it comes with just a decent infantry core, and that it comes with repeatability. Okay, like even if I can't take fucking 10 man scores of these bozos, I could still buy 3 of this, and that would be good. Yeah, so this is fine. Okay. Then we've got this one. Now, I will admit, this one I did know about before looking at it, and this one I think is quite shit. I mean, it's the Beastman, right? Why? So, Rhino, good. Red Corsairs, good. Fucking Makoff character, great. Beastman, giant sack of shit. I'm sorry, man, but like, it's really, really obvious why these Beastmen have been put in. It's really obvious why they've been put in, because they're not selling. So basically, they've slapped them into this combat patrol because they know people will be really excited for Red Corsairs. So they'll buy this box up and they'll shift a few fucking Beastman sprues. Yeah. Just swap it out. Just swap it out for a squad of Traitor Guardsmen. What the fuck are we doing here, man? Like, it so obviously should be a squad of Traitor Guardsmen. It's so obvious. Yeah. It's frustrating because Red Corsairs are really, really cool, but this definitely feels like GW it definitely feels like GW is going to take advantage of the Red Corsairs hype combined with the FOMO aspect of these boxes to essentially shift a bunch of stock. Yeah. So it's a shame. Then we get to the Kroot one. Fine. It's a little wacky. But I quite like it. So we got some Crew Far Stalkers, I think they're called. Far Stalkers, yeah. Crew Far Stalkers, Rampagers. This guy on like the big lizard is kind of cool, actually. I really like it. And then we got a Crew Tox up here. Yeah. I'm totally okay with this one. Yeah, it's cool. The more GW brings out, like, I mean, I wish there was more auxiliaries than just Crew, but generally I'm always in favor of Crew auxiliary. Tau auxiliary love. Yeah. I would almost certainly play Tau if the auxiliaries were more accommodated. Like, even if GW just like did like a free PDF like Guvesa, I'd be like, I'm in. I'm so fucking in. Yeah. And then we've got the Night Lords. This one actually seems strong. So we've got a Rhino. Again, I have no issue with Rhinos. Solid transport. You can never go wrong with them. Just a bread and butter unit. Can't really complain. We've got a Legionary squad. Is it 10 Legionaries? I'm presuming 10 Legionaries are Rhino, 5 Nemesis Claw. Or is it 5 Legionaries? Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, so it's 10 Legionaries, 5 Nemesis Claw, Jump Pack Bastard, and a Rhino. This one's fine. Yeah. This one's absolutely fine. Probably the best of the bunch. Frankly, you could buy multiples of this. You could buy 3 of these very happily. Sell off a couple of spare characters or convert them. Yeah, this is a solid one. So yeah, overall, I think the overall I'm pretty happy with the contents of them. Just in isolation, apart from the Red Corsairs one, which is just so obviously GW taking advantage of us as a community, which is annoying. The Crew one's a bit weird. I don't know how. I've no judge on how well the Crew one will do, but I think the Night Lords one and the Eldar one will do well. Yeah, I do. I think the Red Corsairs one, it will be very telling to see how. It'll be very telling to see if the Beastmen drag the whole thing down. And like I said, the Crew one, I'm not sure. There is one thing. I know I said I liked the cross compatibility, but a thought has occurred to me. Which is maybe making me regret what I said previously. Or change my mind on what I said previously. Let me check something here. £42.50. £42.50. £42.50, £42.50, £42. Oh, fuck's sake, GW. At least the Chaos Cultists are a bit cheaper. But all the ones that are relevant, £42. Okay, let's go through. Just check all the ones that are relevant. Beastman, £42.50. Kroot, £42.50. Nemesis Claw, that looks like normally a 10-man, so now that's a bit cheaper. Okay. What about the fucking other one? The Elder one might not be out, to be fair. Okay, so the reason why I'm saying fucking hell GW is there is a little bit of a trick to these kill teams, which is they're actually not a very good deal. Because if you look, The reason the kill team squads are more expensive is because they come with a bunch of like kill team data cards and tokens. Now I presume that we'll get those data cards and tokens. But if we, when they don't have the data cards and tokens in, they sell for about £30 or £32.50. So the question is, has GW taken into account that? Where are they? Are you going to get the tokens and stuff as well? It's 10 Legionaries, which is the Nemesis Claw Sprue, and 5 regular Chosen. Right. So these will be £105. What is the actual savings we're getting here? Okay. So Rhino 36. Is it Legionaries basically? £42.50. Wow, they want, is that for fucking Jesus, man, for 10 Space Marines? Jesus, fuck me. So 36 was 42. Chosen. £40 for 5 Space Marines. Fucking hell. I need my bloody count. Jesus, man. You forget. I haven't bought 40k in a very long time. You forget how fucking expensive it is now. Jesus, who the fuck is buying this? Right, 40 plus £42.50 plus 36 plus the character. Who's like a jump pack? Let's have a look. Jump pack bath. What's he? 5 Chaos Lord in jump pack, I'm guessing. Okay. Chaos Lord with jump pack, £27. Yeah, that's the guy, right? Yeah. So technically, that's £145 kill team, £145.50. But if you take into account that the box, if you're taking, and I've said this for a long time, by the way, combat patrol boxes aren't actually as big a discount as people think they are, because they're like, oh, if you add it up, you're getting like 30% off. And it's like, yes, but there's a reason why the characters are so expensive. They don't actually expect anyone to buy a character single. They never expect that. Like, if you do, they're happy that you're a sucker, but they never expect it. They make these characters so expensive, and then they put them in the combat patrols to make it look like you're getting a bigger discount than you are. But actually, this guy's like, should be priced at maybe a tenner, but they inflate his cost to make the other product look like a better discount. That's my conspiracy theory anyway. So if we take into account that a lot of the savings of this box is the bullshit character. So if we take off £27 and then we take off £12, well, then we take off a tenner, because basically anything that's a kill team is more expensive. Normally it's a bit cheaper, but £42.50, right? £42.50 down to a bit cheaper. Normally, roughly, right? So actually, the realistic saving on this box is £3.50. I think there's an extra Nemesis Claw Sprue in there. Okay, that might be a little bit better. You already factored it as a Legionnaires rather than Nemesis Claw. You're already cheaper than normal. Oh, okay, fine. So no, keep the Okay, so the actual if you take out the bullshit character from this box, the actual saving is £13.50. Because the bullshit character shouldn't be is an overinflated thing. Oh, okay. That seems that doesn't seem great. Okay, what do we got? What do we got for the Kroot one? So the Kroot one we know is going to be £42.50 for the Farstalkers, right? And then we've got the Rampagers. 40. Shit me, they're expensive, aren't they? And then you've got, what the fuck is the character guy? You got a Krutox and a lone spear? Yes. Okay. £29.50. And then you've got the lone spear. £35. Wow, he's a spenny boy. Okay. Okay, so that one would save you £147.50. But if you take out, and people might think this is a bit unfair, but I do always see the cat. I mean, maybe it's just me, but I always kind of see the characters in the kill team boxes as like a bit of a whatever. Not the kill team, but the combat patrols. I'm never that bothered about the characters. You want more than one of these? Is this guy legit? Okay. But if you take the character out and take the tenor off, you use them in pairs? All right, fair enough. So, basically, the combat patrols, you're not actually getting as much of a saving as you would think, because normally you're not actually getting as much of a saving as you think, because normally you're not that. If you're buying the models for 40k, you're like fucking off those kill team tokens anyway, and you're probably not even getting those kill team tokens in this box set. So, yeah, the fact that basically every combat patrol is like, it's got a fake saving of like 10 or so pounds attached to it. Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, the characters, it's like what I said, the characters are just overinflated. So anyway, overall, I can see why people aren't so happy about this. This one feels the best. I still think the Eldar one seems fine, right? But yeah, basically, they're a little, basically, long story short, the contents aren't that bad. They're just a bit well, this one's terrible. The contents aren't that bad in this one and this one. They're just a little stat padded. A little stat padded by like a tenner. But it's fine, whatever, okay? Like this one, I think, I'm not going to be overly critical of it. I think this one is the least stat padded. And same for this one. This one's terrible because of the Beastmen. That's basically like how much would it cost you if you bought this without the Beastmen? That's the real question, isn't it? Okay. Do we know how much 5 of these bozos are going to be? Are these basically chosen? Yeah, the Red Corsair Raiders are like the chosen, aren't they? Okay. How much is the... I bet it's not available yet, is it? Can we might be able to. Armies of Chaos. Oh, 1 minute. Red Corsairs right there. Fuck me. Aha! We can find the answers to all of our questions. Probably. Probably. I'm going to head down to Sold Out. I'm guessing that's where this shit is. Oh, no. Okay. So they're not... Are they fucking available or are they not fucking available? Jesus Christ. Okay, they're not actually available yet. Okay. I'm guessing they're going to be chosen priced. You know what? I'm guessing they're going to be chosen priced, right? So 40 for the chosen, 36 for the Rhino, and then Chaos Lord is going to be £20, 50. That's an old character though. Ah, there you go. £27. That'll be the one. Okay. So they are literally giving you the Beastman for £2. If you bought this without the Beastman, if you bought this Combat Patrol without the Beastman, you would save £2. So, like, if you don't want the Beastman, there is zero reason to buy this Combat Patrol. Like, there's actually zero reason, because you are paying more for the Beastman. It's not like, oh, well, I only spent like £1 on the Beastman, so even if I like sell them, I'll make money off them. It's like, if you okay, yeah, no, that's true. If you buy them and you sell them for £3, you will make a profit on if you bought this. You'll make a profit, right? But if you just bought them, if you just want the Marine side of it and you have zero interest in the Beastman, you might as well just not buy this Combat Patrol. Yeah. The Beastmen are literally free. Well, no, the Beastmen are £2. I predict a lot of Beastmen on eBay. I predict a lot of Beastmen on eBay. Why didn't they just make it Traitor Guardsmen, man? Literally, people wouldn't care they were getting £10 less of a saving, because they're not really getting £10 less of a saving, because the Beastmen are overinflated. Yeah. Why wouldn't they just put 10 Traitor Guardsmen in here, man? Because they want to... GW preys on their players' ignorance. We've seen this many times before. They don't do a good deal. They prey on FOMO and they prey on lack of knowledge. Yeah. Clearing the shelves, yeah. That's it. So yeah, overall, to try and finish on a positive note, this is shit. This is weird, but maybe good. This is good. This is good. Overall, I feel the only terrible one, the only utterly terrible one is Red Corsairs. GW is doing a little bit of fucky-wucky with basically sticking a box of these guys in to make it seem like you're saving £10 more than you actually are. But at the end of the day, you're still saving money. Do you know what I mean? You're still saving money. So, yeah, they've been a little fucky, but it's, frankly, in the long list of fucky stuff that GW does, this is frankly tame. Yeah. The bar's so low at this point that this is kind of all right. Yeah, 1 bad out of 4. That's my take. I mean, I don't know about this one. 1 bad, 1 unknown, 2 good. That's kind of right. But I imagine the Red Corsairs one is really, really overshadowing the situation. Yeah. Yeah. Really, really overshadowing. I genuinely think this one's good, though. Yeah. This one, when I was doing my numbers, this one just popped out straight away, and I was like, this one's all right. Yeah. I was being a little harsh, but overall, I think generally this one's all right. Yeah, like, I think this one's solid. I mean, you could genuinely buy 3 of them. I think, and you'd be okay with it. Yeah, 3 of these would be cool. Yeah. All right. So, not too much beef. Not too much beef. Just, actually a semi... I don't mean to alarm you, but actually, like, a semi-reasonable take. My God, it's never been done. It's never been done. All right. Can't stand the jump castle. I think he looks pretty cool, man. I have no complaints about him. Yeah, I don't know why. Different strokes, different folks, but He looks pretty jumpy and chaosy to me. I'd probably just leave the stupid big, like, trophy racks off the back. That just looks a bit stupid. But yeah, the rest of it seems fine. But then at that point, you probably are just into normal Chaos Raptor territory. Yeah. Which do you think is better, the normal Chaos Combat Patrol or the new one? I don't know. What's the current Chaos Combat Patrol? Oh, shit. I was trying to say something positive, but the old one is so much obviously better. Bollocks. Yeah, it's just obviously better. You actually get like 26 models. Oh, balls. I was trying to be... Oh, fuck's sake. I was trying to be all positive, but now this one looks like a bag of shit. Wait, so you get 10 Marines, 5 possessed, mass possessions. No. It's just that you get 10 cultists versus a rhino. 10 cultists versus a rhino. That's the question. Do you know what would be great? If both existed at the same time on a non-FOMO basis. Because then I could buy 3 of these ones, and then I could buy 3 of the other ones. Or maybe 2 of these and 1 of the other one. You know, mix it up. And yeah, I'd be Gucci. But yeah, no, yeah. I think this is a good box. Why more of this, GW? This has got fuckloads of things in it. Oh, it's only actually, it's not that many. It's only 36 minutes. It looks more than it is. Yeah. 5 Termies, 10 basic bozos, 5 raiders, a character, and 10 guardsmen. This one's all right. This one's all right. Yeah, it's fine. They do some strange things, though. But I'm getting distracted now. I want to check something, though. Do they not sell the obliterators separately? Come on, chat. Don't do this to me. Do they not sell the obliterators separately? Why are they like this? Why? Do they sell the Venom Crawler separately? They vex me. I'm terribly vexed. I'm terribly vexed. They're on the same sprue. That is, well, that's terrible sprue design. Anyway, no, I'm being positive. I'm being positive, okay? I'm being positive. It's fine. It's actually okay. Just choose between 10 cultists and a rhino. It's your choice. It's a bit kooky, but it's fine. It's a bag of shit. This one looks good. Oh, man. Right. There you go. Overall, the new combat patrols are fine. They're fine. They're totally fine. Yeah. I think maybe people are hating on them a bit more because of the Beastman situation. But other than the Beastman situation, I think the new combat patrols are... I think from... I think they're totally okay. I am feeling extremely whelmed by them. I'm feeling pretty whelmed by them. Yeah, I'm feeling whelmed. All right. Not great, not terrible. Totally fine. No real complaints. They're all right. Not every box needs to be an absolute slam dunk. Some boxes can just be nice and fucking normal. Yeah, they're all right. They're all right. Yeah. Like I said, sometimes you can be overly critical of GW. I think there are some pros to the boxes, some cons to the boxes, and overall I give them a solid... I give them a solid 3 out of 5. Yeah. Overall, I think Eldar 1 is like 3.5. Night Lords 1, 3. I give that one like a 4. Kroot 1's a bit of a weird one. I'll give it 2.5. And the Red Corsair one, I give it a 1 or 0, something like that. Yeah. It's fine. And, you can't, I mean, yes, Games Workshop is a £7 billion company. But I'm also willing to be fairly reasonable about the situation. Frankly, I'm just trying to be positive. All right? I'm trying to be positive. I said I wasn't going to be a piece of shit. I'm trying to be positive. There you go. All right. Let's have a look here. What do we got next? We're going to do some super chats. And then I think we're going to wrap things up. I know I have a couple of StarCraft videos, but I think I'm going to do those tomorrow or Friday. Or tomorrow or Thursday or Friday, depending on how my dentist thing goes on Thursday. Yeah. Okay. We've got Vigo the Butch. Thank you for Super Chat, man. In K47, I keep looking at Brit rifle grenade launchers and rifle squad-slash grenadiers. They feel a little awkward. Have you seen them used well? I haven't seen them used, but the general the general thing is that people take them because they give you a bit of pen. They're just like a light mortar, man. Basically, you run around being like, plunk, plunk, plunk. Yeah, but they're absolutely fine. They're light mortars, and they ignore cover. Because you can only fire them indirect, so they're actually half decent. They give if you take 3 of them, take a squad of 5 grenadiers, take 3 rifle grenades and a sergeant with a Tesla rifle. You actually have 4 out of 5 members of the squad which have got pen. Now it's not super accurate, but it is pretty fucking cheap for that. So yeah. So yeah, they're all right. On paper, they're all right, man. Yeah. Warner Malarkey, thank you for Super Chat, man. I've cooked up a challenge for 11th in stream discussion. I may be reinventing the wheel, but fuck it, we ball. Still Mania shall not release me from its grip. Okay. Let's have a look here. The War Nerd presents Still Mania, the Malarkey Reforms, a challenge for 11th edition. Thou shalt follow the original Still Mania rules except the following changes. Thou shalt create an army list of 2,500 points. This is your regiment. The regiment must have a theme/combat doctrine, i.e. the 616th Death Corps Krieg Siege Regiment uses all Krieg units with tanks, Cadian 101st, Katachan, Scout Element, Morning Armored Company with sign infantry support, etc. Enhancements are not included since we won't know what they are or their points costs. Thou may create multiple regiments. Thou shalt make the greatest effort to not cross-pollinate units between regiments, i.e. a Baneblade in Regiment 1 may not be used in Regiment 2. This rule may be ignored for financial reasons or other extenuating circumstances. Thou shalt only create strike force army lists for that regiment using units from the original 2,500 points you created. If the Rueful Games Workshop decommissions a unit to Legends Graveyard, thou may replace that unit up to the points cost of the lost unit, as close as reasonably possible. Thou shalt not remove other units from the regiment to fit in units not present at the regiment's founding. For example, if Manticores are retired and the regiment had Manticores on 60 points, then 160 points are all that may be replaced. Lemur's tanks may not be removed to fit in a Baneblade. If the Rueful Games Workshop releases a new foam unit, thou shalt not remove units from the regiment to include a new unit unless it is to replace a retired unit as mentioned in point 4. If thou must have a FOMO unit, thou shalt found a new regiment. This is more so for grognards with large connections. Don't buy a whole other army just for the sake of this challenge. It's close. It's close, yeah. Yeah. The Still Mania Malarkey Reforms. I think if you followed that, you'd be okay. Yeah, because then if your 2,000 point list changes and you can just swap something out from the 500 point. Basically, what you're saying is build a 2,000 point army with a 500 point sideboard and then only use things from that sideboard and everything. Yeah. Yeah. And if they legend something, then you can replace it. Yeah. It helps a bit. It helps. I mean, obviously, you have to have the legends caveat in there. But ideally, we would just not accept legends. It is kind of bullshit we accept legends. But yeah. No, overall, I'm all right with it. I'm all right with it. Cornate Gains, thank you for Super Chat, man. Did a video on them. They are bad. They seem meh. Cornate Gains, my take is they're meh. But they're not blowing me away. Yeah. Tiggy the Hut, joke, new GW leak, New York Combat Patrol and stream discussion. Let's have a look. One mech boy, one runt herder, 10 grots, 10 boys, 10 beast snaggers, 10 commandos, 1 rhino kit. Joke. Ironic is actually a good box. GW, they could clear a lot of old stock boys, commandos, and rhino kits that they have, and that box, that's a box anyone player would immediately buy 3 of. I mean, why have the rhino when you can have the truck? I guess you could loot the rhino, but yeah. I think that's too many models though, isn't it? No, see what you need is one mob of the new orc boys that nobody likes, one mob of Gretchen, a named character, not a generic character, a named character, and a Rucker Truck Squig Buggy. Now that's a modern combat patrol. You guys are thinking about it all wrong, man. You guys are thinking about it all wrong. That's a New York Combat Patrol right there. There you go. Yeah. There we go. All right. Sounds right. I hate it. Fun Jacob, thank you for Super Chat, man. Message and poll request, a stream discussion. Poll request, what should I name this list? I need the community support. Minimum required force, this could have been an email. Your country just discovered oil. More like armor suggestion roll. Grizzle Company, 2 Cadian squads, Leontus, 2 Tech Priest engine seers, 4 Cadian shock troops, 20 strong. Rough Riders, Vank, Double Shadow Sword. I don't want to close the poll just because I'm trying to gather data with the current one. I'm just going to use my executive powers. I think more like armor suggestion is the best one because of the Double Shadow Sword. Yeah. Because of the Double Shadow Sword. Yeah. That's what I'd call it. Number 4 gets my vote. Yeah, number 4. Yeah. Cornate Gains, thank you so much. Also, mate, where are your reps? Oh, I need to do them again, man. The thing that's happened, man, is there's been too many interesting topics to talk about. And so I end up like getting deep into the interesting topics and then realizing I'm 2 hours into a fucking stream and I've not done any lifting. And then I'm like, for fuck's sake, do you know what I mean? So yeah, like there's been too much interesting shit to talk about. That's the problem. Chris K, thank you, Super Chat, man. Hey, Morden, hobby update and stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hey, Morden, crew for the M8 Scott finish. Next project is attempting German camo on the half track. Just found out the accents I ordered the day before the K47 mass releases finally shipped. Unfortunately, the brewing order from my local shop in mid-January still not arrived. On the positive, new song for tomorrow's stream, ready to share. Nice. That's cool, man. That's really cool. I can't wait to see the... Oh, I can see it here as well. Yeah. Just finished. Behold my soldiers, little soldiers with their stubby cannon. Nice. Yeah, man, they look great. I love the 50. Love the pinup. Excellent. Yeah, that Scott looks great. Scott actually looks really good. That actually makes me really want to get one. Yeah, I'm very impressed with that. That looks really cool. Yeah, the color scheme looks excellent. The model actually looks sick. Yeah, definitely. All right. All right. You know what? I think we're about done. I did have, like I said, I did have a couple of. I mean, I did have a couple of videos I said I would do for the Whispering Monk. I think it was the Whispering Monk anyway. Let me just double check. I feel like I shouldn't blue ball him. You know what? Fuck it. We're going in. Get tactical, Marines. To quote Sergeant Johnson. So, we're going a little longer tonight, but it's so I can keep a promise. And that's what I'd rather do. Let's have a look here. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay. So Whispering Monk. Well, actually before that. So there has been a little bit of chit and, dare I say, chat around the proverbial internet water cooler regarding a new StarCraft tabletop miniatures game, which is kind of cool. So I used to play a little bit of StarCraft back in the day. When I was at university, StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty came out. I'm that old. And I really, really enjoyed playing it with my flatmate, Sam. And yeah, we actually played loads of it. We played not only the... I played through the campaign and completed it. Single player. We played loads of like multiplayer games. And also, we played lots of... I can't remember what the game mode was called now. But it was where like... You had to pick like one unit and then you could only build that unit during the game. It's called like Mono Battles. That was it. I think it was Day 9 Mono Battles. So we played a lot of that. So I do like a little, you know, I have a little bit of a relationship with StarCraft, but I haven't played it in 10 years, maybe a bit longer. But the StarCraft 2 miniatures game coming out has been quite a surprise because a lot of people have been asking me about this thing. Like now, I'm not as interested in it yet, but I am interested in it. I'm curious. I'm StarCraft curious, but I'm kind of want to see what this game's all about. And fortunately, Whispering Monk has, a big shout out to him, has actually sent me a couple of, you know, MG community member, has sent me a couple of videos to have a quick look at in regard to the game and how it like might play and stuff. So what I want to have a look here is, now these videos are quite long. They're about 30 minutes each, so I'm not going to watch the entirety of both of them. But what I will do is basically watch a little bit of them to get a bit of a taste, and then you have to pique my curiosity, and then I'll link them down in the chat so you guys can see them. So let's have a look here. The first one is by EZ Board Games. I imagine it's American, so it's meant to be Easy Board Games. StarCraft Tabletop Miniatures Game Models Presentations. All right, let's have a look.
Hi players, Dzień dobry from Wrocław. My name is Asafirsh and welcome to my channel Easy Board Games. Today we're going to have a small presentation of some of the models that we have in StarCraft, the tabletop miniature game that is published by Archon Games. At the current state, Archon Studios are still in the beta playtesting phase, so we're not going to talk about the rules at all, also because I'm not sure how to play yet. I'm going to have...
Okay, so no rules. We'll just have a look at some models then.
I have a few interesting things because we have different models to how a Marine can...
Let's see if we can get a nice clear picture of that.
This is just one of them. We can see the shield over here. Faces are...
There we go. That looks all right. They definitely, the poses look a little. They look similar to the video games. They're quite like clunky. Which that one looks a lot better. Yeah, that one looks a lot better. I'm not sold on the shield guy as much, but the shooty one looks good. Now I'm kind of curious to see if he comes with the flame shooting out the end.
And let me show you a third type of marine miniature that we have that is a little bit bigger. We can see it with those sort of like rocket launchers on their,
Interesting.
shoulders. So, and also a different posture. We have the knife over here that, if you remember some of the cinematics from StarCraft, that is pretty nice. So these are 3 models that we have for the marine. Again, their bases are 32 millimeters.
Okay.
And I think that with that we can move on to the next unit, and that is the medics. So with the medics,
so I don't know if it comes with the shooty bit, with the flare.
Options. I've chosen
Muzzle flash.
just 2 of those. That is the same base.
So I actually think the medic model with the shield looks a lot better. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I have no idea, guys, but I presume that the clear like the green clear plastic bits, they come with it. They don't just, it's not like 3D printed bits this guy's done.
See already that it does seem a little bit like a marine, but there are enough differences that even when you're having a lot of miniatures, you'll be able to distinguish them immediately. Not only this crystal that we have here, also of course this cross that we have from this, again, transparent plastic.
It's all included. Good to know, Macomb.
Elements, to be honest with you guys.
That's really interesting.
I know that it's going to hurt some of your ears, but even if you're deciding not to paint the miniatures, which is of course a crime, I'm not saying that it's not a crime, still you'll be able to play it, and it's going to look pretty cool on your table.
That's really cool.
So this is, again,
look at that. That's really, really cool.
Something that I absolutely appreciate that we're having.
I mean,
Hopefully
you
with
could
lighting,
not paint them.
I think
I like they've got little crosses coming off on the medic goo's got little cross on the end of it. Very video game like.
Camera, it seems now that the plastic that we have here is more transparent, like less colors than it actually is. And to be honest with you, I mean, I hope that you can see it with the lighting. I can't really find the right angle, but in reality.
Okay, let's have a look here.
I'm going to, later when I'm going to finish
Big
with
boy.
all the terrains, I'm going to show them to you right next to each other, so you'll be able to understand a little bit more the sizes and the ratio between.
He looks all right. Ooh, that's a big boy.
ASICs, right? So between the legs, so you can really customize the legs and the position, even how bent
You can see
they are.
a little bit. You can see the connection points. Like you can see this, where the. Yeah, obviously you can see where the 2 halves have gone together, but that is only really obvious when you're looking at a model up close like this. How do you actually view a model most of the time from 2 feet away? You won't see that shit.
As much as,
and if when you prime it and everything, a lot of the time that'll fill the gaps in.
I wanted the first Goliath to be like kind of.
I like that.
In a traditional post, or if that makes sense to you guys. So just something that is going to be a little bit more regular. But
that's a cool model. Looks like a Sentinel.
The other Goliath that I did, that was like, I just wanted to go a little bit crazy with that. So that's what I asked my girlfriend to do, actually. And she did. Like, it might seem a little bit weird for you, but I just wanted to.
No, that's cool. Yeah. It looks like he's like leaning down and like shooting. Yeah. That's kind of cool. I like that. That's the character model with the sniper. That's fine. Let's have a look at some Zerglings. I mean, I'm presuming these are Zerglings. Let's have a look.
We have here some of the Swarmlings and also the Raptors. So let me show you.
So I don't really know the difference between them.
This is one possible posture. And as you can see, hopefully, again, you can get it with the light.
Oh, interesting. The body is quite translucent.
Camera, that the part that we have here in the middle is this transparent plastic that is going to make the miniatures a bit more visibly different from each other. Of course, again, if you're deciding to paint the miniature, then this is something that it's going to be easier for yourself. But if you're looking at the 2 transparent wings that we have here,
wow, look at the wing. Look at the detail on the wings, man. These little buggers are very nicely detailed. Yeah. these are quite nice. So I'll say the Terran Marines are like whatever. Okay, humans in power armor. Okay, like perfectly okay. But the Marauder's cool, and the Goliath. That's what really sort of blew me away here. Like, yeah. I mean, they but generally speaking, the detail is very nice, and I think the bit that really makes them stand out is these muzzle flash bits. These clear plugs. These are really, really cool. And if we actually look at the detail in these models, they are nicely detailed. I feel like the Zerglings are a little. I feel like the Zerg might be a little bit more detailed. Obviously, I'm looking at this through a video, but they look on par. They look near peer, if not peer, to GW. Let's have a look.
In plastic that we have here.
Oh. Remember, GW is meant to be the industry best, so anything that gets near them is quite, it's quite noteworthy.
Here, so that is one of the models that we have. Again,
that's quite nice.
Looking really cool, and
very cool.
Another type that we have. So here we have with this pinkish transparent.
Oh, that's very cool. Yeah,
that's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, you can see a few of the gap. The only thing I would say is makes.
And with that, let's move on.
The other thing I'd say is that there's you can see some of the connection, some of the gaps, but this could be down to this guy's building rather than
another personal favorite unit of mine. Those are the Hydras. That maybe the differences between one model to another are not.
That's cool.
As the others. I think that this is the only model that I didn't see any transparent plastic attached to it. I mean,
that's really
directly to the model itself. I'm not talking about if we're adding something to the bases. I don't think that we'll be able.
Oh, the Queen might be my favorite. Yeah. Let's watch the whole thing with the Queen.
This is the Queen.
The sacks on the back, man. They're really cool.
Much bigger, just like we've seen before with the Goliath.
I think the Zergo
model.
Again, I'm a human guy, but I think the Zerga, the faction really that look better to me.
Really brings the model itself alive.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I just appreciate it because I'm honest with you. I don't think that I'll be able to paint all of the models. We have more than 200 models. I don't think that we'll be able to paint.
Yeah,
everything.
That's a really nice model.
But
that
even if it is unpainted, and I'm sorry guys, I know it hurts you, but even unpainted, the models look absolutely stunning. Let me show you one more angle. I think a Night Swarm, and to be honest,
that looks cool.
The model itself was quite easy to assemble, but it just looks.
I mean, if that model is easy to assemble with that kind of detail,
so it sits on the table just like this, and of course, with the effect that we have, it really looks like it just comes out from the ground with all of these rocks around it, and it's just impressive. This model is pretty.
I'm kind of that easy to assemble, but really, you guys know me, that pricks my ears up.
I'm going to show you how it looks like. I mean, of course, the Queen.
Okay, let's have a look. Oh wait, there's Protoss as well. Holy shit, man. Okay, wait. Like, I love a bit of Protoss. All right, let's have a look here. I mean, yeah, the models look great. The models look great. I will say I think the Zerg look better so far. Comparing the two. Oh, maybe I was a bit. I may be being a bit harsh. The Marine, looking back on them now, side by side, the Marines do look very good. I think it was just that first one with the shield that kind of put me off a little bit. But looking back like that Marauder is real. The Marauder and the Medic are really, really selling me on like how the models feel. And then the Goliath is cool. Yeah, no. I was too harsh on the Marines before. I was definitely too harsh. The Zerg do look impeccable, though. Yeah, they do. Like, I have to say, the models for this game are definitely... they're definitely making me curious about it. Definitely. Let's have a look at some Protoss.
Have more information for you regarding the different aspects of the game. How is it going to be played?
Wow.
And, I don't know.
Well, I actually missed that, guy. I was looking at chat for a
different
second.
aspects of the game.
Oh,
How is it
that's
information
so
for you,
cool.
regarding
That looks great.
the different aspects
That
of the game.
okay, these are
How
probably
is
my
it going to
favorite.
be played, and I don't know, the different stats that each unit has and stuff like that. Again, I'm not experienced. You might be a little bit maybe disappointed.
Like the
that someone
shields,
that has
yeah.
more experience not only with the StarCraft but actually with tabletop miniature games is doing this video. But you know, I just wanted to show you the models as quickly as sort of like in the air.
Let's have a look at this motherfucker.
We have, let's move on to the next one, and that is the adepts. Here's again, we have different options, and from, you know, a little bit further
They're
away
quite
from the
cool
eye,
as well.
it does seem like this part is sort of like in the air. I really like how they did this model, to be honest. I was
Yeah,
even
it's like it's
kind of surprised
floating.
with the way
Yeah.
that they did it.
Very
And,
cleverly
of course,
done.
pleasantly surprised. So again, for someone who's completely noob into, you know, tabletop miniature games, this is, you know, very cool.
So this guy's completely new and he found the models easy to build. That's very interesting.
I mean, you cannot just do the figure however you would like, but you definitely have ways to choose between the different postures. And here, of course, we have another model of the adept when it's being like cloaked. I know that you know what I'm talking about.
That's cool.
So that is again pretty cool.
Imagine if you got like a GW stealth suit and you got the stealth suit, but then you also got like it would be kind of cool if GW had some of these like clear plastic bits and with like stealth suits and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. It's really interesting.
To have, and I hope they get the millimeter base.
That's
just
cool. Like that little bastard thing sticking out the front.
The Marauder, for example. So here I'm going to show you only one model when like the wings over here, or whatever you want to call them, are being opened.
The clear plastic's obviously a bit of a gimmick because if you paint over these, then you wouldn't see it. But you know, these models, I'd be curious to see how they come out painted like in subassembly. I feel like you could prime the bits you wanted to prime and then paint those bits up and then assemble them and keep the clear bits clear. Yeah.
But you have another option to make them really close to the body when it's kind of closed. But this is one of the options placed on an 80 millimeter.
Look at that beast. Fuck me. I remember facing off against Stalkers in Wings of Liberty, the little blinky bastards. Oh my god. Absolute nightmare. And then you had the Colossus, like you had the bloody blinky bastards and then you had the Colossus. Many a Terra Marine siege tank army, because that's obviously what I built every time, was destroyed by those things.
Base. So this is already a much more massive model. I absolutely freaking love this, you know, type of add-on that we have here.
Yeah, I agree.
It's being immediately,
like, it's a little bit of a gimmick, but you know what? Gimmicks, even if you as the buyer know it's just a little gimmick, it's like kind of nice to have them. They can be kind of like feels good. They can be like, oh, that's kind of, you know, it's like it doesn't have it can add a nice little seasoning to a model. Yeah.
Called from the mothership or something like that. It's you know, it's they managed to take like the iconic stuff that we have in the game, and
that's a really good point. X, combine these translucents with green stuff world color shifting iridescent metallics. Yeah, that's great.
Just
really cool idea.
Just transfer it into the models themselves. So this is
really good idea.
Really awesome. I really like it. In the boxes that I received, we have a 6 of another model for it. I just
that's just the named Zealot, isn't it?
And again,
okay, let's
one.
Yeah, they I have to say they it's a strong showing from the StarCraft game. It's gonna come down to price. I think it's going to come down to price per army. I mean, I heard a little rumor that these guys were going to be expensive. Like the intro box was going to be a really good deal, and then after that it might be a little expensive. But it'll come down to like how much you need for an army. Like, you know, if you need like a a lot of these guys, this game might struggle with like the Star Wars Legion effect, where it's like, look, it's a cool game, but it's just too bloody expensive. But if you can do it where it's like actually, you know, even if it's like, oh, like 50 quid, like let's say it's something mental, like 40 quid for one of these stalkers, but you only need one, like literally one and done, like or like even two, I'd be like, okay, like it's expensive, but like I don't need many of them, then it's all right. But if it's like, oh yeah, these are 40 quid each and you need like 7 of them, I'm like, nah, GG, I'm out. Yeah. Like that's one of the big tells for me. All right, so that was the first one. I don't know about this second video, by the way. Oh, it does go across the core mechanics, but the guy hasn't got any models, I don't think.
Place the other two.
Yeah. Okay. So this is kind of funny. So this video here from Cozy Serpent Gaming is he hasn't got any models, so he's using like cardboard like tokens, which is kind of funny. Which is kind of funny, but I'm kind of open to learn. But he is about the game mechanics. I'm kind of open to learn a little bit about the game mechanics.
Talked about what the units did, but sometimes that's hard to understand until you actually see how they function on the table and how the rules actually work.
Okay.
So today we've got little standees for our different factions. We've got Terran over here, we've got Zerg over here, and we've got Protoss up here. I've got other tokens for the different things that might come down, like pylons and omega worms as well, but we're not going to worry about those.
Wait, you can call down pylons? I am interested. A little base building mechanic, maybe? Oh, please. Just a little one.
For just right now. This video is going to go over the core mechanics of the game, which between this and the prior video should give you a pretty strong feeling of how StarCraft will play, at least in these early days of the game. I should note, as many will have seen, that there's already been a beta update since making those faction overview videos, so some of the info in them is out of date. As I said, it might become...
It is in beta testing, so I'm alright with that.
Is a bit short for how StarCraft Miniatures is. You do usually want some terrain that is 4 inches or higher to be high ground with ramps. I've kind of fudged that.
Ah, that's kind of cool. So it's simulating the table, the video game mechanics.
Here with this. This is Alpha Strike terrain from BattleTech.
Yeah, I recognize
I've got some
it.
tall buildings here, and I've got some small buildings acting as a ramp to step up, and then some smaller buildings to kind of be line of sight blockers, and these can act as the grass, which is a mechanic in the game as well.
That's cool. For hiding units.
All the stuff for the table, you will also need miniatures, which again are represented here by these tokens. You will need dice. The StarCraft Miniatures game does use D6.
Yay! Excellent. There's nothing wrong with D6 dice. There's a lot of misinformation, like, if you just took 40k away from D6 dice, it'd be great. No, it's the fix-the-hit system. The fact that it uses normal dice is a big plus. Big plus, yeah.
6-sided dice. I've got a handful of them over here. You'll probably want between 12 and 20 on hand, though you can play the game with less dice. You'll just have to keep count and re-roll them and stuff like that. It's a little easier if you have a larger dice.
Macon, yes, and armies aren't completely deployed at the start of the game. You have supply you spend to deploy units. Oh, this sounds cool.
And then you will need a tape measure for measuring.
I'm getting interested.
Standard tape measure will be just fine.
See,
I also have a little light.
I'm getting interested because I don't have the APM. I don't have the APM of of a StarCraft player, but to be able to play the online version, but I could play a tabletop version, which is going to be less, less of that.
Sight indicator on here that I sometimes use for other games. It may be useful in games of StarCraft because line of sight is drawn between bases, but you don't need something like that. You can usually eyeball it or consult with your opponent. So once you have everything in order, you need to learn how the game plays. And we're going to talk about the different phases of the game.
Okay.
Every game of StarCraft takes place over a number of turns, each of which is broken down into 4 phases.
Okay.
Each phase is done in alternating activations, giving players chances to react.
Alternating activations. Oh boy. Okay. They're cooking.
Back to their opponents. Personally, I've played a lot of tabletop games, and I prefer alternating activations over I go, you go. I feel the way that the core mechanics of StarCraft are set up are very fluid and solid. Having phases split up and then alternating within the phase is
Fluid gameplay. Okay, boys, I'm sitting up. Okay, you guys know I'm a gameplay kind of guy. I'm sitting up.
reminiscent of things like BattleTech and the older version of Kill Team before the 2021 version. In general, I tend to like games where you do have chances to react to your opponent, and I think StarCraft gives you plenty of options to do that. The phases of the game are divided into movement, assault, combat, and what's called scoring and cleanup, but the fourth phase I'm usually just going to call the end phase for simplicity. As this is an alternating activation
movement,
game,
assault, and
somebody's going to
combat.
have to go first, and that is determined by this first player token. Now, the first player token is handed between players during the game based on a certain set of events that we'll talk about later, but for the movement phase in the first round, which is going to be the first phase of the game, players simply roll off, and whoever rolls higher gets to pick who is the first player in the first round.
Okay.
In later rounds, the movement phase, it is decided by whoever has the least number of victory points, allowing a sort of catch-up mechanic, and if both players are tied on victory...
I'm generally not a fan of catch-up mechanics. I feel like if you're just losing, you fucking, like, stop cotton wooling me, but we'll see, okay?
Points, you once again roll off, and the winner decides who goes first. For subsequent phases, like the assault phase and the combat phase, the player who passes activating their models first gains the first player token, letting them go first in the next phase. This is a fun little mini game in activations. Generally, this means the player with less units on the table goes first each round, but you can always choose to pass instead of activating a model, immediately gaining the first player token if your opponent hasn't passed this turn. You may choose to do this sometimes in order to gain an advantage at the cost of your own activation economy. Now, one thing I forgot...
I have to admit, I didn't really follow the whole first player thing. I think that's something I would get. It's one of the things I would get by playing the game. Like, oh, you know, like, oh, he's explaining it all, and it sounds like there's a lot going on. But actually, when you play it, it's like, your first player, your first player, your first player. I think it'd be. My suspicion is it will just be way smoother when you actually just do it.
To mention you will need when you start to play the game is some double-sided activation tokens. These will come with the StarCraft miniatures game, probably in the box. They might also be available separately, but you can really use any double-sided token you want. For the purposes of this video, I'm going to...
If he says double turns, I'm done.
...be using some old-school Warhammer Underworlds tokens. These are red on one side, maybe a little hard to see because they're quite small, and white on the other side, so these are easy to track which side which is on. The first phase in each turn is the movement phase.
Okay, here we go.
This is the phase in which you do most of your movement, though not all of it. The actions you can take during this phase are move, disengage, deploy, and hold. We'll go over move first, even though deploy technically is the first thing that you can do in a game, but move is a little bit more generalized, and you'll need to understand how movement works before you understand how everything else works.
Okay.
Moving in StarCraft is actually fairly simple compared to many other games I've played. When you choose a unit to become the active unit and move, you pick a model in the unit to be the leading model. In a single model unit, this is always the one model that's there, obviously. Okay. Then you move the model.
So there are units. So one thing I was worried about when I heard like the alternating activation thing and mentioning stuff like Kill Team and stuff is that it was going to be kind of like a small scale game. I mean, it still looks like it might be kind of small scale, but you know, we'll see. So I was kind of worried that it'd be like, oh, I move this one, like Lord of the Rings, like I'm going to move like this one guy. But if we can like move units kind of together, okay, that's better.
A number of inches up to the unit's move characteristic, plus any modifiers it may have. For example, this unit of 3 roaches, and 3 is the standard unit size, can move 4 inches. I will choose this model to be the leading model and move it forward 4 inches.
Okay.
Remember that a model can't move any further, so there is no like rotating shenanigans to get extra distance. That might have to be clarified with oval-shaped bases, but for round bases, just move forward.
I like it.
The inches that are available to you.
You have 4 inches to move however you choose to. Whether you choose, if you choose to do some kind of like, oh, I'm going to turn my oval base like that. Okay, well, that's an inch from there to there. That's an inch off your movement. Yeah, how it should be.
Then, after the leading model has moved, simply place the rest of the squad within coherency of the leading model. Coherency, if you haven't played many tabletop games before,
I like
is
that.
the distance together models have to stay to remain a legal unit, since you don't track models individually. Coherency is generally a 3-inch radius from one another, but certain
big.
units have a 4-inch coherency and have
quite
it stated
big.
on their card.
Like, that's quite big.
So this roach unit has a 3-inch coherency. This has been the leading model, so that's where it is. I simply have to place the other 2 roaches within 3 inches of that model, which means you do get a little bit of extra movement by placing this roach 3
Oh,
inches in front,
interesting.
and this roach 3 inches in front of that.
No.
Coherency and has moved.
Weird. So you basically use the leading model, and then he goes down, and then the rest of the models just go within coherency. That feels a little weird. That does feel a little weird. I'm not like for or against it. It just kind of feels like I probably wouldn't do that. I feel like that's abusable, but yeah.
Once you've completed its move, or whatever other action you're going to take in the phase, you're going to...
Yeah, there's intentionally shorter movement speed to account for that. Yeah, that's a good point. Only moves forward. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
give it an activation marker for that phase.
No conga lines.
Using
Great
red
point.
for movement activation markers.
Oh, that's such a good point. No conga lines. No conga lines. That's convinced me. I'm good with it now.
So now this unit has moved and has been marked as done so. If you have active abilities, you can do them before or after the action you take in the phase. So if I wanted to use the burrow ability of these roaches, I could have done it before they moved. Granted, if they have tunneling claws.
Yeah, the conga line thing's a great
burrow,
point, isn't it,
or I
McCom?
could
Convince
move them
me.
up and then
Yeah.
burrow them immediately afterwards. Either way, that's where they end up. Movement is the most common action you'll take in this
Good
phase.
point, Anonymous.
Movement
Yeah.
is measured around terrain and buildings and cannot end within engagement range of enemies, which we'll talk about shortly. Models cannot move up or down terrain unless the terrain has a ramp or an access point like a ladder.
Fair.
For instance, on this building, which we have said
Just
is a
like in the
piece of
video
terrain,
game.
roaches could not climb up the side of the building, but if they wanted to move up the ramp and come up here and then kind of move around.
I like it. You can't just ascend vertically like a Dalek. You have to actually access terrain via the access points. That's good. I like it. Yes, access points. That's immersion. How did you get up there? You went up the ramp. How did you get in there? You went through the door. I like that.
Around the back, they could absolutely do so. Terrain with no access points, like the shorter buildings, cannot be climbed on top of or set up on top of unless both players agree it has the high ground keyword.
Okay.
We might talk about terrain more in depth in the future videos, but this early in the beta, the rules are still being sharpened a bit, so I plan to wait a few more patches before getting too heavy on that level of minutia. There are already some questions about how high ground works, so we will hopefully see that answered in future patches.
It's kind of cool. It feels like the rules are being beta tested with like the public and stuff. Really into that. Like, are you telling me I could go and try this game out using some Tyranid and Imperial Guard models? Because based on what I'm seeing right now, I very well may do that.
There are also specific flying units.
They are, yeah. Fuck, man. Just a more modern way of doing it. Have an open beta. Of course, it's like a video game. Have an open beta. Let people try it. Get feedback. Oh, I like it. I like it. Look, you can't help but compare games to 40k, right? Because they're the leader, right? But I'm telling you, this fucking buy your printed codex bollocks and then it being out of date bollocks. It's looking, frankly, archaic. GW's, they're starting to look so last year.
We may see in the future, or we know we will see in the future, but we won't go into how that works now because flying interacts with ground units in various different ways. And since we don't have any flying units, I don't think it's worth going into how flying works just at this time. Now,
Yeah,
for
don't worry
a
about flying,
single
mate.
model unit like this queen, you simply measure the distance and move it. There is no leapfrogging allowed, so this queen simply moves 4 inches
Cool.
forward and is done with her action.
The queen is slow as shit in the game.
The next type
Can we lay some creep down? That's what I'm ready for.
of action you can take is the disengage action. StarCraft, like many tabletop games, has a concept of an engagement range. Every unit has a 1-inch radius around itself that you cannot enter normally by moving or
Makes
running,
sense.
but you can by taking the specific charge action in a later phase.
Cool.
If you are in engagement range in later turns after being charged, you have to take a disengage action instead of
Creep
normal
is a
move action
mechanic?
to move
Amazing.
The combat.
Amazing.
To make a disengage action,
I'm in.
the active unit has to be engaged.
I love
with an
pooping
enemy
out
unit.
creep.
This Stalker, for instance, is not engaged with the Zerglings and can't make a disengage action, but these Adepts definitely can, as they are currently engaged with the Zerglings. A unit can make a disengage action by making a standard move action with the following exceptions.
Okay.
You have to be engaged with an enemy at a time, you cannot become engaged with an enemy after moving, and any models that cannot be outside of engagement range after the disengage action is finished are destroyed. So a standard disengage action might look something.
Oh, interesting. So, like, let's say you can move these 3 guys out, but this guy, you just can't get him out of being engagement range, just hypothetically speaking. He dies, but the other 3 manage to get out. I like it.
Like this. I wish to disengage with these Adepts. I'm going to choose this model as my leading model.
Yep.
Move it backwards 5 inches, because that's how far Adepts move.
Fast as
And
fuck.
then I will simply place the rest of these Adepts within the 3-inch coherency bubble and fall them back from the fight. They're no
Okay.
longer in the fight with the Zerglings, so they are free from the melee attacks for now, and they gain an activated token. The main downside of a disengage
I'm curious if they can go out and then in again.
action is that any unit that disengages cannot shoot or charge unless they had more supply than the unit they disengaged from.
Oh, interesting.
In this instance, the Adepts are 1 supply, and this unit of Zerglings is 1 supply, since both units are at their full strength. So this unit of Adepts in the subsequent assault phase cannot shoot or
Yeah.
charge. However, here's a different scenario. Zealots, at least at time of recording, are 2 supply to the Zerglings 1. which means this
Interesting.
unit of Zealots
Yeah, they'll just go
can
out,
take
in and
the
out
disengage
again.
action,
In and out
moving
again.
away 4 inches with the leading unit, and then setting up the other units within coherency. And they did not end within 1 inch of
Kel,
this
Mori,
queen,
and
so they're not
Glory. I like
engaged
that
with the
legend.
queen, but they can charge the queen in the subsequent assault phase because they are more supply than the unit that they disengage from, the Zerglings. This allows
Cool.
things like Zealots to leave combat and then charge, or heroes such as Artanis or Kerrigan count as 2 supply for purposes of this as well.
Cool.
So it's very hard to lock down powerful melee units.
Yeah, yeah.
This is also true for strong shooting units that are 2
But that's exactly what people do in StarCraft. They charge the Zealots in because the Zealots get a charge bonus, and then they smash for a little bit, and then they move out, and then they charge back in again to try and keep the charge bonus going.
supply or more. A unit of, for instance, 4 Marauders is 2 supply to the Zerglings 1. So if the Zerglings have locked in the Marauders can fall back and shoot in the subsequent assault phase. The next action we're going to talk about is the deploy action, which is not necessarily an action you take, it is a move you take, but it is a move that can only be taken by units that are not currently on the board. Now,
Okay.
when the game
Deep striking
starts, no
down or
models will
whatever.
be on the board. You do not deploy models on the board as you do in certain other miniatures games. Instead,
Okay,
you
I want to
have
see a little bit of combat. Let me a little bit of combat here.
fight. If enemies have currently charged you, you can shoot them, but you can't shoot other units that you aren't currently.
Oh, a minute.
Don't want to do anything else, and you simply want the benefit in the subsequent phase. So make sure that when you pass, you don't want to do anything else, because your opponent can keep activating their models and knows that you are done with yours. After the movement phase is complete, players will move on to the assault phase, which is where most of the action takes place. The player with the first player token goes first, and units can take the following actions: ranged attack, run, charge, or hold.
Okay.
Ranged attack allows a unit to, perhaps predictably, make a ranged attack with a weapon they have. To make an attack, choose a target and measure to see which models in your attacking unit are in range of that target using the range on the provided weapon. Units that are not within engagement range of enemy models cannot shoot enemy units that are within engagement range of other friendly models.
Can't
without a
shoot to
special
combat.
Rule, aka,
Okay.
if there's a combat going on, you cannot shoot into it. Units that are within engagement range of enemy models when
That is a little different to the video game, because obviously in that, everyone just keeps blasting.
they're selected to do a range attack may shoot any unit they are engaged with some downsides. That is to say, if you are currently in a fight, if enemies have currently charged you, you can shoot them, but you can't shoot other units that you aren't currently charged with. If you have multiple weapons, you will measure and roll those weapons separately in separate pools, so be aware of units like Marines who can have up to 3 different weapon types. In this example, the first player to go in the assault phase is the Zerg player, and they choose these 3 roaches to make a ranged attack. The ranged attack,
let's have a look.
The acid spit for the roaches is an 8-inch range. As we saw before in the last phase, none of them are within range of the Goliath, but they are within range of this unit of Marines that have come before them before the end of the move phase finished. So all 3 roaches will be able to attack the Marines.
All right, let's spit.
Once you determine the models in range, multiply the number of models by the rate of attack of the weapon and get that many dice.
Cool.
Also determine your surge dice. In this example, we have 3 roaches and their rate of attack is 3. So we will get 3 dice per roach for 9 dice in the attack.
Easy enough.
These roaches have also taken the Hydriatic Bile upgrade, which gives them Surge Light, and Marines
Upgrades. I like it.
are a light type unit, so they will get to surge against this unit. Technically, I believe you are supposed to roll your surge dice even if you do not surge against the target unit for perhaps future rules, but for right now, this is a valid surge target. Hydriatic Bile gives them D3+1 surge against light targets.
Okay.
Now, you can use any D6 for a D3 and simply have the number that you roll. For instance, if you roll a 4, that counts as a 2 because a D3 can only be 1, 2, or 3. And of course, you round down. So 1 or 2 is 1, 3 and 4 is 2, and 5 and 6 is a 3. However, I have these kind of fancy D3 dice, which have for my D3 surge dice.
Okay, so what's the surge do?
Once you've gotten your dice together, you roll the dice, looking for results that match the hit characteristic for the weapon. If you are unfamiliar with tabletop games, you are looking for results that equal or exceed.
Yeah.
So in this instance, we take our 9d6 and our d3, and we're going to roll them. Any numbers that meet or exceed your target number, in this case, the roach's target number is a 3, are successes, and we set them to one side, and any numbers that are lower than the target number, so in this case a 1 or 2, are discarded. They are failed results. So this unit of roaches rolled slightly below average by getting 5 hits on 9 dice, but that is very reasonable still. If the unit you are targeting has the keyword for your target surge type, as we determined in this example they do, you set aside a number of dice equal to the surge dice. These are skipped in the next step. So I rolled 5 successes, and this is a valid surge target, and I rolled 2 on my surge dice. But remember, Hydriatic Bile is D3+1, so this 2 is really a 3. I take 3 of my successes and put them to the side. These are skipped during the defensive step. Get rid of your surge dice, you don't need it anymore.
That sounds like lethal hits. I'm wobbling, boys, I'm wobbling!
Next, the defending player rolls a number of dice equal to the number of hit successes minus the amount that were surged. While you can take and roll your opponent's dice, please always ask before touching your opponent's dice and bring your own dice to be polite. In my examples...
Yeah, it feels more complicated to say than do. Actually, it's pretty straightforward, yeah. So, roll to hit, take your surge result out, they basically auto-wound, now your opponent rolls to save, yeah.
I'll just be using the same dice pool because it's my dice and I am here by myself in my basement. In this instance, these Marines will be rolling the 2 remaining successes that were not surged. These rolls are looking for the defending unit's defense score or higher in the same manner. Remove any dice that succeed the roll, keeping the dice that fail. So in this case, the Marines have a 5-up defense save.
That's shit.
So they're going to take these 2 dice, getting a 4 and a 5. Now they were looking for a 5+, so this 5 is successfully saved and removed from the pool, while 4 goes to add to this surged pool. In certain circumstances, you will also get to roll evade dice as an extra defensive roll. This is done in the exact same process as the defense roll, except using the evade stat instead of the armor stat. This just further lets
Marines
you
do die
whittle
quite
down
free
your
to talk of.
opponent's
That's true.
successes.
That's
Generally,
true.
you will not get an evade roll, but it is rolled when the target unit is in combat, so if these units were engaged with one another, the Marines would get to roll their evade roll with this final dice, but as they are outside of range and they don't have any special rule allowing them to roll an evade dice, this gets added to the final pool. The final step is to multiply the amount of dice in the damage pool by the weapon's damage profile. Now, most weapons in the game are 1 damage, though we have seen in the faction preview videos that we did that certain weapons have 2 or even 3 damage. Now, the Roach's Acid Saliva is only 1 damage, so these 4 dice in the damage pool become 4 damage. Damage is added to the target's damage pool, which you can track with a dice. After damage has been added, if it exceeds the target's HP stat, the defender removes the enemy model and reduces the damage pool by that HP stat, and then repeats until either the damage pool is empty or it no longer exceeds the target's HP stat.
Okay.
Now, it may help you to have different colored dice to track damage pools so you don't get them mixed up.
I get
with
it.
Dice.
Wounds.
Up with my regular white D6s. To start, units have a damage pool of 0, and these Marines didn't stimp, so they don't have anything like that on them. So I add 4 to their damage pool, as that's how much damage was added from the attack.
Yeah.
Now, the Marines' HP is 2. So 4, we will reduce that down to 2 and remove 1 Marine. And then 2 is still equal to or greater than the stat.
Yeah.
So we'll remove the last 2 points and remove 1
Oh,
Marine.
yeah, very straightforward.
The controlling player of the unit that has the damage pool gets to decide which models are removed.
Good.
So you may either remove models that are further away or closer, depending on what you were trying to do with the unit in question.
Yeah.
Now, in this instance, there was no leftover damage in the damage pool after removing
But
models.
obviously, if there had been, it would have gone, halfway. Okay. All right. Well, that's enough for me. It looks decent. Interesting. So basically, there's just hits and saves. There's no hits, wounds saved. Ooh. Spicy. But their models have a lot of wounds. Like a basic Marine having 2 wounds is kind of interesting. Because I would have presumed it was 1. The Zerglings will have 1, right? They're going to be little shit bastards that just die. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I'm an old grognard. I love me hits, me wounds, and me saves. But yeah, I'm not against it. Well, I have to say, colour me StarCraft curious. Colour me curious. All right, I'm going to put the links to both those videos in chat, so you guys can take a look. But that definitely, you guys can like that. I'm gonna go ahead and like both those videos now. Yeah, big shout out to Cozy Serpent Gaming and to Easy Board Games for those videos, and big shout out to Whispering Monk for the support and for recommending those videos. Yeah. I have to say, it doesn't look shit. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't look like shit. The models look good. The mechanics look interesting. Basically, it's going to come down to price. Now, there's a strong I mean, there are some numbers getting thrown around, like $300 for a starter set. Which apparently contained half, 2 factions and half an army for each one of those factions. So I've no idea if that's true, obviously, but that doesn't seem expensive. That doesn't seem cheap, but it doesn't seem expensive. Like that to me seems to fall into the kind of into the old world level of cost. That kind of lower price. I mean, I have to see, like, StarCraft. Let's see if we can find it. StarCraft miniatures game cost. Oh, way less. Sorry. $150 to $200. Oh, way less. I mean, $200 is... mean, $150 would make it bolt action priced. Okay. Curiouser and curiouser. Curiouser and curiouser. Price is revealed. Let's have a look.
This game is
160 euro. 106. See, pounds are cheaper than euros. How much is that? Pound to euro exchange rate. 139.59. So we'll say 140 quid. Ooh, look at that. That's not bad. That's not too shabby. So if that's for half an army, then yeah, it's going to come in at about 300 quid for a full army. If we presume basically you were like, you know what, I'm going to take me and my mate are going to buy 2 of these, and he's going to take all the Terran and I'm going to take all the Zerg, and that's just where we'll start from. Interesting. That's the Founders Edition. So what? It could be more expensive than that if you got non-Founders Edition. I'm guessing. Okay. Okay, so it might not be quite that good. That's a much you bought the box is a huge discount attached. Okay. All right. Look, if it's between £300 and £400 for an army, if it's between £300 and £400 for an army, and I can get a 20% discount from somewhere like Wayland Games, then that's an acceptable price to me. Non-found is the same price with different units, slightly different. All right. More information. Send me the information. Send me the information. I need to see it. Archon Studios. They've got bloody nothing on the fucking website. Okay. So yeah, like I said, it doesn't really matter about the specific contents. What I'm saying is if it comes to between £300 and £400 for a full army, then that places it at basically old world costs. And that places it between 40k and bolt action / conflict. And the main thing being is it will be significantly cheaper than Games Workshop. I mean, that's the biggie. The biggest concern I had for this game is it would Star Wars Legion itself into oblivion. And that's sorry for the Legion players, but Star Wars Legion fucked it by just being more expensive than Games Workshop. If they'd even been slightly cheaper. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, if Star Wars Legion had been like 10% cheaper than 40k, not even like a huge amount, then I think it could have been a 40k killer. Up until the movie shut the bed, at least. But a 40k killer, you know, with big air quotes around it. So it really comes down to, is the game cheaper than Games Workshop by a noticeable margin? That's the biggie. Yeah. And the prevailing wisdom at this time seems to be yes. And that's a big deal. That's a big deal. All right. Well, we shall watch this game's career with great interest. Yeah. We shall watch it with great... Models look detailed. Game mechanics look decent. Yeah, pretty decent. And the price seems acceptable. All right. We will keep an eye on it, and we will see what we'll keep an eye on it, and I think we'll check back in when more information becomes available. All right. All right. You know what? What a great positive note to end the stream on. You know, what a great positive note to end the stream on. Like, that's, you know, we've had a bit too much, you know, we've been having a lot of beef. And you know what? It's great. It's great to actually be able to end stream on a positive note. Yeah, yeah. I will reiterate what I said at the beginning of the stream, that I feel like I'm getting beefed the fuck out. I just, you know what? I'm just, all I want is to look at things that make me happy going forward. I said at the beginning of this year I was going to try and be less beefy. I've definitely stumbled on that and gone a bit beefier, but I want to try and go back to being positive again. And that is a good positive note to end the night on. I even tried to be positive about Games Workshop today with some of those Comet Patrols and stuff. I'm just, you know, I just want to be happy and positive. Yeah. I will just look for the things that make me happy, not wallow in the things that make me salty. There we are. And on that note, let's end today's poll. 693 votes, which is pretty amazing. And that 52% of people said that they love the beef. It's like the Brexit vote. No politics. It's merely a coincidence. That's probably not as big a deal for most people. Well, not a big deal. Probably not even something that would occur to most people. Obviously, it's something that occurs to someone from the UK. Yeah, yeah. There we are. So yeah, the majority of people actually enjoy Warhammer drama. Yeah. Turns out the majority of people enjoy the Warhammer dramas. There we are. If we had a bunch of Johnny Johnson, if you want to join the MG Discord, let me just show you, man. Yeah, okay. So if you want to join the MG Discord, come over to the main Mordy and Glory page, then go to the membership area, and you'll find a link to that down in the you'll find a link to Discord in the description. That's for you and all the new members we've had today. Speaking of new people in the stream today, I can't believe it, but the peak of today's stream was 1,582 people, which is absolutely mind-blowing. And we're ending the stream with 633 people in it, which is fucking bonkers. So I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone who joined today's stream. A huge welcome to everyone, old and new MG stream watchers alike. Hope you guys really enjoyed it. And yeah, it was I'm not gonna lie, it kind of blew my fucking nips off having that many people in the stream, but it was yeah, it was a surprise to be sure what a welcome on, so thank you. Yeah, don't forget, guys, I know it's a bit of a shill action, but don't forget to fucking like the stream and subscribe. If you've not subscribed, don't forget to do that as well. It's always a big help, but I think at this point, to be honest, most people do that shit naturally, you know what I mean? It's a bit cringe asking, but it's always never harms to ask, I suppose. But we've got a few super chats coming in. I think we've just got a couple of super chats. Then let's wrap this bad boy up. So Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat, man. Is the beef that Tibby is the best guard player that is and ever will be? Bro, I'm not the best fucking... Bro, I'm not the best guard player that is and ever will be. I'm just middle of the road. My problem is, truth be told, my problem is I'm too focused on, you know, building like themed lists and stuff. And I struggle to build. If I look down at an army list and it just looks like a bag of shit, even if it's really powerful, I just can't really bring myself to play it. Like, even if I bring like Triple Death Striker, then I have to try and bring like the army around it looking proper. Do you know what I mean? And I just struggle to let go of that. So, you know, the best players out there will bring an army that just looks like a random collection of units, and they tend to be the list that, you know, win tournaments in many ways. But I've always played what I like to call like honest Warhammer. I've always played what I like to call like fundamentals lists. You know, that is based on like just fundamental principles, like the, you know, make sure you bring in enough of your infantry and stuff like that. And hey, it allows me to do all right. And there you go. It allows me to do all right. If I can get going 2-1 at an RTT or 3-2 at a GT, you know, I'm more than happy with that. And hey, occasionally I get a cheeky RTT win if the gods align, as it were. And occasionally I get to go undefeated at a GT, but typically in a teams format where I get some more favorable matchups. Yeah, that's it. There you go. I think I've been undefeated at a GT a few times, but in a singles GT it only happened once. But I podiumed. Look, guys, I've not won a GT, but I fucking got on the podium, you know. And the only two people that beat me was fucking Vic VJ, one of the best players in the world, and Aiden from who is the best Death Guard player in the world. So you know what? If they're the only two people that beat me when I was at a GT, I'll fucking take that one. So I wiped myself, but I was running Tau. So that doesn't make me the best guard player. I was running Tau. So there you go. All right, what do we got next? Mike P, thank you for Super Chat, man. Link in stream description to a tabletop simulator of the StarCraft video. That's kind of interesting, man. What I'll do is I'll just link it.
How much harm each
rather than watching it right now, because I need to wrap the stream because we've gone a bit late. What I'll do is I'll just link it down in chat for people who are interested in that. There you go. There you are, Mike P. Hope that's all right, bro. Just spread the StarCraft love. Give people access to more videos. They can deep dive it if they want to. But I think that just about wraps everything up. I want to say once again, before I rush off, because sometimes I get a tendency to like, oh, it's the end of the stream. Let's fucking rush off. Before I rush off, thank you. Thank you so much to everyone who joined today's stream. Thank you to everyone who liked today's stream. Thank you to everyone who subscribed to the channel during the stream. Thank you to everyone who who chatted away, new and old. Thank you to everyone who chatted away, and thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with super chats, member flexes, gifted memberships, and who signed up as members as well. You're all absolutely fantastic. With a big shout out. We had a couple of people come in with some big support tonight. Big shout out to Azalea's Experiment, who gave 50 memberships, and a huge mega shout out to Sir Newbie, who went absolutely fucking ape and came in with 150. Fucking incredible. But all right, you know what? I think that's about everything. Tomorrow's stream will probably be a hobbying stream, probably, unless there's any like big deets, big news. Thursday and Friday stream will play. Normally I stream every day. Thursdays and Fridays stream this week is the only time where there might be some disruption. And the only reason there might be some disruption is because I've got the dentist on Thursday and I'm going to be under some anesthetic. So depending on how like, no, my mouth is still numb, I might be streaming on Thursday or I might not be. So we'll see. But other than that, thank you for what. Oh, we need a song to play. Should we have a StarCraft song to play us out? Terran theme seems like a good one. Yeah. All right. So normal, there, God, love it. Thank you so much. Hope you all enjoyed today's stream. And as always, I'll see you guys next time.